Chapters 1 and 2 of The Mistress of Court Regna. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mistress of Court Regna by Charles Garvice. Recorded by Celine Major. 1. A young girl stepped out upon the balcony which ran along the tall first-floor windows of Court Regna, and lightly resting her clasped hands upon the rail, gazed straight before her. Her name was Claire Sartoris. She was on the verge of 20, and she was very beautiful. A girl must be extremely good-looking nowadays to attract attention, to say nothing of admiration, because there are so many good-looking girls about, and they have all learned the art of setting forth their beauty to the best advantage. No man, or for that matter woman, ever passed Claire without taking a second glance; and many a man carried the remembrance of her face with him for days, sometimes for years afterward. Her face was oval and colorless. It had been likened to old ivory; it had also been likened to a peach with the bloom off it; neither simile was a good one. Her hair was dark, black indeed, but of a soft texture, and inclined to curl and ripple above the low brow. Her brows were rather heavy for a young girl, and under their shadow the gray eyes sometimes looked black and sometimes violet. It was indeed rather difficult to tell without close examination what their color really was. Her mouth was not particularly small, and the lips were delicate rather than full, but exquisitely shaped. They were expressive lips, and the expression they wore conveyed to the observer the impression that their owner possessed a strong will, and had learned the secret of how to suffer in strength and silence. She was slim of figure but supple, and her attitude as she bent forward slightly over the rail was full of that grace which is one of God's best gifts to woman. She was dressed in plain black merino, relieved only by an edging of white lace at her throat and her wrists, which, though it was not particularly fashionable, suited her marvelously. From where she stood she could just see above the tree-tops a slice of greenish-blue sea, over which the sun was shining redly. Below her lay wide and velvety lawns studded by well-kept flower-beds, and a wing-like parterres of rubies and amethysts set in a surrounding of emerald. Beyond the lawns rose the trees, which in a dark line stretched away to right and left, sloping up the cliffs, which they clothed and hid. It was one of the loveliest views in England, and quite unique of its kind, for the cliffs of old Albion are mostly bare of foliage; but those of Court Regna were clothed as by a rich garment. But though she appeared to be looking at it, Claire did not see it. She was absorbed in thought. For one of the most wonderful things that had ever happened to a young girl had happened to her, and although it had occurred to her a fortnight ago, the wonder and the marvel of it still held possession of her, and day and night she thought and pondered over it, sometimes asking herself whether it was really true. For a fortnight ago Lord Wharton had died, and left Court Regna with its miles of land, its substantial farms, the village of Regna, everything in the great house from cellar to garret, everything in the vast stables, from a worn-out broom to the costly horses, to Claire Sartoris. And as she stood on the balcony, with her eyes fixed dreamily on the setting sun, her half-parted lips were saying, "It is all mine. I am the mistress of Court Regna." She did not say it boastfully or gloatingly, but wonderingly, and almost sadly, as if the vastness of her possessions weighed upon her, as she felt lonely in the great house, surrounded by the dark fringe of wind-tossed trees. As she stood thus, she heard the sound of rolling wheels coming up the drive to the entrance, and with a start and a slightly heightened color, she entered the room behind her, and stood with one hand resting upon the back of a chair, as if waiting. Presently the door opened, and a footman in dark livery announced in hushed and expressionless tones, "Mrs. Lexton." A middle-aged lady with a worn face and timid eyes entered, and Claire, with a faint smile, went forward to meet her, and took her hand and kissed her. "So you have come, Mary," she said in a low voice, with a perceptible tremor in it. "Yes, Claire," said the elder woman, who was much agitated. "Of course I came directly. Why did you not send for me before? Though it was very good of you to send for me at all. Oh, my dear, how tall you have grown! And how," her voice dropped, "how beautiful!" Claire blushed slightly, but only for a moment. "I should scarcely have known you," went on Mrs. Lexton. "You have altered so." "I was only a child when you saw me last, Mary," said Claire, "and a great deal has happened since then." "Yes, yes," nervously assented Mrs. Lexton, with her timid eyes fixed upon the beautiful face, as if she could not remove them. "I am so anxious to hear it all. You must have so much to tell me." "Yes," said Claire, in a low, firm voice, which for all its firmness was like a note of music. "But you must come and take off your things. It is nearly dinner time, but you shall have your tea all the same. I will have it sent up to your room." She rang the bell. "Some tea to Mrs. Lexton's room," she said to the footman. And Mrs. Lexton watched her, as if impressed by the girl's quiet dignity and air of command. "Come," said Claire, and drawing Mrs. Lexton's arm within hers, she led her to the room prepared for her. As they went along the corridor, the elder woman looked about her and down at the great hall, not with vulgar curiosity, but with a kind of wonder on her refined face. Claire noticed it and smiled faintly, and Mrs. Lexton murmured apologetically, "I am not used to such grandeur, dear." "You will very soon get used to it, Mary," said Claire. "Sit down in that easy chair, and let me take your bonnet off for you. How tired you must be after your long journey! You are looking just the same, Mary. Just the same kind, lovable face, just as I have pictured it many and many a time. Heaven knows how often I have longed for a sight of you, and how often I have longed to write and tell you of that longing." "He would not let you write, dear?" said Mrs. Lexton, in an awed whisper. Claire turned her eyes away. "He would not let me write to anyone, nor see anyone of my old friends," said Claire. "The first day I came here, years ago, Lord Wharton told me of his wish in the matter. It was his express command that I should hold no communication whatever with those I had left." "I know, I understand, dear," said Mrs. Lexton. "How sad it must have been for you. Have you been very unhappy here?" Claire looked thoughtfully out of the window. "Not very unhappy," she said. "Scarcely unhappy at all. Sometimes it has been very lonely, for Lord Wharton would see no one. No one came here." "And you have been shut up in this great house, alone with an old man?" "Yes," said Claire. A maid in mourning, with spotless collar and cuffs of white linen, brought in the tea. Claire poured out a cup. "You take sugar, I remember," she said. The elder woman was so absorbed in her curiosity, so full of wonder at the calmness, the exquisite repose, of the solitary young girl, that she held the cup in her hand and seemed to forget the tea, though every nerve was aching for it. "Tell me everything, Claire dear," she said. "It is all so strange, seems so wonderful, that I can scarcely realize it." She looked round the expensively furnished room as if it would help her. Claire sat on the bed and leaned her arm on the broad brass rail. "When it comes to telling you, Mary," she said, "there seems, after all, so little to tell. Nothing eventful seems to have occurred since Lord Wharton sent for me 5 years ago. I remember that night as clearly as if it was but yesterday. They brought me into the library, which you will see presently, and there I saw a very old man sitting upright in a great oak chair. He looked so white that I remember I thought he must be half dead, but his eyes were full of fierce life, and I trembled as he fixed them piercingly on me." She paused a moment, as if she were recalling the scene, and Mrs. Lexton gripped the teacup nervously, and leaning forward gazed at the dreamy face. "So you are Claire," he said, "and you have come to take charge of Court Regna and me." He laughed, or his mouth shaped as if he were laughing, though no sound came. "A young mistress," he said, "let us come to an understanding. If you are to remain here, you will be good enough to forget everything that you have left behind. You will write to no one, see no one of your people. You will belong to me as a daughter belongs to a father. Young as you are, you will understand what I mean, I think, for you do not look like a fool." I said nothing, but he seemed satisfied, and he rang the bell. The housekeeper came, and he said to her, "This is Miss Claire Sartorius. She is mistress here. You will do as she tells you." You may go." That was all. From that day to this, everyone in the place regarded me as its mistress. "Claire! And you so young?" "Yes, but I soon grew old. I was free to go where I pleased, do as I pleased, as long as I was ready at his call." "He was not unkind to you, Claire?" "Not unkind," said Claire, "but not kind. He could not be. There was scarcely a moment that he was not in pain. He never complained. But it seemed to madden him sometimes, and then—" she paused. "At those times he seemed to hate the whole world, and especially those near him. And whenever the black fits were upon him, he would remind me that my future was at his disposal, and that I had no claim upon him." "My poor Claire! And yet—" "Only the night before he died he told me that he had left me nothing beyond a small income. I did not expect any more. I did not want any more. I had grown fond of him, almost to regard him as a father." Her voice dropped and her eyes became downcast. "I was sorry that he was dead. When the lawyer, Mr. Sapley, came and asked me to be present at the reading of the will, I begged him to excuse me, but he insisted, and I sat in a corner of the darkened room, scarcely listening and not understanding a word. And it was only after he'd explained to me 2 or 3 times that I understood that Lord Wharton had left me everything of which he was possessed." "Everything, Claire?" breathed Mrs. Lexton. "Everything," said Claire. "The house, the whole estate, everything." Mrs. Lexton drew a long breath. "It is wonderful," she murmured. "It is wonderful," assented Claire. "I have not even yet fully realized it. Lord Wharton himself told me that I was to expect nothing but a few hundreds a year. In moments of anger he had even threatened to deprive me of those. Never by word or sign had he given me any hint of his intention to make me his heiress." Mrs. Lexton leaned back. "And the relations, Claire?" she asked. "I do not know of any," said Claire, "excepting very distant ones, like myself. There were some at the funeral and the reading of the will; but no one came here during Lord Wharton's lifetime, and he held no communication with them. I know because I read and wrote all his letters. He saw no one but the doctor and Mr. Sapley, the lawyer, who is the agent of the estate." "It is like a romance," said Mrs. Lexton. "It is. Sometimes I think I shall wake and find it all a dream. When I am sitting by myself, alone in this great house, I often think that I hear his voice. It was harsh and hard, and you could hear it at a great distance, calling to me; and I rise and take 6 steps toward his room. Then I remember that he is dead, and that I am my own mistress, and that he will never call me again." There was silence for a minute or two. "And what do you mean to do, Claire?" asked Mrs. Lexton. "You will go away for a change? Leave here for a while?" "No, I think not," said Claire, musingly. "I have been here so long that I feel frightened at the thought of going into the world. I am like the prisoner of the Bastille, who, when they had released him, begged them to take him back to his cell." "But, my dear," remonstrated Mrs. Lexton. Claire smiled. "That is my feeling at present. It may pass in time. But for the present I will stay here. I have sent for you to keep me company, Mary. You will not feel it dull or lonely?" Mrs. Lexton laughed. "My dear Claire, how could I possibly feel dull with you, and in such a place as this? Its beauty and its grandeur makes me feel very much as Aladdin must have felt when he first saw his palace. I think if I were to remain here 20 years I should find enough to amuse and interest me." Claire laughed. "And yet you have seen so little of it," she said. "Would you like to walk round the house, or are you too tired?" Mrs. Lexton rose instantly. "It is what I am dying to do," she said, as she caught up her bonnet. They went down the broad staircase and into the hall. Claire waved her hand slightly. "Family portraits," she said. "That is Lord Wharton." Mrs. Lexton gazed with awe at the grim, stern face. "It is the last on the line," she said. "Are there no others?" She spoke almost in a whisper, as if she were in church, for the stained windows gave a dim, religious light to the vast place, and the vaulted roof resembled that of a cathedral. "There are no others after his," said Claire. She pointed out the tattered flags hanging from the roof, the men in armor, and the ancient weapons arranged in quaint patterns upon the paneled walls; and then she drew her companion through the wide doorway into the open air. They stood upon the terrace for a moment or two, while Mrs. Lexton looked at the long and noble facade in silent amazement. "I've read of such places, and seen pictures of them, Claire," she said, "but I have never imagined any places like this." "There are very few like it," said Claire absently. "But let us come into the garden." They crossed the lawn, Mrs. Lexton marveling at every step, and following a winding path through the trees mounted to the cliff, to a spot from which the trees had been cleared, and from which they could obtain a panoramic view of the sea, the coast line, and the fields and woods of Court Regna stretching far inland. Mrs. Lexton looked round for a time in speechless admiration. Then a cluster of houses built in a cleft of the rocks which formed a narrow valley running steeply to the sea caught her eye, and she exclaimed: "There is a village there, Claire. What is it?" "That is Regna," said Claire. "It is a very famous place. There is no other village in England like it. There is just one street, as you see, and it is so steep that no carriage can go down it. Most of the roadway is composed of steps. Those little dots you see moving up it are donkeys, bringing up fish from the boats which lie inside the harbor. Do you see the little pier?" Mrs. Lexton drew a long breath of appreciation and delight. "It is wonderful," she said. "It is like a picture." "A great many pictures have been made of it," said Claire. "Artists come from all parts of the world to paint it. There is not a cottage or a nook in it that has not been put on canvas. Regna is one of the show places, and in the season hundreds of excursionists flock into it. They come by coach from Thraxton, which is about 14 miles away, or by steamer. The narrow street is sometimes so crowded that one can scarcely pass. That is in the season, of course. At other times it is quiet and deserted as any other English village." "To whom does it belong?" asked Mrs. Lexton. "To Lord Wharton. I mean, to me." Mrs. Lexton stared. "To you? To you? The whole village?" exclaimed Mrs. Lexton. "Yes," said Claire calmly. "Every house. A great many of the boats themselves. Those donkeys may be mine. Certainly every inch of the land is. I do not know whether the vessels pay a toll to the pier, but if they do, it is mine. Oh, I cannot realize it, Claire." Claire smiled. "And now you can understand how I fail to realize it," she said gently. They walked on, and presently they came to another clearing, from which they could see prosperous farms dotted amongst the neatly hedged fields. "And these?" asked Mrs. Lexton. "Are mine also," said Claire. "That large farm is Westcroft, and that Low Barton, and that one over there Failby. The farm near the house, just beyond the stables, is the home farm. It supplies us with butter and cream and eggs, and costs a small fortune to keep up. Those woods over there in the distance, surely those are not yours?" "Indeed, yes," replied Claire. "The estate stretches further than you can see." Mrs. Lexton drew another long breath. "I am growing bewildered, Claire," she said. "I cannot take it all in at one view. I must come up here and look steadily at one part of it, and when I have realized that that belongs to you, I must turn to another part, and so on." Claire laughed softly. "We will go down this way," she said, "and look in at the stables. You will not have time to see the whole, but we will just walk through." They went down by a winding path, similar to that by which they had ascended, and passing under a lofty arch of stone, entered the paved stable yard. Grooms and stable hands touched their caps, and stood expectant and ready to obey Claire's command. With a word to one and the other, she led Mrs. Lexton into the stables. They were lofty, and constructed on the most approved principles, and the horses of Court Regna were better housed than many a human being. Mrs. Lexton marveled at it all, and marveled still more at the familiar and fearless way in which Claire went from stall to stall, and petted and caressed the horses. "This is my special mare," she said, drawing the sleek head of the beautiful animal down to her cheek. "You ride? But of course," said Mrs. Lexton. "I spend most of my time in the saddle," said Claire, "or driving this pair of cobs. I will take you for a drive to morrow, and you must learn to drive yourself. You shall begin with that dear old pony there. He has been petted so much that he is almost human, and, indeed, is more trustworthy than most humans." As they passed out by a door at the lower end of the stables, a gentleman came toward them, as if he had just left the house. He was an oldish man, tall and gaunt, his broad shoulders stooped slightly, and his long arms swung in a peculiar manner at his side. His face was big featured, with beetling brows, from under which gleamed small and cunning-looking eyes. The mouth was huge and coarse, though the lips were thin. He was dressed in dark and sober clothes, and looked in every inch a professional man. At sight of him, Mrs. Lexton was conscious of a feeling of repugnance, and as the small eyes darted stealthily from Claire to her, she drew back timidly. 2. He raised his hat with a smile that was at once obsequious and self-assertive. "Good evening, Miss Sartoris," he said in a subdued but harsh voice. "I have driven over to see about the lease of Westcroft. But you are engaged, I see." "My friend Mrs. Lexton has but just arrived," said Claire. He raised his hat in acknowledgment of the introduction. "I will come over to morrow," he said. "Or perhaps Mordaunt will come. He knows all about the lease." "Very good," said Claire. "But will you not stay and dine with us?" "Thank you, no, Miss Sartoris. There are one or two things I wish to see to, and I want to get back. Thank you all the same. There is nothing I can do for you? No? Then I will wish you good evening. Good evening, madame." And raising his hat again, he bowed and stood aside to allow them to pass. "Who was that, Claire?" asked Mrs. Lexton, when they had gone out of hearing. "Mr. Sapley, the lawyer and agent." "What an odd-looking man." "Odd?" said Claire. "Yes," said Mrs. Lexton, reluctantly, but as if she were forced to explain. "Don't you think he has a most unpleasant face?" "Did it strike you so?" asked Claire. "Yes," said Mrs. Lexton. "It reminded me of a serpent's. It was so broad at the top, and his eyes glittered so. But forgive me, Claire, it is like my presumption to criticize your friend so harshly, and within a few hours of my arrival, too." Claire smiled. "I don't know that Mr. Sapley is exactly a friend of mine, Mary," she said. "The Sapleys have been agents to the estate for so many years, and Lord Wharton placed the fullest confidence in him, though he never made a friend of him. But he made no friends of anyone. And you did not like Mr. Sapley's face?" Mrs. Lexton gave a feminine little shudder. "It isn't of any consequence, Claire," she said. "I suppose he is not particularly pleasant looking, but I have got used to him, and his countenance doesn't impress me as it has impressed you. Use is everything." "Who is Mordaunt?" asked Mrs. Lexton. "His clerk?" "No, his son," replied Claire indifferently. "I have seen very little of him. He has just come from Oxford, I believe." Mrs. Lexton gazed at her companion in a half-bewildered way. She remembered her a girl, all legs and wings, stooping over an exercise book in a cheap seaside lodging, and the change, not only in Claire's circumstances, but in her form, face, and manner, confused the timid woman. As they re-entered the house by a door opening into the back hall, a bell rang somewhere above them. "That is the dressing bell," said Claire. "You will not need to make an elaborate toilette, Mary. We are, of course, quite alone. Can you find your way down to the drawing room? See, this is it. Or shall I come and fetch you?" When Mrs. Lexton came down, she found Claire awaiting her in a drawing room of vast proportions, and decorated in dull white and gold, with furniture and hangings of amber and sea blue. The room was magnificently striking, but Claire was still more striking as she stood by the window looking at the falling sun. Her maid had, perhaps in honor of the visitor, clothed her in a plain but rich black silk, the soft texture of which draped her graceful figure to perfection. The maid had also fastened a diamond ornament in the dark hair, and placed a red rose in the bosom of the dress. Claire was quite unconscious of the effect she produced; indeed, she scarcely knew what she wore, as she came forward, quite simply, and drew her friend's arm through hers as the butler announced dinner. The dining room was not particularly large, but it was famous for its old oak and its pictures and plate, and impressed Mrs. Lexton even more perhaps than any other part of the house had done. The dinner was not an elaborate one, as dinners go nowadays, but its courses seemed endless to the faded woman, for whom a chop or a sole had hitherto amply sufficed for her principal meal, and the noiseless ministrations of the stately butler and the two tall footmen made her for a time nervous and constrained. But aided by Claire's quiet and perfect self-possession, Mrs. Lexton succeeded in dispelling her feeling of shyness, and the two friends talked freely and enjoyed their meal. But all through it Mrs. Lexton's wonder at the change in Claire remained with her. When they returned to the drawing-room Claire took her by the arms and gently forced her into a deep-seated chair. "Now you shall rest, Mary, and I will play to you," she said. "I must have tired you out with my talking." Mrs. Lexton leaned back in the luxurious chair with a sigh of content, and Claire went to the piano. As she played softly she was thinking of the past, which the presence of this middle-aged cousin of hers had brought back so plainly. She had been left an orphan in Mary Lexton's charge, and had been brought up by her until the day Lord Wharton had suddenly remembered his very distant relation, Claire Sartoris, and had sent for her. She went on playing for a time, almost forgetful of her auditor, and when she presently looked round she found that Mrs. Lexton had fallen asleep. She rose softly, and stood looking down at her for a moment or two, then she went to the open window and stood gazing over the lawns. It was still light, a rosy light from the sunset, and Claire, taking a small Indian shawl from a chair, put it over her head, gypsy fashion, and went down the steps into the garden. She wandered slowly between the flower beds, picking a blossom now and again, intending to make a posy for Mrs. Lexton, who was passionately fond of flowers. And with a bunch in her hand she strolled aimlessly along the smooth path toward the wood, which ran to the verge of the garden. The shadowy coolness under the trees tempted her to enter, and she passed into the twilight made by the thick overhanging boughs. A little way into the wood was a small arbor, raised above the path by a mound, and she went into it and sat down and began to arrange the flowers. She had not been there many minutes when she heard footsteps, and looking down, she saw a young man walking along the path in the direction of the house. He was not a bad-looking young fellow, and wore a riding suit not altogether ungracefully, though he did not carry his head very well, and was rather round-shouldered. Claire knew him. It was Mr. Mordaunt Sapely. As he came abreast of the arbor he stopped, and looking round whistled and called, "Trap! Trap!" And Claire, bending forward, saw a fox terrier pup playing amongst the brake at a little distance. It was so engrossed in sniffing out the rabbits that it either did not hear its master's call or ignored it; and Claire saw Mr. Mordaunt Sapely's face grow impatient and then angry. At that moment Claire was struck by a certain resemblance in the son's face to his father's. She had always thought, if she had thought about it at all, that Mr. Mordaunt was rather good-looking; but at that moment he looked ugly and repellent. He called the pup 2 or 3 times, and with an oath. The dog came at last, came cringingly. Mordaunt picked it up by the scruff of its neck, and holding it aloft, lashed it cruelly with his riding-whip. The wretched little animal shrieked piteously, and Claire, crimson with indignation, sprung to her feet, and had gained the door of the arbor with the intention of rushing down to rescue the dog, when someone sprung from the opposite bank, and alighting almost on the top of Mr. Mordaunt, snatched both dog and whip from his grasp, and sent him backward against a tree. Claire stood rooted to the spot, her hands clinched at her side, a thrill of womanly satisfaction and delight stirring through every vein. The newcomer was a young man of stalwart proportions, and, as he confronted Mr. Mordaunt, of more than usually imposing appearance. His face was red under a coating of tan, and a pair of brown eyes flashed with ominous fierceness into Mr. Mordaunt's small ones. With a woman's quickness Claire noticed that his tweed suit was worn and travel-stained, and that his boots were covered with dust. She waited and watched intently. The newcomer patted the dog with a gentleness which, coming after his furious onslaught, surprised Claire, and set it down. Then he bent Mr. Mordaunt's whip until it snapped in twain, and flung the pieces at the gentleman's feet. "I should advise you not to buy another, sir," he said. until you have learned how to use it, or rather how not to use it." His tone was almost a calm one, though his eyes were still flashing, and the strong-cut lips were still quivering. Mr. Mordaunt picked up his hat and glared at him. "Who the devil are you?" he demanded with suppressed passion. "And who the devil are you?" said the other, and still more calmly. "But don't trouble yourself. I'm not particularly anxious to know the name of a man who is cur enough to beat a young dog as you were beating that pup." "Damn your impudence!" snarled Mr. Mordaunt, pushing his white face forward, and clenching and unclenching his fist. "How dare you interfere with me? What right have you to interfere? The dog's mine, and I've a right to beat it if I choose, without being called to account. To say nothing of being insulted by every accursed tramp." "The dog may be yours," said the stranger, now perfectly calm, "but I question your right to beat it as you were doing, and every tramp would be justified in stepping in to the rescue. Why, you coward, you ought to thank me for letting you off so easily. You would if you knew how hard it was for me to hold my hand. Thank your stars that I broke your whip across my knee instead of across your back, as you deserved." Mr. Mordaunt's face was an excellent study for a painter who wished to portray impotent rage. You are an insolent scoundrel," he said hoarsely. "What are you doing here? You've no right here. This is private ground, and you are trespassing." "That may be," said the other, "and if you are not the owner I will apologize. If you are, please understand that I hold myself justified in trespassing anywhere to protect a helpless dog from a cowardly cad." The last word struck home, as the true word always does. Mr. Mordaunt, forgetting discretion in his fury, sprung forward with uplifted hand. The stranger waited, without moving a muscle, until Mr. Mordaunt's arm was within reach. Then he grasped it, and in an extraordinary fashion, Mr. Mordaunt Sapley found himself lying on his back, staring up at the tree, as if he had lost all interest in the affair. He had, in fact, been thrown down so suddenly and violently as to knock the senses out of him for a time. His opponent looked down at him for a minute with a grave smile, then he touched him with his foot. "Get up," he said quietly. "The next time you feel particularly anxious to strike a man, have your left ready to guard. Why, man, if I had light I could have knocked you through the trunk of that tree instead of laying you gently on your back. Get up, for heaven's sake. Here is your hat," and he rolled it forward with his foot. Mr. Mordaunt got up on his legs, they seemed rather unsteady, and glared sullenly under his brows at his opponent. I'll trouble you for your name and address. You will pay for this. You've committed a brutal assault." "That's true," acquiesced the strange young man. "We've both committed a brutal assault. On a puppy." He smiled. "But you want my name. You shall have it. It's Gerald Ware. I'm staying in the village, where you can serve me with any summons or process of the law you please." Mr. Mordaunt fumbled for his pocket-book, and with a great show of calmness proceeded to write down the name, but his hands trembled so that he dropped the pencil. And the stranger, with a half-pitying, half-contemptuous smile, picked it up for him. Mr. Mordaunt snatched it from his hand. "How do you spell it?" he snarled. "I always spell it Wayre, but you can spell it as you like. I've a notion you won't forget it." "You will hear from me," repeated Mr. Mordaunt. "I shall summon you for trespass and assault. My name is—" "Don't trouble," said the stranger. "I'm not at all anxious to know your name. In fact, the less I know about you the better I shall be pleased." "Leave these grounds," said Mr. Mordaunt. "Presently, when I've lighted my pipe," was the response. "Meanwhile, I should advise you to go home as quickly as possible, and rub your back with embrocation, or you won't be able to move to-morrow, and that would be a pity." With a stifled oath and a look of malignant fury, Mr. Mordaunt departed. The victor, left in possession of the field, seated himself on the bank, and taking out a pipe, slowly and carefully filled it and lighted it, and as carefully stamped out the match with his heel, in case it should ignite the dry bracken. Claire had stood motionless during the whole of the scene, which was the most dramatic she had ever witnessed. She stood motionless still, being naturally desirous of concealing her presence. But presently she was somewhat startled by seeing something moving at her feet. It was nothing more terrible than the poor little fox terrier, creeping up to her for protection and consolation. She stooped as softly and noiselessly as possible, and picked it up in her arms, where it nestled closely, still trembling, and pressing its soft head against her warm throat. Cautiously as she had bent down, the sharp eyes of the young man had seen some movement. He looked up, and, as he saw her standing in the half-light, a vision of loveliness and grace and dignity, his brown eyes opened to their fullest extent, and he held his pipe rigidly suspended away from his lips. Astonishment had him in thrall. Their eyes met, and the color began slowly to rise to the ivory of her face. Would he speak, come toward her? He did neither. Lowering his eyes slowly, he rose and stretched himself, with an exaggerated air of ease, as if he wished to convey to her the impression that he had not seen her. Then he put on his hat, yawned slowly, and moved away. Claire drew a long breath. If she had had any doubt about it before, the doubt was now dispelled, and she knew for certain that the man was a gentleman. Nothing could have been better done than his affectation of not having seen her. It was the perfection of delicacy. She waited a few minutes, feeling relieved and, must it be admitted, vaguely disappointed by his departure. Then, with the puppy still in her arms, she went quickly to the house. She gave the dog to a groom and told him to lock it up, and that she would see it in the morning, and then she went into the drawing-room, where Mrs. Lexton, awake from her slumber, was half nervously awaiting her. "I fell asleep, dear. I'm so sorry," she said. "But I'm very glad," said Claire. "It is the very best thing you could have done after your long journey. We will have some tea now. Or would you prefer coffee?" "It seems so rude of me to fall asleep the very first evening," said Mrs. Lexton, with self-reproach. "Have you been into the garden?" glancing at the shawl which Claire had thrown on a chair. "Yes, it is beautiful out to night." Mrs. Lexton interrupted her with an exclamation. "Claire! Your diamond ornament!" Claire put her hand up to her hair. The spray was missing. It was a valuable piece of jewelry, and for a moment she was filled with consternation, and then, desirous of relieving Mrs. Lexton's anxiety, she said lightly, "Oh, that's all right." "You took it off before you went out?" said Mrs. Lexton. "That was wise, dear." While they were at tea, a footman entered. "A gentleman wishes to know if he can see you, miss," he said. "A gentleman? What is his name?" "He did not give it me, miss. He said you wouldn't know it. He apologized for coming so late, but said it was important business, and that he would not detain you for more than a minute. He is in the library." "Very well," said Claire. She poured out another cup of tea for Mrs. Lexton, then rose, and with a glance at her hair, and that little touch which the least vain of women seem bound to bestow upon it on such occasions, went into the library. The principal actor in the melodrama of the wood was standing under the candelabra, and on the table in front of him lay her diamond spray. End of chapters 1 and 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of The Mistress of Court Regna, by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. In her surprise, Claire started slightly, and a faint color came into her face. The young man regarded her gravely, and inclined his head. Claire saw by the light of the lamp that he was good-looking, if not actually handsome. The dark eyes looked from under level brows. There was a slight wave to the short hair. The mouth was firm, and looked rather pugnacious, and the square chin carried on the impression. In short, strength spoke from the face as distinctly as it proclaimed itself in the figure. Claire noticed also a certain air of pride which belonged to face and manner. For instance, though the inclination of the head was respectful enough, there was nothing approaching the servile in it, but a kind of restraint which seemed to intimate that the young man considered himself to be in the presence of an equal. All this Claire took in, just as a camera takes in a view, in an instant, and as she stood waiting for him to speak. "Miss Sartorius," he said, and the voice, though much gentler than that in which he had spoken to Mr. Mordaunt Sapely, was grave, and not without dignity. I am Miss Sartoris, assented Claire. I have to apologize for disturbing you at so late an hour, Miss Sartoris, he said, but I found this ornament in the little wood or spinney over yonder, and guessing that it must belong to you or some lady staying at the house, I thought it best to bring it here at once. The owner would naturally be anxious about it. Thank you. I am very much obliged to you, said Claire. It belongs to me. I must have dropped it in the woods. He did not say, I saw you there, but he took up the spray and looked at it thoughtfully. They are diamonds, and of great value, I suppose, he said as he handed it to her, and his dark eyes sought hers. Claire took the ornament and glanced at it indifferently. Yes, they are diamonds, and I suppose it is of value. Then I'm very glad I found it, he said, but you'll forgive me. Must it not have been very insecurely fastened for you to have dropped it without knowing it? There is only the long hairpin to which it is attached, said Claire. Will you not sit down? She added. He declined with a slight movement of his hand. I will not detain you, he said. I was only going to say that it would be as well if you were to fasten it more securely for the future. Some man as poor but a little more dishonest may pick it up next time, and then— He smiled. Claire colored, but smiled too. I am afraid one is very careless about such things, she said, and deserves to lose them. But I didn't make the thing, and— she looked at it. I am sure I don't know how to fasten it more securely. Permit me, he said, and held out his hand. He examined the long double pin. Nothing could be easier, he said. You have only to fix a couple of small screws or nuts on the ends of these pins when you've placed the ornament in your hair. That would be a great deal of trouble, said Claire. Yes, he admitted, almost as much trouble as looking for it when it is lost. But I beg your pardon. I am presuming to offer you advice which I'm afraid is not very valuable. Claire's eloquent lips parted with a smile. I don't think it is, she said. No one could possibly fasten screws on this thing when it was once in the hair. He laughed, and it was a very pleasant little laugh, as frank as his eyes. I might have known I was presuming, he said. It was the old business of fools rushing in where angels feared to tread. My only excuse is that I meant well. He took a step toward the door as he spoke. No excuse is necessary, said Claire. It was very kind of you to make the suggestion, and I am grateful to you both for it and the restoration of my spray. Will you tell me to whom I owe my thanks? She added, with a certain timidity which made her voice sound graver than the occasion required. He stopped and looked at her steadily. My name is Gerald Ware, he said. I have to offer you an apology for trespassing, he went on. I was on the way this evening to the village, and I was tempted to stray off the footpath into the wood. I am aware that in these parts wanton trespass approaches a capital offense, but I hope you'll forgive me. Claire smiled. On this occasion the trespass was a very fortunate one for me, she said. If you had not gone into the wood you would not have found my spray. She waited a moment to see if he would refer to the quarrel with Mr. Mordaunt Sapley, and admit that he had seen her. But as he did not do so, she added, Are you staying in the village? Yes, for a short time, he said. Claire was conscious of a singular curiosity respecting him. Singular, because as a rule she felt little curiosity about anyone. You are an artist? She asked. He hesitated a moment. Well, I suppose an architect is something of an artist, he said. You are an architect? Yes, I suppose I may say so, he replied, though I have not architected much. I am studying the business. It is a good excuse for wandering about and staring at buildings old and new, hideous and otherwise. I am afraid you will not find anything very interesting in Regna, said Claire. I don't know, he said, as if he were not so certain. There's an old ruin on the hill over there which looks worth interviewing. It is St. Anne's Chapel, said Claire quickly. Of course it belonged to her. If you would like to examine it I will give you the key. The entrance gate is locked. I had forgotten the chapel. But there is nothing else, I think. No, excepting this house, he said. Thank you very much for the key. I shall be very glad to have it. Is this house interesting? asked Claire. "Oh, yes, a portion of it. It is almost unique in its way." "I did not know it," she remarked. "If you would like to examine it, to take sketches, or whatever it is you do, please do so." "You are very kind," he said, "but I'm afraid I should be somewhat of a nuisance, should I not? It is not as if the house were unoccupied." "That does not matter," said Claire. "I suppose you allude to the old wing?" "Yes," he assented. "That is almost unoccupied," said Claire, "and you are quite at liberty to examine it." "Thank you," he said again. "I should like to do so some day when there is no chance of my being a nuisance. I will wish you good night now, Miss Sartorius." They went into the hall together, and Claire suddenly remembered and said, "Oh, if you'll wait a moment, I'll fetch the key for you." She disappeared, and left alone he stood with his hands behind him and looked round the hall with the quick, comprehensive glance of an artist. Then he turned his eyes and watched her as she came down the stairs. The beauty of her face, the grace and refinement of her figure, seemed exquisitely appropriate to their surroundings. She had thrust the diamond spray into her hair, as if glad to get it back, and under this her eyes shone softly, and with a half pleased though grave expression. An old iron key hung upon her white forefinger. "There is the key," she said. "I hope you will find the chapel interesting enough to repay you for the trouble of a visit." "Thank you," he said once again. "I will send the key back." And with another "good night" he went out. Claire stood where he had left her for quite a couple of minutes. She seldom met strangers, and visitors were very rare indeed at the Court, and this adventure, for it might almost be called an adventure, was an event in her life. She recalled his face and his manner, the first so handsome, the latter so full of a kind of pride and frank brusqueness. Suddenly it occurred to her that he had been rather magisterial with her. He had scolded her, or almost scolded her. And had she not been rather too free with a perfect stranger? At the thought the colour rose to her pale face. She returned to the drawing room, and in answer to Mrs. Lexton's glance of interrogation, said, "It was someone to see me on business." She broke off with a smile. "Oh, I'd better tell you, Mary. I had lost my spray, and it was found by this young man who brought it." Mrs. Lexton laughed. "My dear Claire, you had really lost it. How lucky to get it again, and so soon! What a terrible temptation to anybody finding it! What was the young man like? What is his name?" "Oh, he is just a young man. His name is Gerald Ware." "Do you know him?" "No," said Claire. She was going to say, "I have never seen him before," but remembered the scene in the woods and stopped. "He must be very honest," said Mrs. Lexton. "That ornament must be worth a couple of £100." Claire flushed slightly. "He is a gentleman. At least I think so." Mrs. Lexton looked at her curiously. "I mean that though he was not well dressed, his clothes were not new, were well worn, he looked and spoke like a gentleman." "He is staying here, I suppose?" said Mrs. Lexton. "Yes, in the village. He is an architect, or something of the kind, and is travelling to study." She did not tell Mrs. Lexton that she had given him the key of St. Anne's Chapel, for again it seemed to her that she had been too free with a stranger, and she changed the subject. They sat and talked for some little time, and then Claire insisted upon Mrs. Lexton going to bed. After the elder woman had gone, Claire stood by the window looking out at the night; and notwithstanding the arrival of her friend, the feeling of loneliness still remained with her. She went to the piano and touched the keys softly, but all through the music she heard Gerald Ware's voice. And she was angry with herself for not being able to forget him. 4. Gerald Ware lighted his pipe and walked through the garden and down the steep village street, until he almost reached the beach; then turning to the right, he stopped before a thatched cottage inn where he lodged. An old fisherman, as round as a tub and as fat as a porpoise, sat on a seat against the cottage wall, and in a perfect bower of roses. He took his pipe from his mouth and touched his hat to Gerald. "Been for a stroll, sir?" he said. "It's a grand night for a walk." "Yes," said Gerald, and he sat down beside Captain Hawker. Nearly every man in Regna was called Captain, and tilting his head back, looked at the moonlit sea. "That's a fine house you have up on the hill, Captain Hawker," he said. "Meanin' the Court, sir," said the old man, with a nod. "Yes, it be. It's the grandest house in these parts, and we're all honest mighty proud on it." "And justifiably," said Gerald. "To whom does it belong?" "To the young lady as lives there, Miss Sartoris," said Captain Hawker. "It did belong to Lord Wharton, but he left it to her. She's the landlady of all of us, as you may say, and quite like a queen here." "Do you see much of her?" asked Gerald. "She comes down along now and again, sir, but not very often, and mostly in the evenin'. She's a very kind-hearted young lady, but a bit proud like, as she's reason to be, you may say. She ain't one of those ladies as pokes their nose into cottages with tracts and advice. Ain't familiar in any way, indeed. But she's good to the poor, and has always a pleasant word for the children." Gerald smiled. The rough picture seemed to hit off the stately girl with the clear oval face and dark grey eyes quite exactly. "And does she live in that big place alone?" he asked. "Yes, sir, at least she did, but I'm told as there is a lady come to stop with her." "Poor girl," said Gerald to himself. The captain took his pipe out of his mouth and looked at him with some surprise. "Poor, sir, did you say? Begging your pardon. She's as rich as Croesus. Simply rollin' in money." "Just so," said Gerald. "I meant that it was a great responsibility." "Ah, yes, sir," said Captain Hawker. "I see what you mean, the estate and all that. But Mr. Sapley looks after that. He's the agent as we pays our rents to, and manages the estate." At that moment a young girl came out of the cottage door, a girl with a pretty and rather delicate face, with soft brown hair, and soft brown eyes, and soft red lips. She was neatly dressed in a frock of grey merino, by no means badly made. She was Lucy Hawker, the captain's daughter. "Hasn't Mr. Ware come back, father?" she asked. "His supper is ready and spoiling." Gerald rose, and she started, and the colour flew in good honest fashion to her pretty face. "Here I am, Miss Lucy," said Gerald, "and spoiling for the supper." He entered the sitting room, upon which the outer door opened, and found a plain but well-cooked meal awaiting him. There were fresh herrings — Regna is famous for its herrings — mutton cutlets — Downshire, in which Regna is situated, is famous for its mutton — a junket, and strawberry jam. Lucy waited upon him with downcast eyes, and a timid little smile playing about the corners of her lips, as if she enjoyed his enjoyment of the fare. Now and again he spoke to her. "If you treat me so well, Miss Lucy," he said as he helped himself to a second serve of junket, "I shall never want to leave Regna." The girl flushed with pleasure. "I'm glad you're pleased, sir," she said, and her voice grew as soft as her hair, or her eyes, or her lips. "Pleased? Who wouldn't be? My dear Lucy, it's a supper fit for a prince. If you only knew what suppers I have eaten! A crust of dry bread in the Pyrenees, half a watermelon in Naples, a slice of buffalo hump in the Rockies, a basin of porridge in the Trossachs, a steak of cod in Newfoundland." "You seem to have been everywhere, sir," she said. "Very nearly," he assented carelessly. "But in no place where the cooking is better done and the attendance more charming." The girl's face blushed a rosy red as she gathered the cloth together in her hand and left the room. Gerald lighted his pipe, and leaned back in his chair with indolent content, and looked around him. In one corner of the room was an easel; a couple of guns, and as many fishing rods, stood on brackets on the wall; a small pile of books was upon a side table, upon which also stood a box of instruments used by architects. A thick mackintosh hung on a hook behind the door; waders and fishing boots stood in a corner of the room. Gerald looked at them all in indolent content. Then he drew a large and rusty key from his pocket and looked at that, and as he looked at it a vision of the pale oval face rose before him, and he thought of Miss Sartoris, the owner of Court Regna. Presently, As if the contemplation of her wealth had reminded him of money matters, he took a purse from his pocket and emptied its contents upon the table. There were 5 sovereigns, a few shillings, and a few coppers. "All my worldly wealth," he said to himself. "It will not last me long, and then Ah, well, enough for the day is the evil thereof." And he rose and went out to the rough terrace overlooking the sea and smoked the pipe, which is at once peace and contentment to the poor in pocket. About the same time Mr. Sapley sat in his den bending over some deeds and papers. He had built for himself an ugly square house on a piece of land just outside the Regna estate, so as to be well in sight of things, and he had also an office in the neighboring town. Mr. Sapley had a great many houses in the locality, and pieces and scraps of land all over the place. He had started life as an errand boy to a firm of solicitors in Downshire, had worked himself up in the usual way, and had gradually absorbed his former employer's business. Indeed, Mr. Sapley had a knack of absorbing things. It is a very useful and profitable knack. He lent money to small and struggling builders, and they got smaller and ceased to struggle. Mr. Sapley absorbed them. Not only small builders and other tradesmen, but people of more consequence went to Mr. Sapley in their difficulties, and sooner or late they found themselves in his power, and Mr. Sapley picked their bones. No one could openly accuse him of dishonesty, whatever they thought. He always went to work in a strictly legal fashion, and nightly slept the sleep of the just. It was said that he cared for no one but himself, but this was not true. There was one person in the world for whom he had an affection, and that was his only son, Mordaunt. It was for him that Mr. Sapley was hoarding up money, and in him that his ambition centred. He had sent him to Oxford, allowed him a liberal allowance, and brought him up to think himself someone of importance. And Mr. Sapley intended that Mordaunt should be someone of importance. Between the county families and a country solicitor a very wide gulf yawns. Sapley meant his son to cross that gulf, meant him to become county family himself. There was only one way of achieving this ambition, and that was by marrying into the local aristocracy. The local aristocracy would have been both indignant and amused if they had had any notion of Mr. Sapley's idea, but Mr. Sapley was cautious, and moled along underground in silence, waiting his opportunity. As he bent over his papers, most of them were headed Court Regna Estate. The door opened, and Mordaunt entered. He had washed himself, and brushed the dirt from his clothes, but there was a dark mark on his face, and doubtless several others on various parts of his body. He looked sullen and ill-tempered, and scowled as his father looked up with a "Well, Mordaunt, ready for supper?" "It does not matter much whether I am or not. There's no supper ready. This house is shamefully mismanaged. Why don't you get a decent housekeeper, and a proper staff of servants, instead of that old hag Prosser?" Mr. Sapley smiled, and showed his fang-like teeth. "Prosser's cheap, Mordaunt. The more servants, the more waste. Supper will be ready directly. Did you see Grimley?" "Yes," replied Mordaunt, "and he says he can't pay." "They all say that," remarked his father. "He says that the crops have been bad, and he has had a deal of sickness. They all say that also. I'll be sworn he has a nest egg put away on the sly, and it does not matter if he has not. There is enough stock to pay us. We must sell him up, Mordaunt." Mordaunt nodded callously as he dropped into a chair and put his legs on another. He had been to a university and associated with gentlemen, but his speech and his manners were those of the rampant cad when he was alone with his father or his equals and inferiors. It is a question whether Oxford and Cambridge do not turn out more cads and snobs than any other educational establishments, especially of late years, now that every flourishing tradesman sends his son to college to make a gentleman out of him. But his father saw nothing wrong, and looked at him admiringly. He considered Mordaunt's free and easy manners quite distinguished. "There's some papers I wanted you to glance over," he said, "but you seem tired. What's that mark on your face?" he broke off to ask. Mordaunt reddened resentfully. "Oh, nothing," he replied sullenly. "I fell down. No, I don't feel inclined to bother with anything in the way of business to-night. I suppose it's something connected with the Court estate. By the way, he went on with affected carelessness, but with a sidelong glance at his father, "why don't these infernal keepers keep a sharper lookout over the place? All sorts of bounders and ragamuffins are trespassing on the grounds. I came across one to-night, and he was abusive, the scoundrel. I took his name, but I was half a mind to give him a good thrashing. I shall summon him to-morrow." "Better not," said Mr. Sapley. "I don't think Miss Sartorius would like it." "I suppose we manage the estate, not she," said Mordaunt, insolently. Mr. Sapley pursed his lips. "Yes, that is true. But she is the mistress," and he showed his teeth. "It wouldn't do to offend her. She's very different to the old lord. You could do what you liked with him, if you only knew how to manage him, and I think I knew that." He grinned cunningly. "It's not so easy with Miss Sartorius." "She looks quiet enough," remarked Mordaunt. Mr. Sapley shook his head. "Looks are deceptive, especially with women. The girl's got a will of her own. Only yesterday she wouldn't sign the paper to eject those stiles, and she doesn't like the tourists and excursionists interfered with. Thinks the place almost belongs as much to the public as to her. No, I don't think she would like you to summon anyone for trespass." "She must be a fool," said Mordaunt, elegantly. "No, she isn't a fool," said his father, looking down at his papers with half-closed eyes, like a bird of prey peering at the mangled body of a victim. "Oh, no, she's not a fool, and the man who bought her for one would lose by the transaction. Women are deceptive, Mordaunt. You'd know that if you'd had my experience." "She's not the first woman I've seen," remarked Mordaunt, under his breath. Mr. Sapley turned his papers over with a preoccupied air, glancing covertly under his bushy brows at his son's sullen and downcast face. "She's a good-looking girl, don't you think, Mordaunt?" Mordaunt yawned. "Oh, yes, good-looking enough," he said. "How do you get on with her now?" asked Mr. Sapley in a casual kind of way. "Oh, well enough," replied Mordaunt. "She's rather too proud and starchy for me. I hate that kind of thing. She looks at me as if she scarcely saw me, and speaks to me as if I were a kind of upper servant. I'm an Oxford man, and a gentleman, and I tell you flat I don't like it." Mr. Sapley shifted uneasily in his chair. Of course," he said. "But you must make allowances, Mordy. She's not only the owner of Court Regna, but a distant relation of Lord Wharton, and one of the county families." "Yes, and she seems to remind you of it every time she speaks to you. I hate your county families. They behave themselves as if they were gods. They crow loud enough on their own dunghills. They'd sing a great deal smaller if they were up in London. They'd find their level there." "I dare say," assented Mr. Sapley. "But they are gods in their own places, and we've got to pretend to kneel and worship them, especially when we make money out of them." He touched the papers caressingly. There was a silence for a minute or two, during which Mordaunt rolled himself a cigarette, without asking permission, and blew the smoke across his father's face. "She'll be expected to make a great marriage," said Mr. Sapley. "I dare say," assented Mordaunt. "She's a very beautiful girl, with all deference to you, Mordaunt. And she's the mistress of Regna. She might aim very high." "She may aim as high as a prince," said Mordaunt, "for all I care." Mr. Sapley eyed him curiously. "It would be a very nice thing for a man to step into," he said. "Regna is almost unique in its way, and the man who married her would be quite a personage. He'd be one of the county families." "I dare say," assented Mordaunt again, with another yawn. "I wonder who it will be," mused Mr. Sapley, watching his son's face still covertly. "Miss Sartorius is a girl who would follow her own fancy. She wouldn't care who the man was so long as she liked him." Mordaunt took the cigarette from his lips and looked at his father with a little more attention. "What are you driving at, governor?" he asked. Mr. Sapley smiled mysteriously and shuffled on his chair. "I was just thinking, Morty," he said, "what advantages you have got compared with what I had. I began life in quite a humble way. I can remember sweeping out Goodchild's office." Mr. Mordaunt, the Oxford man, reddened resentfully. "What's the use of going back to all that?" he asked. "Yes, I swept out his office," continued Mr. Sapley, looking straight before him, as if he were regarding the past. "And I used to hold Goodchild's horse when he went for a ride, and touch my hat to the clients when they gave me a shilling." Mr. Mordaunt moved uneasily on his chair. "And then I got a stool at one of the desks, and addressed the letters and copied the deeds. I must have had a head on my shoulders even in those days, for I remembered what those deeds were about. I could recite some of them now. I worked my way up to confidential clerk. Old Goodchild was an easy-going fool as well as old, and he got to rely on me. He had to make me a partner. I got the business into my own hands. Then I dissolved partnership and set up for myself. Nearly all the business followed me. Old Goodchild retired on a few hundreds a year, and I took the whole of his practice." "What's the use of going over all this?" asked Mordaunt. Mr. Sapley continued, as if his elegant son had not interrupted him. "It's all nonsense to say a man struggles hard. It all came easy to me. Before I was 25, I was agent to 3 estates, and had got the practice of the whole place. Then I got Court Regna. I'd had my eye on that for a long while, for I knew there were pickings to be made out of it. Lord Wharton never interfered with anything, and I've had it all my own way." He touched the deeds again lovingly. "What's the use?" began Mordaunt, but Mr. Sapley continued. "I'm what is called a rich man, but as you said, though you meant it another way, what's the use? All the gentry here remember me sweeping out the office and holding the horses. With you it's different." "I should hope so," muttered Mordaunt dutifully under his breath. "You are an Oxford man and a gentleman. The world's open to you. You can look up boldly to things that I could never dare lift my eyes to. You'll be a rich man, Mordaunt." And the man's voice grew softly triumphant, in strange discordance with his hard vulture-like face. "There's no knowing what heights you could climb to. Why, you might—" He glanced at Mordaunt half cunningly, half fearfully. "What are you driving at?" asked Mordaunt again under his breath. Mr. Sapley pushed the papers from him with his claw-like hand, and leaned back in his chair. "There's nothing you couldn't attain to. I've made a gentleman of you. You haven't swept out an office or held horses. You've got the college manner and the college tone, and you've got some of your poor mother's good looks. It all lies within your grasp." There was a silence. Mordaunt had allowed his cigarette to go out, and it dropped from his fingers as he stared at his father's hawk-like face. "What are you driving at?" he said under his breath. "If I were in your place," went on Mr. Sapley, ignoring the question, "I should look around and seek my opportunity. You're young, and you've got or will have money. You can marry well. Here's Court Regna, for instance." Mordaunt sat bolt upright. "Court Regna?" he repeated in amazement. Mr. Sapley glanced at him with a cunning smile. "Court Regna," he repeated. "It's owned by a young girl, unmarried, and the man who marries her will step into one of the prettiest properties in England, will become one of the county families." "Me marry Miss Sartoris?" exclaimed Mordaunt, forgetting his grammar and sitting bolt upright. "Why not?" snarled Mr. Sapley, bending forward with his sharp eyes fixed on his son's wide open ones. "You are young, good-looking, and have opportunities of meeting her which few men have. If I were in your place—" Mordaunt laughed discordantly. "You must be mad, governor," he said. "Miss Sartoris wouldn't look at me. She regards me as a kind of servant. She doesn't know what I am like. She scarcely bows when we meet. She wouldn't know me outside Court Regna." Mr. Sapley showed his teeth, and hissed half contemptuously, half defiantly. "Bah! You haven't half the pluck I had. Oh, I'm not blaming you. It's the difference in the training. Faint heart never won fair lady. Doesn't the prospect allure you? To be the husband of a beautiful girl like that? To be the master of Court Regna, one of the show places of England, the world?" Mordaunt threw himself back in his chair and laughed scornfully. "You're dreaming, governor," he said. "She wouldn't look at me. I'm just the son of her agent, and no more." A dusky red overspread Mr. Sapley's face. He looked uglier than ever. "You're an Oxford man, and a gentleman," he said, "and suppose I help you." "You help me?" exclaimed Mordaunt, leaning forward. Mr. Sapley bit his lip, as if he had said too much. "Well, I might help you," he said. "Who knows? Anyway, the thing is not impossible. It is less than impossible. It is probable." Mr. Mordaunt stared at him. The young man's commonplace and rather sordid face was alive with a kind of cuteness. He had hitherto looked up to Miss Sartorius as a sort of queen. He had admired her beauty, but as a subject might admire that of an empress. She had seemed something far and away beyond his reach. And now, to be told that he might become her husband, might become the master of Court Regna, might enter the charmed circle of the county families. It took his breath away. He leaned forward, the bruise Gerald Ware had made upon his face showing plainly, his small eyes alight with the light reflected from his father's. "Do you mean what you say?" he demanded. "I mean what I say," responded Mr. Sapley. "I have had my eye on it for a long time, ever since you came home. But it rests with you. You've got all the cards, and if you play them properly you'll win. Just think of it! Master of Court Regna, and your father swept out Goodchild's office." Mordaunt rose and paced up and down the small room. "It seems impossible," he said. "How can you help me?" Mr. Sapley gathered the papers together with a sweep of his hand. "Never you mind," he said. "You'll know all in good time. If you want my advice, I say see as much of her as you can. Never mind her proud and haughty ways. They don't count." He showed his teeth. "You can pay her back for them when you're married. Go and see her on business as often as you can. Get into her confidence. That's the way I always acted. Study her likes and dislikes, and flatter her. Flatter her, Mordaunt. It's the quickest way to a woman's heart. I'll keep in the background as much as possible. Let her think that you and not me are necessary to her. She's all alone here, and you've got the first chance. Make the best use of your time, and when you've got a footing with her come to me, and I'll do the rest." He looked up at his son through eyes made into slits, and showed his fangs in an encouraging smile. Mordaunt leaned his arms upon the table, and stared at his father almost breathlessly. The prospect unfolded before him was simply dazzling. To be the husband of Claire Sartorius, the master of Court Regna! The mere thought bewildered him. Father and son regarded each other in a pregnant silence. The door opened, and an old woman thrust in her head. "Supper's ready," she said in a harsh voice. They went into the room which served as dining and drawing room, where the table was spread for supper: cold meat, cheese, and a stony-looking pie. Neither of them ate much. They were both thinking of the alluring prospect spread out before them. Presently Mordaunt pushed his plate away and rose. "I'll take a turn," he said. Mr. Sapley nodded and filled a long clay pipe, the long clay pipe which was always an eyesore to his elegant son. Mr. Mordaunt crossed the Regna ground by a side path, and went down to the pier, and descended by the stone steps to the beach. He was sheltered from observation from the village, and from everything excepting the boats at sea. He lighted a cigarette and smoked for a few minutes, then he whistled sharply, and after a few minutes there came a sound like a bird, and presently a young girl tripped quickly down the steps of the pier and joined him. It was Captain Hawker's daughter, Lucy. Mordaunt Sapley went to meet her, and put his arm round her waist, and kissed her. "I thought you were never coming," he said. "And I thought the same of you," she said breathlessly. "How late you are!" "I have been engaged on business," he said. "You heard my whistle?" "Yes," she said. "I have been waiting for it. It's well I didn't hear it before, for I had to get our lodger's supper." He drew her close to him, and smoothed the soft brown hair from her forehead. "Did you think I wasn't coming?" he said. "And was it frightening?" She nestled closer to him. "I thought you would come," she said. "But I mustn't stay long, Mordaunt. Father and the gentleman are both outside the cottage, and they may see us." He kissed her, taking his cigarette out of his mouth to do so. "Bother your father and your lodger," he said. There was a silence. The girl leaned her head on his shoulder, her eyes turned to his face. "What a lovely night, Mordaunt," she murmured. Have you spoken to your father yet?" He shifted uneasily, but smiled encouragingly. "Not yet, Lucy," he said. "There's plenty of time. What are you shuddering at?" For a shiver had run through her. "Speak to him at once, dear," she said. "Tell him tell him." "All in good time," he said easily. "I must break it to him gently. You don't mistrust me, Lucy?" "No, no," she said eagerly, as if she were trying to convince herself. "I don't distrust you, dear. But you said that you would speak to him, and I want to know. I am afraid that father will find out, that he will see, that someone will see us, our lodger." "Who is your lodger?" asked Mordaunt. "A gentleman," she replied. "A Mr. Gerald Ware." Mordaunt started. "They must not know," he said. "Not till you have spoken to your father," she agreed cheerfully. "Oh, Mordaunt, I am afraid of what he will say. Do you think he will be very angry?" Mr. Mordaunt kissed her hair, and flung the end of his cigarette into a pool left by the tide. "You've not said anything to anyone?" he asked. "I've not told anyone," she breathed, drawing herself away from him. "That's right," he said. "Don't say anything to anyone. But of course you wouldn't. It will all come right directly. I'll speak to my father." And we shall be married," she murmured, hiding her face on his breast. "Yes, of course we shall be married," he assented, fumbling for his tobacco and cigarette paper. End of chapters 3 and 4. Chapters 5 and 6 of The Mistress of Court Regna by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. The next morning Gerald climbed the hill to St. Anne's Chapel. It was a lovely morning. The sky was bright, and the sea was blue, and a breeze coming direct from Labrador made the trees round the court musical. Gerald had his sketch-book in his pocket, and his pipe in his mouth, and having had a good breakfast, and being young and strong and of cheerful spirit, was in the best of humours. The path up to the ruin wound in zigzag fashion until it came to a little lawn-like space in front of the old iron gate, which admitted to the second enclosure of the chapel itself. Gerald pulled out his key to unlock the gate, when he saw that it was heavily padlocked, and that his key was useless. The ruin looked tempting, and Gerald was rather disappointed. He walked round the railings, but they were all in good condition and not climbable, and, with a shrug of the shoulders, he sat down on a little mound and proceeded to sketch that side of the chapel which presented itself to him. While he was at work, he was asking himself what he should do with the key. Should he send it back by one of the fisher boys, or should he walk up to the court with it himself? If he did the latter, perhaps Miss Sartoris would think him intrusive, would think he wanted to force his acquaintance upon her because he had been fortunate enough to find her diamond ornament. "No, I had better send it back," he said to himself. "The less you have to do with the dames of high degree, the better, my dear fellow. You'll send the key back with a polite expression of thanks, and in the language of the classics, take your hook." As he arrived at this decision, he heard a peculiar noise down the hill behind him, and listening, found presently that it was an approaching horse. He craned his head to look, and saw a lady riding up a narrow track. It was a very narrow track, and not altogether a safe one, but the rider appeared quite at her ease, and sat her horse as if she were cantering on a level road. Gerald himself was a good rider, and he watched her with critical admiration, which changed to surprise as he saw that it was Miss Sartoris. She looked more beautiful in the young man's eyes in her well-fitting riding habit even than she had done in her evening dress of the night before. Indeed, she was grace personified as she sat lightly and firmly in her saddle, seeming part of the beautiful horse she rode. "You have plenty of pluck, my lady," said Gerald to himself as she left the narrow track, and came at a canter up the steep hill, a slip on which would have precipitated her into the depth below. Fronting the chapel, she pulled up and sat looking thoughtfully before her. The exercise, perhaps the danger, had bestowed a tinge of color on the clear ivory of her face. Her eyes were glowing rather than sparkling. And Gerald sat and watched her, absorbed in her beauty, while one could count 20. Then, remembering his manners, he rose and raised his hat. She did not start, but turned her head slowly and bowed slightly. "You have come to sketch the chapel?" she said. "Have you not been inside?" "Not yet," he said. "The fact is, the gate is padlocked as well as locked, and I can't get in." She looked at the gate with, it seemed to Gerald, a touch of annoyance. "I did not know there was a padlock," she said. "I do not know who has put it there, except it was Mr. Sapley. The ordinary lock was sufficient. And can you not climb over?" Gerald looked at the spear-headed railings. "Well, I could," he said, "but I have not too many clothes, and these would run some risk." "Is there no way of getting in?" she asked. "Only by unlocking the padlock, or breaking it," he said. "Please break it," she said. There was a faint tone of command in her voice, as if she were still rather annoyed. "Oh, it doesn't matter," he said. "Thank you. I am making a sketch of this south side." "Do you mean you have nothing here to break it with?" she asked. "Oh, no," he responded, glancing at a piece of rock. "Then will you break it, please?" There was still more of command in her voice, and without another word he took up a piece of rock and with a blow or two shattered the padlock. "Thank you," she said. "You can go in now, when you please." "I will finish this sketch first." Then, with a dread that she was going, and with a desire to keep her, "What a fine morning! That is a beautiful horse you are riding, Miss Sartorius." She drew her gauntleted hand along the horse's glossy neck. "She is a very good horse," she said. "And a clever one. She came up that steep track splendidly. It is rather a dangerous ride." "She is used to it, and I am used to her," said Claire. "So I saw," he remarked. "There are very few ladies who would care to come up that breakneck place, even on foot." Claire looked over her shoulder at the track. "I have never noticed that there was any danger," she said. She leaned a little forward in so graceful an attitude that a sudden temptation assailed Gerald. He left the chapel, and began to make a rapid sketch of her on one side of his paper. "Do you paint in oils?" asked Claire. "Sometimes," said Gerald, seizing the excuse to look at her. "You are an artist as well as an architect, then?" she said. "Did I say I was an architect? Well, I suppose I am. I've been so many things." Claire looked down at him with a veiled curiosity. She saw now in the full morning light how handsome he was. There was something in his face more interesting than regularity of features. "You've been so many things?" she repeated. He nodded. "Yes, I am what the world calls an adventurer, Miss Sartorius." "What is that?" asked Claire. "Well, in the old days it meant a soldier of fortune, a man who sold his sword to the highest bidder, one who went a-sailing in search of new lands, or somebody else's ship and treasure. It meant all sorts of romantic things. Nowadays it means a kind of vagabond, a ne'er-do-well, who gets his living in odd ways, and is always regarded as a kind of disreputable character, whom it is best to avoid." "You are not very charitable to yourself," said Claire. She spoke almost coldly to conceal her increased interest. He laughed a short and not unmusical laugh. "You asked me, and I told you the truth," he said. "I have been an adventurer, that is, vagabond, ever since I can remember. If I can only keep her sitting still another 10 minutes I shall have got her. At the early age of 15 I ran away to the sea, and worked my passage out to America in a sailing ship. So you may say that I am a sailor. Out in America I worked my way, by breaking stones, chopping wood, and similar intellectual occupations, to the mines. I worked in the mines for 2 years." "So that you are a miner," said Claire absently. "So that I am a miner," he assented, trying to indicate the exquisite wave in her hair. "Mining is not an exhilarating pursuit. There is too much 'tailings' about it." Claire leaned her elbow upon her horse's neck, and looked at him. "What are tailings?" she inquired, with a kind of reluctant curiosity. "Tailings are, so to speak, the dregs of the ore that fall at the bottom of the stamping machine, the machine that stamps out the precious metal from the rock. There still remains some of the silver in these tailings, and they have to be washed to separate the metal from them. It is a maddening, a soul-destroying occupation. I threw it up and went cattle driving. So that you may call me a cowboy." "And did you like that better?" asked Claire. "Very much," he said, beginning to sketch in rapidly the body of the horse. "It is the most delightful of all lives, spent in the open air, mostly in solitude, with the best of horses to ride, and nature an open book before you. That was life." "Why did you leave it?" she asked. Then she bit her lip, angry with herself for putting the question. She drew herself up with a sudden resolve and hauteur which she had noticed on the previous night. But he was absorbed in his stealthy work, and did not notice her expression now. "Because of a little quarrel with my employer," he said, quite frankly. "He tried to rob me of my wages earned by the sweat of my brow and very often at the risk of my neck. We settled it in the usual way." She did not ask how this time, but inquiry looked from her lovely eyes, and spoke from her mute lips. "Every little dispute over there is settled by the revolver," he said. "It is more expeditious than the law, and cheaper. He fired at me, and missed me. I then 'covered' him, as they call it, and made him count out the money on a stone half-way between us. So we parted. Then I went back to the cities, to a place called Ariona. They wanted to build a jail there. They always want a jail directly a town grows prosperous. It is an outward and visible sign of civilization. There was no one there who knew how to draw a plan out, and as I knew no less than the others, I offered. So I built the jail at Ariona, and the mayor thereof was the first prisoner. Embezzled the town funds. I architected several jails, churches, and other public buildings for other places. That's why I am an architect. But I am afraid I'm boring you." He had nearly finished the horse. "No," she said. "That was all. I had made some money, and I put it into a mine. I might as well have put it into the gutter. Then I started life again, with one suit of clothes and $2. The president of the mine, who had made a large fortune out of the same enterprises, said he was very sorry for me, and, knowing that I was a bit of an artist, said that I might paint his wife's portrait." He looked up with a smile, and though Claire endeavored to look coldly neutral, the smile was reflected in her eyes. "The lady was fat, fair, and 40. I made her slim, a beautiful blonde, and 25. She said it was lifelike, quite lifelike. Her friends said, well, I don't know what they said, but they all wanted their portraits painted by the same truthful hand. I became the fashionable painter of Gyp Sling. So that's why you can call me an artist, if you wish to flatter me." He was bestowing a few loving touches to the folds of her habit. "I might have been a Gyp Sling now, painting ladies, but, well, even the portrait painter has a conscience. Mine grew restive. I fled, leaving a portrait half finished, and took to the wilds again. I hunted with the Indians for over a year, learned their language, slept in their wigwams, and got much store of fur and hide. I was called the White Hunter because I was rather ready with my Winchester, and I had become so like an Indian that on several occasions my fellow whites, who chanced to meet me, travelers and traders, took me for the noble red man, and talked Indian or made signs." Claire drew a long breath. It was like Desdemona listening to Othello. "I fancy I should have spent the remainder of my days with those children of the forest, but one morning there happened to come a bank of clouds across the sky that looked like cliffs. I thought of the cliffs of old England, and a sudden homesickness fell upon me and took possession of me. I sold my skins and feathers to the chief, and that same night rode out of the camp and straight for the coast, and took a ship for England, and so came back to the land of my birth, which I had not seen since a boy." He tilted his hat back from his forehead and looked up at her with a grave smile. Claire only half awoke from the spell which his story had cast over her. "Doubtless you are glad to get back to your friends?" feeling that she must say something. The smile died away from his face, and it grew graver. "I should have been if I had had any," he said very quietly, "but I haven't. I knew no one in England." "Your relations?" said Claire again, reluctantly. "I have none," he said. "I never knew my father or my mother. I was brought up by a couple who had had charge of me since I was a child. It was from them I ran away. But I am quite sure I have wearied you to death, Miss Sartorius, and probably disgusted you with this choice sample of egotism. I assure you I am not in the habit of recounting my adventures in this wholesale fashion. Indeed, I don't think I ever mentioned them to anyone before." And he frowned slightly, as if he were puzzled, and rather annoyed with himself for having been so confidential. "You have not tired me," said Claire. "It has been very interesting. I do not think many men have had such a varied and adventurous life." "It's to be hoped not," he said, with a faint smile. "It does not sound altogether an unhappy one," remarked Claire. He laughed. "Oh, no." And the laugh died away, and a touch of melancholy came into the dark eyes. "It has been rather a lonely and solitary one," he said, gazing at the sketch. "Have you finished it?" asked Claire. "Yes, just finished it," he replied absently. "Will you let me see it?" she asked. It was an awkward request. He reddened slightly and looked confused. Then he said, "Certainly. One moment." He took out his penknife and rapidly cut off his sketch portrait of her, then took the sketch of the chapel to her. She bent down and looked at it. "I thought you said you had finished it," she remarked innocently. "Oh, not quite," he said. "As much as I meant to do this morning." "It will be very good," said Claire. "Thank you," he said humbly. "I will go into the chapel now and look around." Claire gathered her reins together, as if about to ride off, then she said, "Perhaps the door is locked also. I will see." She slipped from the saddle, and flinging the bridle over the railings, passed through the gate and tried the old oaken door. It was open, and Gerald, removing his hat, followed her in. She noticed the little act of reverence, and was pleased. They looked round together in silence for a moment. "It is a beautiful old building," he said, "and in wonderful state of preservation, considering its age. It is Norman." "You tell it by the arches and the lines over them," he said, "as well as by other signs. That is the effigy of a Norman knight. There are tombs here," he added, as he bent down to examine the floor. "Yes," said Claire. "Some of the Whartons are buried here. Lord Wharton was very proud of the chapel, and had great care taken of it." He poked about, pushing the grass aside and disclosing time-worn memorial slabs. "The lichen has eaten away most of the inscriptions," he said, "but some of the letters still remain. One feels them better than sees them." He passed his hand over the stone. Claire bent down on the other side of it. "Is that so?" she asked. "Yes. See," he said, "or rather, feel." Claire was much interested. She took off the gauntlet from her right hand, and passed her fingers softly over the stone, her eyes half closed. "You are feeling in the wrong place," he said. "There are no letters there. Permit me." He took her hand and guided it along the faintly marked line. As his hand enclosed hers firmly yet gently, a strange thrill ran through Claire, beginning at her finger-tips and running through her whole frame. She felt a desire to draw her hand away from his, and yet an incapacity to do so. She glanced at him through her half-closed eyes, her breath coming a little faster, her dark brows drawn into a slight frown. But he seemed quite unconscious, and quite engrossed in their strangely mutual task. "Can you feel anything?" he asked. His face was of necessity very close to hers, and its nearness confused her, and made it difficult for her to speak on the instant. At last she said, and coldly, "I think I felt a letter." "What is it?" he asked. "It is a G," she said. "Yes. And the next?" "Is it an E?" she asked. He passed his fingers over the letter and looked at her abstractedly. "You are right," he said. "And the next is an R, or a K?" she said. "It is an R. How quick you are! A woman's fingers are so sensitive. That is why they make the best fishermen, as an Irishman would say." She wanted to draw her hand away, but though she could have done so now, she did not like to do so. "The next letter has quite gone," she said, "but the next is an L and then a D." She spelled out the word as far as she had deciphered it. GER LD. She raised her eyes and looked at him. "It must be Gerald," she said. He laughed. "Yes. My name, strange to say. And yet not strange. It is a common enough name." "It is one of Lord Wharton's names," said Claire. "Yes," he said. "No doubt it is a family name, and we should find it on other tombs here." He still held her hand, as if he had forgotten he held it. She drew it away and stood upright and looked round, holding her breath for a moment, and with a faint colour mantling in her cheek, but when he looked up at her the colour had gone, and she was as cold, or rather reserved, as usual. She glanced at the watch on her wrist. "I must go," she said. "I hope you will find some interesting things to draw here." "Thank you," he said half absently. "But I don't expect I shall find anything more interesting than the sketch I took outside." And his hand slipped into his jacket pocket, where the sketch of her lay hidden. "Good morning," she said. "You will let me help you to mount?" he said, as he raised his hat. "No, thank you," she said rather quickly, without turning her head, and she passed out. Gerald Ware stood for a moment, looking at the doorway through which she had disappeared. It seemed to him that the chapel had become dark all of a sudden. He looked down at the tomb abstractedly, then he stooped and picked up something. It was her gauntlet. He held it in his palm and gazed at it thoughtfully. He could have almost fancied that it retained the warmth of her long shapely hand, whose touch seemed still to linger about his fingers. He pressed the glove against his cheek, then with a flush and an impatient exclamation he flung the gauntlet from him and turned his back on it. But a moment or two afterward he glanced over his shoulder at it. It seemed to have a reproachful expression, as if it were a sentient human thing, and with another half angry, half impatient exclamation, he strode to it, picked it up and thrust it into his bosom. There it seemed like a warm living thing, nestling against his heart. His lips grew tight and he frowned. "What has come to me?" he said under his breath. "I must be mad." 6. Claire rode down the perilous path, and long before she had got to the road at the bottom she missed her glove. She was rather annoyed at her carelessness, for gauntlet riding gloves are not to be bought in every country town. But she felt that she could not go back after it. Mr. Ware was there still. She would go back for it tomorrow morning. As she went at a gentle trot along the road that winds to the court, she saw Mr. Mordaunt Sapley coming toward her. He raised his hat and stopped as she came up with him, and Claire pulled up. "Good morning," he said, with the mixture of familiarity and respect in which he always addressed her, and which Claire did not like. "I was going to the court, Miss Sartorius. My father wishes me to speak to you about Grimley's farm. They are behindhand with their rent, and he thinks they ought to have notice to quit. He would have given them notice last week, but he fancied that you did not wish him to." "Are they very much behind?" said Claire, hesitatingly. Lord Wharton had never interfered with Mr. Sapley, who had in reality ruled the estate, and she wished to follow in Lord Wharton's path as closely as possible. But the idea of ejecting a tenant, of treating any one of them harshly, was repugnant to her. "Grimley broke his arm last autumn," she said, "and the harvest was bad. I do not like turning him out of the farm. He has been there a great many years." Her eyes grew pitiful. "I should be glad if Mr. Sapley could let him remain and give him another chance." Mr. Mordaunt Sapley looked up at her with as much admiration in his small eyes as he dared display. "You are so kind-hearted, Miss Sartorius," he said, with an ingratiating smile and the finikin Oxford drawl, which Claire disliked as much as she disliked his manner. "Of course he ought to go. A man has no right to stop on a farm when he cannot pay the rent, and we have been very lenient with Grimley. My father has to do his duty by the estate, you know, Miss Sartorius. He has only your interest at heart." "I am quite sure of that," said Claire, "and I should not venture to interfere in any way." "Oh, the place is yours," he said, coming a little nearer, and looking up at her in a way that made Claire's face grow colder and more reserved. "Your word is our law, and we are all very humble but willing slaves." Claire tried to smile. "I don't know that I require any slaves, Mr. Sapley," she said, "but you are very kind, and I shall be glad if your father can let Grimley remain." "I am sure he will," said Mr. Mordaunt, "especially as you desire it so much." He smiled very impressively, and laid his hand upon the horse's neck. She seemed to resent his touch, though she had accepted Gerald's caress willingly enough, and Claire resented it also. It was almost as if Mr. Mordaunt Sapley had laid his hand upon her arm. She drew herself up unconsciously, and her brows went straight. "Good morning," she said, with that tone which a woman uses when she draws herself aloof from the person she addresses, and with a cold bow rode away from him. The smile died away from Mr. Mordaunt's face as he looked after her, and his lips moved as if he were swearing under his breath. Then the smile came back again, though in rather a sickly fashion, for she had pulled up and looked back at him as if she wished to speak. He hurried toward her, hurried instinctively, though he would have liked to have sauntered. "I found a dog of yours last night, Mr. Sapley," she said, looking over his head. "It is locked up in the stable. The groom will give it to you if you ask for it." He reddened, and his small eyes were cast down, and then raised to her face with a slinking kind of inquiry. Had she witnessed the scene between him and Gerald Ware? But her face was like that of the Sphinx, and as she rode off Mr. Mordaunt nodded his moustache and swore again. "Curse her! She speaks to me as if I were a dog myself," he said. "She hates me, worse than hates me, looks down at me as if I were the dirt under her feet. The governor must have been mad last night when he talked as he did, stark staring mad. Yet he said he could help me. What did he mean? Oh, he must have been mad. He ought to have seen her treatment of me this morning." And he walked on, gnawing at his lip and cutting viciously at the wild flowers beside the path. At the turn of the road from which another leads down to Regna, she paused for a moment or two to look at the exquisite view. Here the cleft in the rock in which the village lies opens out like a funnel, and a triangular piece of the sea is visible. It glowed like a sapphire this morning, the fishing boats dancing on an ocean of jewels. "If I were an artist, like Mr. Ware, I should like to paint that," said Claire to herself. As she was about to ride on, a girl came out from a meadow gateway, and stood with her hand shading her eyes, looking up the road down which Claire had ridden, and up which Mr. Mordaunt had gone. It was Lucy Hawker, and Claire, who knew and liked the girl, called to her softly. Lucy had not seen Claire, and as she heard her name she started with a vivid blush, and seemed about to shrink back into the meadow again. Then she stopped, with her hand pressed against her bosom, and her breath coming fast. Claire rode up beside her. "Good morning, Lucy," she said. "How startled you look. Did I frighten you?" "Oh, no, miss," said Lucy, dropping a curtsy. "That is, yes, you did startle me a little. I thought it was somebody else." Claire smiled and looked at her with friendly admiration. In her pretty print frock and cotton sunbonnet, Lucy made a charming picture of rusticity. "Whom did you think it was?" she asked. Lucy fumbled nervously with the strings of her sunbonnet, and looked as if she were confused. She had thought it was Mr. Mordaunt Sapley, but she could not say so. She was asking herself, in a nervous tremor, whether Miss Sartorius had seen Mordaunt Sapley parting from her a few minutes ago. A sudden idea struck her. "I thought it might be Mr. Ware, miss," she said. The smile still lingered on Claire's face, but a slight colour also rose to it. "Mr. Ware?" she said, and there was a touch of coldness in her surprise. "Yes, miss," said Lucy, regaining her composure somewhat, but still blushing under the regard of Claire's violet eyes. There was something magnetic in those wonderful eyes of Claire's, and Lucy felt as if they were reading her secret; so as she answered, the blush still came and went. "Mr. Ware, the gentleman who lodges with us." "Oh," said Claire, "I did not know that he was staying at your cottage. And you were looking for him?" "Yes, miss," replied Lucy, looking down, and working the toe of her neat but serviceable boot into the grass. I wanted to tell him that his lunch was ready. I thought he might be painting somewhere near at hand." "He is sketching up at the chapel," said Claire, a little coldly. She could not account for the girl's evident confusion. "I hope he is a good lodger," she added aimlessly. "Oh, yes, miss," said Lucy with enthusiasm. "He's the best we ever had, so kind and thoughtful, and he gives so little trouble, and he's so pleased with everything. Father says it's quite a pleasure to have a gentleman like him at the cottage. There's many that comes, tourists and such like, as calls themselves gentlemen, but they're not real gentlemen like Mr. Ware." "I am glad you have so satisfactory a lodger," said Claire. "You've not been up to see me lately, Lucy?" Lucy had been in the habit of coming up to the Court now and again, bringing fish or mushrooms, and Claire had often taken her round the garden, and filled her emptied baskets with flowers. Lucy looked from right to left, with a little troubled expression in her eyes, then cast them down, and dug at the grass nervously. "Having a lodger has kept me busy, Miss Claire," she said, with a little catch in her voice. "I see," said Claire. "Well, you must come up as soon as you can. I have some new flowers to show you." "Thank you, miss," said Lucy timidly, and with a suppressed sigh. "You will find Mr. Ware up at the chapel," said Claire, and with a nod and a smile she rode on. Lunch was on the table when she got home, and Mrs. Lexton awaited her. Claire sat down in her habit. "I hope you've not been dull, Mary," she said. "Oh, no, dear," replied Mrs. Lexton. "It sounds rude, but I have scarcely missed you. I've been wandering about this lovely place, and trying to persuade myself that it is all real. It is like a beautiful picture. I haven't seen half of it yet." "We will make a tour of inspection after lunch," said Claire. Mrs. Lexton looked at her admiringly. "And I have not quite persuaded myself that you are real, Claire," she said. "How well you look. Did you have a nice ride?" "Yes," said Claire, rather absently. She was asking herself whether she should tell Mrs. Lexton about her meeting with Gerald Ware. Then, ashamed of her hesitation, she said quickly: "I have had quite an adventure this morning. I went up to the chapel on the hill, and met Mr. Ware, the gentleman who found my spray last night. He is an architect," she smiled, "and ever so many other things, and he is sketching the chapel." "Oh," said Mrs. Lexton, with placid interest. "Is he a clever young man?" "Yes, I think so," said Claire, with an indifference which she felt was assumed. "I only saw a part of a sketch which he had made. Shall we go for a drive this afternoon, or would you like to wander about the grounds, Mary?" Mrs. Lexton said that she would rather see something more of the house. "I feel that I want to know it as soon as possible," she said. Claire laughed. "Your enthusiasm is quite catching, Mary," she said. "Although I have been here so many years, there are some parts of the house that I have not been into. A portion was always kept closed during Lord Wharton's life, and since his death," her voice dropped, "I have felt no desire to penetrate into it. The inhabited part is quite huge enough for one person, and I am glad you have come, Mary, to share it with me. Wait till I have changed my habit, and we will start while your enthusiasm is still hot." She exchanged her habit for a dress of plain white merino, whose black sash made it a significant mourning, and they went into the ground and toward the wing which Gerald Ware had spoken of on the preceding night. Here the walls were closely covered by ivy which had partly overgrown some of the windows. With its arched doorway and diamond panes, the wing looked very ancient and somewhat weird. "How exquisite!" exclaimed Mrs. Lexton. "And this part is unoccupied?" "Yes, and has been for years. I think the rooms have been left undisturbed since the time of Lord Wharton's grandfather. The village folk say that it is haunted, and that figures of the usual vagueness and whiteness are seen to pass the windows. I believe that a murder was once committed in one of the rooms." "How delightful!" said Mrs. Lexton, with a shudder. "We can get in, I suppose?" "I have brought some old keys with me," said Claire, "and I am hoping that one will fit. Yes, this is the one. How stiff the lock is!" The key turned after some pressure, and the door creaked back on its hinges. They entered a small passage with an old worm-eaten stair at the further end. Dust lay thick everywhere, and to Mrs. Lexton's consternation a mouse, as much startled as she was, scampered across the oak floor. They opened the doors leading to the ground-floor rooms, and found themselves in spacious apartments furnished in old-world style, and with the dust as thick as in the hall. Claire looked around her curiously, and Mrs. Lexton held her breath. "I can quite understand the village people's belief," she said. "The place feels haunted. What magnificent furniture! Claire, it is a sin to leave it here, neglected and going to ruin." "Let us go upstairs," said Claire. They went up to the upper floor. It was as fully furnished as the rooms below. One was a bedroom, with the hangings to the bed in rents torn by the hand of time. A satin coverlet lay across a chair, as if it had been thrown there the night previous. "The murder may have been committed in that bed," said Mrs. Lexton in an awestruck voice. "Let us come away." They went into the opposite room, and Mrs. Lexton uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Why, this has been used lately," she said. It was furnished as a sitting-room, with old oak furniture and dark maroon hangings. There were pictures on the walls, and ashes in the grate, and the dust was not nearly so thick as it was in the other rooms they had visited. "See, Claire, someone has been writing at this bureau," said Mrs. Lexton. "Here is the pen, and some torn paper." "I do not know who could have used it," said Claire, "unless it was Lord Wharton; and I do not know why he should come here. The door must lead to the inhabited part of the house. He could come in here through that." As she indicated the door, Mrs. Lexton started and gripped Claire's arm. "What is the matter?" asked Claire. "There is someone moving behind that door." They both stood motionless and listened. Mrs. Lexton went pale. Claire heard a faint noise, and the door opened slowly. Mrs. Lexton emitted a faint scream. The door opened wider, and Mr. Sapley appeared. He started at the sight of them, and a curious look passed over his face. Then he bowed, and his large mouth twisted into a smile. "Miss Sartoris," he said. Claire had regained her self-possession in a moment. "You frightened us, Mr. Sapley," she said. "I thought no one came here." He looked at her sharply with his small eyes. "No one does," he said. "But I was told that a part of the wing was falling to ruin, and I thought I would look to it. I am disturbing you. I will go, and come another time." "No, please," said Claire. "I should like to see the part you speak of." Mrs. Lexton had drawn back behind her. Mr. Sapley's peculiar physiognomy impressed her more unpleasantly even than it had done the night before. "Certainly," he said obsequiously. "It must be at the further end. If you will follow me." They followed him downstairs and into the open air. Mrs. Lexton drew a breath of relief, and even Claire was glad to get into the sunlight. Mr. Sapley looked up and down the wing, and poked about with his stick. "Yes, it is bad," he said. "I think it had better be seen to at once. The whole of this part ought to come down and be rebuilt. It ought to have been done before. It will require some care. I will get an architect from Exeter or from London." At the word architect, a thought flashed through Claire's mind. "I know an architect who will do it," she said. Mr. Sapley turned his eyes upon her sharply. "You know an architect?" he said, as if he were off his guard for a moment. Then, recovering himself, he smirked. "Who is he, Miss Sartoris? I hope he is a good one. It will need some skill." Claire looked straight before her with a look of decision which Mr. Sapley had learned to know and hate. "His name is Gerald Ware," she said, "and he is staying in the village." Mr. Sapley started slightly, and his small eyes turned inward as if he were trying to remember something. "Certainly," he said. "Anyone you wish, Miss Sartoris." End of chapters 5 and 6. Chapters 7 and 8 of The Mistress of Court Regna, by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Gerald was sitting at breakfast the second morning after his meeting with Claire at the chapel when Lucy entered with a letter. "For me?" he said, looking up from his plate in some surprise, for there was no one from whom he expected a letter. "Yes, sir," said Lucy. "A boy has just brought it from Mr. Sapley's." She flushed a little, and looked down as she spoke the name. "Oh?" said Gerald queerly. Perhaps it was the summons for trespass. He opened the letter, and his grim smile changed to one of astonishment. The note was a short one, and intimated that Mr. Sapley would be glad if Mr. Gerald Ware could meet him at the court at 12 o'clock that day, to confer with Mr. Sapley respecting some proposed repairs to the building. If that hour would be inconvenient, perhaps Mr. Ware would name another. Gerald laid the note on the table and gazed at it reflectively. Though the letter had come from Mr. Sapley, the agent, Gerald knew, or rather felt, that it had been ordered by the mistress of the court. How should Mr. Sapley know that he was an architect, or, knowing it, be willing to employ him? Should he go? Prudence whispered, "Send a polite refusal. It will be better for you not to see any more of the Miss Sartoris, whose glove you have got hidden in your waistcoat pocket, just over your heart. Indeed, it will be wise of you to pack up your few belongings, and depart from Regna for some distant clime, as distant as possible." But at Gerald's age, prudence is not often listened to. The prospect of doing anything to the court, the thought of the few pounds which remained in his purse, tempted him to accede to Mr. Sapley's concise but polite request. "Anyhow, I'll go and see what he wants," he said. "Beggars ought not to be choosers, and if I don't like it I can say no. There will be no harm done." He found the boy who had brought the note sitting in a ramshackle room which was attached to the cottage, and formed the inn part of it. "Tell Mr. Sapley all right. I will be there," he said. Then he went to his room and put on his best suit, got his box of drawing instruments, and a block of cartridge paper, and went out. It was much too early to present himself at the court, and he made a round of it, thinking deeply as he went. He had no idea of what was wanted, or whether he would be man enough for the job; but he had never lacked confidence, and it did not desert him on this occasion. As he strode along he stopped now and again to look round him, at the village lying in the clefts of the rocks, at the prosperous farms, at the thick woods and fertile uplands, and reminded himself for about 20 times that they all belonged to this young lady who had sent for him, that she was rich and a power in the land, and that he was a poor devil of an adventurer upon whom she had taken pity. She had been so friendly with him up at the chapel that he had been inclined to forget the difference between them. He must be on his guard against forgetting it for the future. As the stable clock struck 12 he went up the terrace steps, and was met by the butler at the hall door. "Mr. Ware, sir?" he said interrogatively. "This way, please." And he led Gerald into the library. Mr. Sapley was seated at the table, and he rose and looked at Gerald with a keen scrutiny in his small eyes. Now he had intended to treat this unknown young man with a curt kind of condescension, with the patronizing manner with which Mr. Sapley's kind only barely veil their insolence; but there was something in Gerald's manner and countenance which made Mr. Sapley pause. Gerald did not look the kind of man to submit to insolence, however veiled; and there was something in the calm, grave regard of the eyes, something in the self-possessed bearing of the strong and graceful figure, which made Mr. Sapley lower his eyes and shuffle his huge flat feet uneasily. "Mr. Ware, I presume. Will you take a seat?" "Thank you," said Gerald, and he sat down. At the sound of his voice Mr. Sapley started slightly, and glanced at him with a keener scrutiny. "Miss Sartoris, whom you have met, I believe," he put the question as if he were assured of an affirmative, "desired me to write to you respecting some repairs that are required in the old part of the court. You are an architect, Mr. Ware?" "Yes," said Gerald. "I ask you because I do not find your name in the directory." "It isn't there," said Gerald. "I am not a member of the Institute, or, indeed, a recognized member of the profession," he added frankly. Mr. Sapley looked at him with a mixture of suspicion and satisfaction. "That is rather awkward, Mr. Ware," he said. "The work we wish to consult you about is rather a delicate business. It is the restoration of an ancient part of the court, and requires some technical knowledge and skill. I am afraid Miss Sartoris did not know that you were not a regular professional." Before Gerald could answer, the door opened, and Mordaunt Sapley entered. He stopped short as he saw Gerald, and his face grew red and ugly with malice and resentment. "This is Mr. Ware, my son, Mr. Ware," said old Sapley. Gerald, as he bowed, regarded Mr. Mordaunt without a sign of recognition, but Mordaunt's face grew redder and more sullen. "Mr. Ware tells me that he is not a professional architect," remarked Mr. Sapley. Mordaunt looked over Gerald's head. "Then that settles the business, I should think," he said with a covert sneer. "We couldn't think of entrusting important work to an amateur." "I am scarcely an amateur," said Gerald, addressing the father. "I have done work and been paid for it. That removes me from the category of amateur, does it not?" "What work?" asked Mr. Sapley. Gerald mentioned his jails and other buildings. "Abroad on the other side of the world," said Mordaunt, lounging against the window and eyeing Gerald with an affectation of contempt. "Have you done nothing in England?" asked Mr. Sapley. "Nothing," said Gerald quietly. Mr. Sapley's face grew clearer, and his manner a little more pompous. "I am afraid that we could scarcely give you the commission under the circumstances," he said. "We have no evidence of your capacity." "Very good," said Gerald, and he rose. "I think you're acting quite reasonably, and I don't complain. Indeed, I am much obliged to you for having given me the chance. Good morning, gentlemen." Mr. Sapley rubbed his chin and glanced at him hesitatingly, but did not speak, and Gerald had nearly reached the door when it opened and Claire stood on the threshold. She looked very tall and statuesque in her white frock, and Gerald, as he drew back slightly, felt his heart give one throb of admiration. She looked from one to the other, then bowed to him. He noticed that she did not give him her hand. "Good morning," she said calmly. "Is the business finished already?" And she looked inquiringly at Mr. Sapley. "It is, Miss Sartoris," said Gerald, with a faint smile, which, however, did not conceal his disappointment. "Mr. Sapley does not consider that I have experience, reputation enough for this work, whatever it is, and I have no right to complain of his decision. It was very kind of you, of him," he corrected himself quickly, "to send for me." A faint color rose to Claire's face as she stepped into the room and stood by the table. "There must be some mistake," she said, and she looked at Mr. Sapley with the expression of reserve which almost amounted to hauteur. "Have you told Mr. Ware what is necessary to be done, what is required?" Mr. Sapley drew his beetle brows over his eyes. "No," he said as curtly as he dared. "Mr. Ware has not been here 5 minutes. I asked him a few questions as to his experience, usual questions, and he admitted that he had done nothing of the kind in England, and appeared to agree with me that the work ought to be entrusted to a responsible architect." Claire glanced at Gerald, who offered no contradiction of Mr. Sapley's statement. "But Mr. Ware has not seen the part of the building that requires alteration, repair," she said, half interrogatively. "Had you not better see it before you decide?" And she turned to him. "I shall be very pleased," replied Gerald. "Very well, then," she said, with a woman's impatience and impulsiveness. "It would be better for us to go and see it, instead of wasting time talking of preliminaries." Mr. Sapley's face darkened for a moment, then put on his obsequious smile. "A very good suggestion, Miss Sartoris," he said. "I was just about to make it when you came in, but Mr. Ware caught me up, so to speak. We will go and see the wing at once. This way, Mr. Ware." Claire passed out of the room, but paused in the hall. "I will go with you," she said, and she went up the stairs for her hat. The 3 men went out, Mr. Mordaunt, at whom Claire had not even glanced, bringing up the rear, and eyeing the back of Gerald's head with sullen hatred. He had "got himself up" in an expensive and beautifully fitting riding suit, and as he regarded himself and compared his clothes with Gerald's well-worn ones, he was filled with an amazed resentment that Claire should have bestowed all her attention on this stranger, and left Mr. Mordaunt Sapley unnoticed. Who was the fellow, and why was she so friendly toward him? Why didn't she let the beggar take himself off? "This is the wing," said Mr. Sapley acidly and pointing to it with a claw-like finger. "It is a very fine specimen of early English," said Gerald. "Yes," assented Mr. Sapley insolently, "and ought not to be spoiled by ignorant patching." "You are right," said Gerald cheerfully as he examined the weak places. "I should think a great portion of it, from that window, say, ought to come down and be rebuilt. The old plan might be even improved upon." Mr. Mordaunt sneered. "That would require a first-class architect," he said. Gerald nodded with a pleasant frankness, which was more indicative of his contempt for Mr. Mordaunt's opinion than any words could have been. "Quite true," he said. "The question is, whether I am architect enough." As he spoke, Claire came down the terrace and joined them. "Well?" she said, addressing no one of them in particular, but Gerald turned to her. "A greater part of this wing should be rebuilt, Miss Sartorius," he said. "I cannot say how much until I have made a minute examination. I will do so if you wish, and I will make the drawing of the rebuilding I should recommend. If you approve of the plan, and desire to employ me, I shall be glad to do the work. If not, well, there is no harm done, and Mr. Sapley can send for an architect of repute. There are plenty who would be delighted with such a commission as this." He spoke pleasantly and frankly, but his tone was quite different to that with which he had talked to her 2 mornings ago. It was as if he wished to mark the difference between them, to indicate that he was sensible of the fact that she was his employer and he her servant. Claire kept her eyes fixed on the building. She noticed the alteration in his manner. "That is a very fair offer, Mr. Sapley." "Oh, very fair," he assented sourly. "You bind yourself to nothing, of course, Miss Sartorius." "Of course," said Gerald emphatically. "It does not sound quite fair, after all," said Claire, still looking at the building. "If I should not like the plans, Mr. Ware will have had all this work for nothing." "I shall be quite content," said Gerald quickly. "Frankly, I am hoping you will like the plans. Anyway, I shall be delighted to seize the opportunity of studying the old work." Mr. Sapley's brows went up and down. "Then that is settled," he said dryly. "Yes," said Mordaunt with his Oxford drawl. "Perhaps Mr. Ware will have no objection to putting his proposal in writing." The color rose to Claire's face, and she seemed about to speak quickly, but before she could do so Gerald said, "Quite so. That is only right." "And give us a couple of references," added Mordaunt, staring beyond Gerald. Gerald looked at him. "References?" he said quietly. "I am afraid I cannot do that." "It is usual," said Mordaunt, with a still more pronounced drawl. "I know no one in England to whom I could refer you as to my respectability," said Gerald gravely, but with no sign of resentment. "Surely," began Mordaunt with a faint sneer. But Claire turned to Gerald quickly. "It is quite unnecessary," she said. "We are not afraid that you will run away with the old wing, Mr. Ware." Gerald inclined his head, perhaps to hide the swift look of gratitude which flashed into his dark eyes. The 2 Sapleys exchanged glances, and then stared at the ground. "How soon can you commence?" asked Claire, trying to speak in a matter-of-fact way. "At once. I have nothing to do." Mr. Mordaunt smiled significantly. "And I am eager to begin." "Very well," she said, as if the matter were settled. "Please get on with it as quickly as possible. The old building may be dangerous. Good morning, and thank you." She inclined her head, and moved away from them, and the Sapleys stood rather awkwardly staring at the building. Then Mr. Sapley cleared his throat. "I don't know that there is anything else to arrange, Mr. Ware," he said, with the air of a man who finds it difficult to be civil. "Of course it's very irregular, but Miss Sartorius," he shrugged his heavy shoulders, "Miss Sartorius is—" "Impulsive and confiding," put in Mordaunt. "Well, she is responsible, not we." Gerald made no retort to this pleasant remark, but pushed his hat from his brow, and contemplated the wing with an absorbed air, as if he were already at work at his plans. "I think you said you knew no one in England, Mr. Ware," said Mr. Sapley in a dry, suspicious tone. "No one," assented Gerald, quite cheerfully. I have been abroad all my life. The wing seems quite uninhabited." "It is." "Abroad? What part, may I ask?" said Mr. Mordaunt insolently. Gerald took out his pocket-book and jotted down a memorandum before replying, and Mr. Mordaunt's face, while he was being kept waiting, grew red with suppressed rage. "America," said Gerald at last. "Rather a large address," sneered Mordaunt, taking out a cigarette. "Isn't it?" said Gerald, with a pleasant smile. "Mr. Sapley, shall I find a ladder about the premises? I want to get on to the roof." "Yes, in the stable yard, no doubt," said Mr. Sapley grimly. "Thanks," said Gerald, in the most cheerful way. "Then I'll go and look for one." And he strode off, humming "The Soldier's Chorus" from Faust. Father and son looked at each other. "What the devil does it mean?" demanded Mordaunt, with suppressed fury. "She must be mad to trust this fellow, a complete stranger for all she knows, a common thief and a swindler, with such work. He ought not to be permitted near the court. I say he may be a common thief and swindler for all we know. She must be mad. Why, she seems to have taken a fancy to the beast." Mr. Sapley shook his head. "That's not likely," he said, as if he were speaking to himself. "She's too proud. It's just a whim. And between you and me, Morty, we're to blame for the way things have gone. We were too sharp for him before her. You put your foot in it, asking for references." Mordaunt turned upon him with a currish snarl. "That's right, blame me, of course," he said. "I tell you it wouldn't have mattered what we had done or said. She had made up her mind to employ him. She had taken a fancy to the fellow." Mr. Sapley shook his head. "No," he said reflectively. "But it doesn't matter." "Doesn't matter?" echoed Mordaunt, with a sneer. "No," said Mr. Sapley, his brows well over his eyes, his underlip projecting with an expression half resolute, half threatening. "It doesn't matter. Don't you be afraid, Mordaunt. You keep your eyes open and wait. Wait. I'll give her rope enough." His voice died into an incoherent mutter as he turned and walked away, with bent head and scowling brows. 8. Gerald went round to the end of the house in search of the stables. He quite understood the Sapleys' antagonism to him. A man you have knocked down doesn't generally love you. But Gerald was not much concerned, and felt that he could hold his own against both father and son, especially if Miss Sartorius stood his friend, as she had done this morning. How lovely she looked in her plain white frock, and how proud and reserved! He thought of Diana and several other goddesses, then pulled himself up short. "What you have to do, my friend, is to restore the wing of Court Regna, not moon about the beauty of its mistress." On his way to the stables he came upon a tiny cottage. It was quite a surprise to him, for it was almost hidden in a little shrubbery. It stood in a miniature garden all aglow with flowers, and was so pretty an object that Gerald, artistic-like, stopped to admire it. As he did so, a little girl, leading an old woman by the hand, came out. At sight of Gerald they paused on the threshold, the girl bobbed a curtsy, and the old woman, screening her eyes with a trembling hand, peered at Gerald for a moment, then curtsied and murmured something inaudible. "I don't know, Granny. It's a stranger," said the girl shyly. Gerald raised his hat, and seeing that they were making for a rustic seat, drew it forward into the sun for them. The girl thanked him with downcast eyes, and the old lady watched him intently, and her lips moved again. "Thank you, my lord," she said in a thin voice. "You are quite welcome," said Gerald gently. "But I am afraid you mistake me for someone else. I am not a lord, worse luck." The old woman listened intently, and a smile flickered over her face, an eager, wistful smile which touched Gerald. "Your lordship is very kind," she quavered. "I trust her ladyship is well. I have not seen her of late." "Whom does she take me for?" Gerald asked of the little girl. I don't quite know, sir," she replied shyly. She is very old, and often doesn't quite know what she says." Gerald nodded, and raising his hat again with his pleasant smile, passed on. One of the pensioners of the court. An old servant, no doubt, he thought. He went into the stable yard, and inquired of one of the men for a ladder. He was grooming a horse, and touched his hat respectfully as he answered. "There's one at the back of the yard, sir. I'll get it." "No, no," said Gerald, "I'll get it. Don't leave your horse. They hate being left in the middle of their toilette." "So they do, sir, so they do," said the man, with no abatement of his respect. "It isn't every gentleman that understands that." "I've had a great deal to do with horses," said Gerald. "That's a good mare." The man beamed with pleasure. "It's Miss Sartoris's," he said. "Yes, she's almost human, as you may say, sir. Miss Sartoris pets her, and horses are quick to catch at kindness, ain't they, sir? I'll get the ladder for you almost in a minute." "No, you go on. I'll manage it," said Gerald. He found the ladder, and though it was a good weight, got it on his shoulder, and set off with it. The man eyed him with approval. "That's a gentleman anyhow, Bess, for all he ain't above carrying a ladder," he remarked to the mare, and she pricked up her ears and tossed her head in assent. Gerald carried his ladder round to the front of the wing, and mounted to the roof. As he had expected, he found it in a very bad condition. It would all have to come down. He stood with one foot on the parapet, looking at the view, not knowing that Claire and Mrs. Lexton were looking at his tall figure standing out against the background of the blue sky. When he came down again he set to work taking measurements, and then, feeling in the vein, took his pipe, and seating himself on the grass made a rough experimental sketch or two. Fortunately for him, he was an artist as well as an architect. The two things don't always go together, alas. And he had caught the spirit of the old building. He sketched rapidly, and with an intense eagerness, now and again jumping up to take a measurement or to get a different view. In his mind's eye he saw the old wing not only restored, but improved. He would throw out square windows in the Elizabethan style, with stained glass in the tops of the latticed panes. There should be a carved stone porch, with a griffin, or some other heraldic animal, at either side, and seats within. He pictured to himself Miss Sartoris resting there, with the sunlight falling on her through the leaves of the ivy, which, of course, should trail over the porch, and he started, for Claire's voice suddenly woke him from the dream in which he had been so absorbed that he had not heard or seen her and Mrs. Lexton's approach. He rose and slipped his pipe in his pocket, at the imminent risk of a conflagration. "Are you here still?" asked Claire. It did not sound very hospitable, but he understood. "Mary, this is Mr. Ware." Gerald raised his hat and bowed, and he and Mrs. Lexton looked at each other, and Mrs. Lexton was at once favorably impressed. He looked at his watch. 4:00, he said. "I had no idea it was so late. Time passes very quickly when one is at pleasant work." "And have you had no lunch?" asked Claire, with a little touch of self-reproach. He laughed. "No, but I can't have needed it, as I didn't think of it. Tobacco is a very good substitute, Miss Sartoris." "We ought to have thought of it, Mary," said Claire, looking at Mrs. Lexton as if it were her fault. "I will send you out something at once, or would you rather come into the house?" "Please don't trouble," he said. "To tell you the truth, I don't care to break off just now. I'm in the humor." "And we interrupted you," said Claire gravely. "No, no," he said quietly. "Not in the very least. Please don't go. That is, if you want to stay. I mean—" As is always the way, Claire's self-possession increased as his diminished. "Have you been making some sketches?" she asked. "Yes, but they are only sketches, not finished drawings, of course." Claire smiled. "Oh, we won't ask to see them." "You may see them," he said, extending them to her. She did not take them, but went up beside him and looked at them. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Mrs. Lexton from the other side. "And how quickly you have done them!" "They are just impressions," he said. "Memoranda, so to speak. I may alter them altogether later on." Claire had not expressed any opinion as yet, and he glanced at her expectantly. "The new part will be finer than the old," she said, looking from the drawings to the house. Gerald felt a glow of satisfaction. "I shan't alter it then much," he said decisively. "I am glad you are pleased, Miss Sartoris, and I hope that you will like the finished plans." "May I look at them again?" she said. "Certainly. I am afraid they are very grimy as well as rough, for I have been climbing about the roof." He glanced at his hands. Claire looked at them also, and noticed that on a finger of the left hand there was a ring. It was an old-fashioned ring, of the signet kind, with an engraved stone. It had not been on his hand when they were up at the chapel. She only noticed it vaguely, her attention having been attracted by the quaintness of the form of the ring. She looked at the sketches closely. "This is the outside only," she said. "What will you do with the inside?" "I haven't seen that yet. It all depends upon the other part of the house. I mean the part that adjoins this wing." "You can go inside now, if you like," she said. "I have the key." "I should like to," he said. They went toward the door. A maid crossed the lawn, and Claire beckoned to her. "Tell Nicholls to send the tea out here, please," she said, "for 3." "That is an excellent idea, Claire," said Mrs. Lexton. "It would have been painful if Mr. Ware had fallen exhausted before our eyes." Gerald laughed. "I have gone without food for many more hours than these," he said lightly, "but a cup of tea will be delightful." He opened the door, and they entered. He was deeply interested, not only in the general aspect of the rooms, but in their plan and architecture. "Oh, these must be saved if possible," he said enthusiastically. "Nothing one could devise could fitly replace them. The stonework is magnificent, and the carvings. Well, we could put them up again, it's true, but it wouldn't be quite satisfactory. We must save them. That is, I beg your pardon. I'm talking as if I were already the accepted architect." "You are. I have seen the sketches, and am satisfied," said Claire. He inclined his head. "Better wait until the plan is finished. Mr. Sapley may also then be satisfied." "Mr. Sapley?" Claire began laconically, then she stopped. "We had better go upstairs. You will not be frightened with Mr. Ware to protect you, Mary?" "That isn't fair, Claire. You were just as frightened as I was. We were in the room the other day, when Miss Sartorius was telling me that it was haunted, when we heard a noise behind that door, and someone entered. It was only Mr. Sapley, but we were both scared for a moment, and I think he was as much startled as we were." "It only wants a real well authenticated ghost to make it perfect," said Gerald. "This room has been occupied lately," he remarked, his quick eye noticing, as they had done, the comparative freshness of the room. "It would make a delightful sitting room or library. It is not often used, of course." "Not at all, that I am aware of," said Claire. "It would make an admirable room for Mr. Ware to use while he was at work," remarked Mrs. Lexton. "Oh, I can work in the open air, thank you," he said. "It rains here sometimes," said Claire quietly. "You had better accept Mrs. Lexton's suggestion." It was not for him to bandy words with his employer. He bowed. "Very good, and thank you very much." He glanced gratefully at Mrs. Lexton. "I may take that old bureau into the light of the window?" "You may arrange the furniture as you please, of course," said Claire. With the impulsiveness of his nature, he went to the bureau and half dragged, half carried it to the window. "By the way, there may be some papers in it," he said, as he looked at it. "They will not be of any consequence, I should think," said Claire. "You can keep them together, and lock them up in one of the drawers." "Very well." He brushed the dust from his hands, then stopped suddenly, and looked at them and round him with a kind of grave anxiety. "What is the matter? Have you hurt your hand?" asked Mrs. Lexton. "No, no," he said. "I have dropped my ring somewhere." "You had it on just now, outside," said Claire. "I know," he said. "Please don't trouble," for of course they were looking round for it. "I shall find it somewhere about the rooms. I don't generally wear it, for it is too large for me. I came across it this morning when I was getting my instruments together, and I slipped it on." "Is it a valuable one?" asked Mrs. Lexton, peering round her. "No," he said, "but I should be sorry to lose it. I have had it all my life, and carried it safely in strange places and through strange scenes. But I am sure to find it. I beg you won't trouble." "Oh, we must find it," said Mrs. Lexton. It is dreadful to lose a family relic, as I imagine this is." "I don't know," he said grimly. "I have always had it. It was given to me by the woman who took charge of me when I was a lad. I don't know that it belonged to any one belonging to me." Claire had said nothing, but had paced to and fro slowly, her eyes bent on the ground, and even in that moment he noticed how exquisite a picture she made, moving with infinite grace through the antique room. Suddenly she stooped and picked up the ring. "There it is," she said, holding it out to him. "Oh, thank you, thank you," he said gratefully, as he took it from her and placed it on his finger. "You should have kept it until a reward was offered, Claire," said Mrs. Lexton laughingly. "Had you not better put it into your pocket? You may lose it again," said Claire gravely. He put it into his pocket at once. If she had said, "Had you not better hang it around your neck by a string?" he would have obeyed. "If we rebuild the interior we must take care of these panels," he said, indicating the oak that covered the walls. "They could be put up again just as they are, for they are in capital condition, at least nearly all of them. Some of them are rather shaky." He went round the room, tapping the dark worm-eaten oak. "They did their work thoroughly in those days," he said. "These are as firm as the day they were put up." As he spoke, he struck one of the panels with the soft side of his closed hand, and as if in mockery of his assertion, a panel just above his head sprung loose, and hung by a nail on the wall. Mrs. Lexton laughed. "You are too flattering, Mr. Ware," she said. "They did not build as strongly—" She stopped in mid-sentence. "Why, what is that behind the panel?" she asked timidly. Claire and Gerald had already seen it. It was a portrait of a lady. "That is strange," he said. "Did you not know it was there, Miss Sartorius?" "No," said Claire, not taking her eyes from the picture. It was the portrait of a young woman, the face one of extreme beauty, but of a type unlike that of the family pictures in the hall. Gerald got a chair, and wiped the dust from the painting. "One can see it better now," he said, and unconsciously his voice grew lower. "It is a very beautiful face. Do you know who it is, Miss Sartorius?" Claire shook her head. She seemed unable to withdraw her eyes from the picture. "No, I do not think it is a Wharton. It is not like any of them." "I wonder why it was hidden in this way," Mrs. Lexton said in almost an awed voice. "We seem fated to meet with the mysterious in this room, Claire." "It is not an old painting," said Gerald, who had been examining it, "though it is painted in the Georgian manner. There is something Joshua Reynoldish about it." He touched the canvas reverently with his forefinger. "I know nothing of it," said Claire. "Who used this room?" asked Gerald. "Lord Wharton, if anyone," she replied. "The rooms adjoining this, the modern rooms, I mean, were sometimes used by him." "Do you think he covered it up?" asked Mrs. Lexton in a low voice. "The hand that placed that panel over it was not the hand of a professional carpenter," said Gerald absently, as he stood looking at the portrait. "You are interested in it, Mr. Ware?" said Mrs. Lexton. He started slightly. "Yes, naturally," he said. "It is rather a mysterious find. It is well painted, and it is a pity that it has been neglected. There are mold spots, you see. It ought to be carefully cleaned." "I will send it to London," said Claire. "It is not necessary to do that, if you will entrust it to me, Miss Sartorius," he said. "Thank you," she said simply. "We may find out something about it, Claire," remarked Mrs. Lexton. Claire looked down silently, and Gerald understood her feeling in an instant. "Lord Wharton would like his secret kept, if it was his," she said. "We could replace the picture as we found it, if you wished, Miss Sartorius," he added, as he took the picture from its place, and stood it with its face to the wall. Claire had moved to the window. "Yes, tea is ready," she said. "Let us go down. There is the key, Mr. Ware." She handed him the key quite naturally, and Gerald's face flushed at this fresh proof of her calm confidence. The servants had set the tea on a table under a tree, and it looked particularly inviting to Gerald, who was beginning to discover that he was hungry. "I must wash my hands," he said. "No, thank you, I won't go into the house. There is a pump in the stable." Mrs. Lexton looked after him with an approving smile. "I think you have discovered a treasure, Claire," she said in her kind fashion. Claire looked into the teapot before answering. "Yes. Mr. Sapley does not think so," she said. "I dare say not," said Mrs. Lexton. "Mr. Sapley did not find him. How I do dislike the look of that old man, Claire. And how handsome this one is." Mrs. Lexton laughed. "How impassive you are, Claire. You are quite right to be. Of course, he is only a kind of servant, and you are his employer. But I must say that he never for a moment seems to forget it. Nothing could be nicer than his manner." Gerald, with his nice manner, came back at this moment, and Claire gave him a cup of tea. There was no chair for him, and after handing round the bread and butter he sat down on the grass. "You must be famished, Mr. Ware," said Mrs. Lexton. "Not famished, only hungry," he said, laughing. Claire extended a cake. "You shall have all that and the toast," she said. Gerald leaned on his elbow and looked at the two ladies and round about him, with his happiness quite plainly portrayed in his countenance. "They used to say in the bush that I had the devil's own luck, and I begin to think that I have," he thought. "If anyone had told me 3 days ago that I should be sitting here drinking tea with the mistress of Court Regna and engaged as her architect, I should have laughed him to scorn." He turned over his sketches. "I shall work at these to night," he said almost to himself. "Fortunately there is a good lamp at the inn." "You are staying at the Hawkers'?" said Claire. "Yes," he said. "They are comfortable diggings. The captain is a remarkably pleasant old man, and the cooking is an agreeable surprise; while Miss Lucy makes a model waiting maid, and is attention itself. I have fallen in clover." Claire glanced at him, then looked straight before her thoughtfully. He had spoken Lucy's name quite naturally, and without the least hesitation. Why had the girl blushed and been so confused when she referred to her lodger? "There are some very interesting characters amongst the fisher folk in Regna," Gerald went on. "I fancy an author would find them worth studying. Oh, by the way, speaking of characters, I have just seen an extremely interesting old lady. She came out of a tiny cottage round there. She was in charge of a little girl, and they were sitting in the garden like two figures out of an Academy picture. A most delightful old lady, with snow white hair and a shrewd old face." "You must mean Mrs. Burden, Nurse Burden, as she is always called." "She is an old servant, I suppose." "Yes," said Claire. "She was Lord Wharton's nurse." "She must be very old, Claire," remarked Mrs. Lexton. "She is old, very, very old. No one knows her age. I am not sure that she knows it herself. She is a wonderful old woman in her way, and was, until lately, in possession of all her faculties. You must take me to see her, Claire." "Yes, I often go and sit with her, and though she does not recognize anyone, she always remembers me. Her mind wanders sometimes. She has bad and good days." "This must be one of her bad days," said Gerald, half absently. "Why?" asked Claire. "Oh," he hesitated a moment, then he went on with a smile. "She addressed me as 'my lord' when she saw me, and asked after 'her ladyship.' It is the first time I have been mistaken for a member of the peerage, and I was rather astonished." Claire smiled. "That is strange," she said. "Yes, very strange," he said. "I meant that she should have conferred a title of nobility upon you. She does not often make mistakes of that kind. I wonder for whom she mistook you." Gerald shook his head. "I may bear some slight, very slight, resemblance to some nobleman in the locality," he suggested. Claire thought for a moment. "There is only Lord Chester," she said, "and he is an old man." "Should you like to be a peer, Mr. Ware?" asked Mrs. Lexton in her soft voice. "I would rather be Gerald Ware, the architect of the new wing at Court Regna," he said. The moment the words had left his lips he regretted them, for though Miss Sartoris's face had shown no resentment, he feared she might think the response presumptuous. He changed the subject with some skill, and presently rose. I will take the sketches home and get to work, Miss Sartoris. Good afternoon, and thank you very much." There was a moment or two of silence after he had gone, then Mrs. Lexton remarked, "How well he said that." "What?" asked Claire absently. "That he would rather be himself and rebuild the wing than a lord." Claire looked straight before her. "It was rather a foolish speech," she said quietly. When Gerald had reached the stables he remembered the ladder. He pulled up with a slight feeling of annoyance. It would not do to leave the ladder stuck up against the house, for though burglars might be vara avi at Regna, the thing was a temptation to the curious as well as to the dishonest. He did not like to go back, and yet he could not allow the ladder to remain there. "What nonsense!" he said, jeering at himself for his reluctance. "Miss Sartoris will not notice my return any more than she would that of any other workman about the place." But he was relieved when he got back to find that the ladies had gone. He shouldered the ladder and was returning with it, when he saw Claire and Mrs. Lexton standing in the cottage garden beside Mrs. Burden and the little girl. He intended to walk past them without any sign, but as he came to the group the old lady dropped a curtsy and quavered out, "Good morning, my lord." He could scarcely let the quaint salutation go without any response, and so he smiled and nodded. Claire laid her hand on the woman's arm which she had drawn within her own. "You do not know that gentleman, nurse?" she said. The old woman looked up at her with a shrewd, half-secretive expression in the faded dim eyes. "Yes, yes," she said in her thin voice. "I know him well enough. And so do you, my lady." Claire changed color for a moment, then she said gently, and with a smile, "And now you don't know me? I am Claire Sartoris, your little girl, as you used to call me." "I know," crooned Mrs. Burden, nodding her head, and half closing her eyes, as if she were sharing a jest with Claire. "And that gentleman is Mr. Ware," said Claire. "Yes, yes, quite right," said the old woman. "Quite right, my lady. I know his lordship as well as I know you. Why do you plague me so?" she broke off suddenly with the fretful resentment of extreme old age. The ivory of Claire's face grew rose-tinted, and Gerald hastened to her relief. "It is of no use, Miss Sartoris," he said. "Mrs. Burden insists upon my nobility, even with a ladder on my shoulder." And with a laugh he hurried on. End of chapters 7 and 8. Chapters 9 and 10 of The Mistress of Court Regna by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Gerald went to work at his plans that same evening. The lamp, as he had said, was large. It was also hot, but he did not realize how warm the little room had become until he felt the perspiration starting out on his forehead. Then he rose with a laugh, and lighting his pipe, strolled out for a stretch and a breath of fresh air. It was a lovely night, with a delightful breeze from the sea, and he sauntered down the steep, roughly paved path to the jetty. He was quite absorbed in his work, and looked at the beautiful seascape absently enough, but presently he became conscious of the figure of a young girl walking along the beach and close to the cliffs, which rose perpendicularly from the very edge of the sea line. As the moon emerged from a bank of cloud, he saw that the girl was Lucy Hawker. He was thinking, absently and casually, that it was rather strange for her to be walking alone at that time of night; but concluding that she was tempted by the beauty of the evening he was turning away, when he saw another figure come down a path and join her. It was a young man this time, and Gerald fancied he bore some resemblance in form and bearing to Mr. Mordaunt Stapley; but he was too far off for Gerald to identify him, and while he was looking the two figures disappeared round a bend of the cliff. Gerald was just at that moment trying to decide upon a knotty question in connection with the plans, and forgot all about Lucy and her companion directly they passed from his sight. He solved the problem in about half an hour, and relighting his pipe started to return to his plans. There was another road, a mere track, leading direct from the beach, and he decided to take it for a change, and was climbing up the steep path when Lucy dropped in front of him from the overhanging rock. "Miss Lucy," he said. She started, and uttered a faint cry of surprise and alarm, and stood looking at him for a moment or two with wide open eyes, then glanced swiftly over her shoulder. You startled me, sir," she said. "I am very sorry," said Gerald. "Where did you spring, or rather drop from? I thought for a moment that it was a goat. Is there a path up there?" "Yes," she replied, looking at him sideways. "It is not often used. I was taking a stroll. It is such a fine night." "So it is," assented Gerald. "Too fine for indoors. I think I saw you down the beach by the cliff, didn't I?" She was silent for a moment. Then she said, with a forced laugh, "I dare say, sir, I was down there." "And not alone," said Gerald, with a faint smile. "Oh, yes," she said. "I was alone." "That's strange," said Gerald. "I thought—" Then he stopped. It was scarcely fair to make any remark upon the girl's movements. "At least, almost all the time," she said. "One of the fishermen spoke to me. Perhaps it was him you saw." Gerald accepted the explanation unsuspectingly. After all, it was extremely improbable that Lucy, who seemed always so truthful and modest, should volunteer a falsehood. He must have been mistaken in thinking the man like Mordaunt Sapely. "I suppose this is good fishing weather," he remarked. She assented, and they talked about fishing as they walked up the path side by side. Presently he said, "I hope the lamp is full of oil, Miss Lucy. I have a lot of work to do to-night. Perhaps you know that I may be employed at the Court, rebuilding the old wing?" "I heard you were there, looking at it, sir," she answered. "I am very glad. It's a beautiful old place, the Court, and Miss Claire is a kind young lady." "You like her?" said Gerald. "Oh, yes, sir. She has always been good and kind to me. Everybody likes her, though sometimes she seems proud and stand-offish. But she is never so with me, leastways, very seldom." She stifled a sigh at the correction. "I've known her ever since she came here. We were girls together like, though different, of course. I think she is the loveliest young lady I have ever seen," she added warmly. Gerald felt as if he should like to shake hands with Miss Lucy on the spot, but he wisely made no response. "This is a lonely path," he remarked after a pause. "But I suppose you don't mind being out alone?" "No, I am used to it, sir," she said simply. "Very few people come along here. Only the Coast Guard, and a fisherman now and again." "And here comes one of them," said Gerald, as a man came slowly down upon them. The path was narrow, and he drew aside to allow the man to pass, and as he did so he peered at them curiously, and then touched his sou'wester, and gave them "Good night." "It's Jenks, the Coast Guard," said Lucy, when the man had passed on. But after he had gone a few paces he stopped and came back to them. "Beggin' your pardon, sir," he said civilly, with another touch of his cap, "but could you oblige me with a pipe o' bacca? I've run out, and—" "Certainly," said Gerald, and he opened his pouch and emptied the contents into the man's horny hand. "Oh, I won't take all, sir," he said. "I've a half-pound at home," said Gerald. "You're welcome to this." "Thank you, sir. Mr. Ware, bean't it?" "Right the first time," assented Gerald pleasantly. "Good night." "He is always asking for tobacco," said Lucy with a smile. "I can sympathize with him," said Gerald. "It must be lonely work, pacing the cliffs all night, and a pipe's company. Well, here we are. Good night, Miss Lucy." She had stopped a few yards from the cottage, and looked at it hesitatingly, and she responded to his good night in a low voice, and melted away from his side like a shadow. "So Miss Lucy's sweetheart is a fisherman," he said to himself. "Well, I wish her luck." He worked late into the night, and the next morning after breakfast went up to the Court. He had brought some necessary tools and materials with him, and thinking that it would be as well to take them to the room Miss Sartorius had so kindly lent him, he unlocked the door and went upstairs. To his surprise, a maid was hard at work, dusting and cleaning up generally. "You need not go," he said, as with courtesy she made as if to retreat. "I only want to put these things on the bureau." "Yes, sir, you can put them inside if you like," she said respectfully. "The drawers are cleared out. Mr. Sapley was here quite early this morning and did it." "That was very kind of him," said Gerald. "I shall be glad of the drawers." "Shall I leave the picture here, sir? It looks rather untidy like." She looked at the portrait standing against the wall where Gerald had placed it. "Yes, please," he said, and he took it up and looked at it for a moment or two. The sweet face seemed to have something pathetic in it, which he had not noticed on the previous day, and he sighed as he placed it against the bureau, intending to take it home and clean it that evening. "The room looks quite bright and cheerful," he said. "I see you have put up some fresh curtains to the window, Susan." "Yes, sir. Miss Sartoris said I was to, and to light a fire if you thought it all damp. My name's Emily, if you please, sir." "I beg your pardon," said Gerald. "Emily's a prettier name than Susan. It was very kind of Miss Sartoris. Never mind the fire, the sun is coming in through the window, and will dry the room famously." He went outside and fell to work; but engrossing as his work was, he reflected every now and then on Miss Sartoris's thoughtfulness and kindness. It also struck him that Mistress Sapley had been very prompt in clearing out the bureau. "But he is within his right to distrust a man who can't give references," he thought. During the morning he caught himself wondering whether Miss Sartoris or Mrs. Lexton would visit that part of the grounds. But the morning passed, and they did not appear. He had brought some sandwiches with him, so that he might have a good reason for refusing an invitation to lunch. He would guard against intruding himself upon Miss Sartoris; and was munching one as he walked up and down with his measuring rod in his hand, when he heard the roll of a carriage, and saw a landau and a splendid pair of horses driving down the road toward the house. The two ladies were inside, and he raised his hat, but turned away immediately. "There is Mr. Ware," said Mrs. Lexton. "How busy he looks! Shall we go and see how he is getting on, Claire?" "Perhaps we should interrupt him," said Claire. "Perhaps so, but I don't think he would mind," said Mrs. Lexton. Claire did not respond, and they went into the house. It seemed, however, that she had not forgotten his presence, for when the tea came in she told the footman to take some out to Mr. Ware. Gerald saw him coming across the lawn with a daintily laid silver salver, with a slight feeling of disappointment. Perhaps Miss Sartoris would come out later on. But the afternoon passed without a visit from her, and he finished for the day and went home, feeling as if something were wanting to complete his satisfaction. The next morning, while he was at work outside, Mr. Sapley came up. Gerald had expected to find him anything but amiable, but to his surprise, Mr. Sapley was quite civil, and appeared, indeed, bent upon making himself agreeable. "I see you are getting on, Mr. Ware," he remarked, glancing under his brows at the sketches and plans lying on the grass. "I hope you find it interesting. Have you got everything you want?" Gerald replied in the affirmative, and thanked him. "You must let me know if you haven't," said Mr. Sapley. "Perhaps you would like an extra table, or something, put up in the room you're using?" "No, thank you," said Gerald. "I have all I want, and the table already there." "Ah, yes," said Mr. Sapley. "By the way, I cleared out that old bureau, for it might be useful. There were only some old papers there, nothing of consequence, but I thought you might like the drawers empty." Gerald said they would be very useful, and as a return for Mr. Sapley's civility, showed him the rough sketch of the plans. Mr. Sapley's eyebrows went up, and his loose lips drew together. "Pretty elaborate," he said. "There will be a rare lot of work here, and it will cost something." "It is rather elaborate," Gerald admitted, "but well, I didn't think the cost was of much consequence," he added frankly. Mr. Sapley shot a glance at him. "No, no," he said rather hastily. "Just so. I don't know that it matters." He paused and rubbed his chin. "It's a matter for Miss Sartoris, of course. Fine day, Mr. Ware." And with a contortion of his face which was intended for a smile, he went off. Miss Sartoris did not come near the old wing that day; but Gerald saw her walking on the terrace, and he paused once or twice in his work to glance at the graceful figure with a curious wistfulness. Had he offended her? Perhaps she resented the foolish speech he had made just before leaving them. He walked home that evening rather thoughtfully, but flung his moodiness from him as he sat down to his plans. He finished them that night, and as he leaned back in his chair said that they were At any rate, not bad. The next day he packed them carefully and sent them to Miss Sartorius, and immediately fell a prey to the demon suspense. Claire was at home when they arrived, and she carried the parcel to her own room to open it. The plans were well drawn, and Gerald had spent a great deal of pains in finishing that of the front of the wing. It was, in fact, a remarkably pretty bit of water-color, and Claire gazed at it admiringly. "How clever he is!" she caught herself murmuring. There was no question about her liking the plan. It seemed to her just perfect. Mr. Sapley was in the library, and she went straight downstairs to him. He rose and glanced at the roll in her hands. "These are Mr. Ware's plans," she said. "Will you look at them, please?" He laid them out on the table and studied them for some time in silence, and to her surprise he said at last, "Very good. Very good indeed." "I am glad you approve of them, for I like them very much," said Claire. "Yes, they are very good," he said. "I don't know that you could have anything better." "I am quite satisfied with them," said Claire. "Then I suppose the work had better be got on with, Miss Sartorius," he said. Claire assented. "Yes," he said musingly, then he stole a glance at her. "It will cost a large sum of money," he remarked in almost the same tone he had used when speaking to Gerald. "Yes, I suppose so," said Claire. "But it is better to have the thing well done, is it not?" "Quite so, quite so," he assented. "I will advertise for tenders at once." "Cannot someone on the estate do it?" asked Claire. "I would rather employ one of our own people." He bowed. "Very good. Whoever undertakes it must satisfy Mr. Ware of his capacity to carry out the work," he said. Claire was surprised again. "Thank you. I had forgotten that. Mr. Ware will be glad that you approve of the plans," she added. He lowered his eyes. "Oh, if they satisfy you, Miss Sartorius," he said. He took up a slip of paper which accompanied the drawings. "I see Mr. Ware has given us an idea of the cost. I mentioned it to him yesterday." He raised his brows as he handed the paper to her. "It is a large sum." Claire looked at the paper. There was only a line or two, and her attention was bestowed upon the firm, clear handwriting rather than on the amount suggested. "Yes," she said absently. The writing seemed to her characteristic of Mr. Ware. "Yes," said Mr. Sapley, rubbing his chin. "I don't know that we can meet it out of the current account. We shall have to sell some stock." He spoke in an easy, matter-of-fact way, and arranged the papers before him in a preoccupied manner. "Yes," said Claire again, assentingly. Her ignorance of business or her resources was complete, and she did not understand his proposal in the least. "If a small local man does the work, he will want some money to start with," he went on. "If you wish it commenced at once, perhaps you had better have the money ready." "It would be better, no doubt," said Claire. "Do not let anything create a delay." "Just so," he said. She had moved to the window with the drawing of the front elevation in her hand, and did not see the look he cast at her, a glance of surprise combined with satisfaction. He seated himself at the table, and watching her, drew from his capacious pocket-book a paper, and rapidly filled in some blank spaces in the writing upon it. "Will you sign this, if you please, Miss Sartorius?" he said when he had finished. Claire bent down at the table, and scarcely glancing at the paper, appended her signature. "Thank you," he said. He did not take the paper up immediately, but left it lying on the table. But a moment or two afterward he dropped one of the plans on the top of it, completely covering it. "Shall I write and inform Mr. Ware his plans are accepted?" he asked. "Or will you?" "If you will be kind enough," said Claire, with her hand on the door and her face turned from him. Mr. Sapley waited until the door had closed on her, then he caught up the hidden paper which she had just signed, and with a grim smile of satisfaction, blotted the signature and carefully replaced the document in his pocket-book, as if it had suddenly become exceedingly precious. As he was returning the book to his pocket, the door opened. Mr. Sapley started, and his hand gripped the lapel of his coat and drew it across his chest, as if he were afraid that Miss Sartorius was returning to demand the paper from him. But it was Mordaunt who entered, and Mr. Sapley let his hand fall on the table with a sigh of relief. Mordaunt glanced at the litter of plans and scowled. "I suppose that damned fellow has got his way with those things," he said. Mr. Sapley nodded. "Take care, Mordy," he said warningly. "Miss Sartoris has only just left the room." "I know," said Mordaunt sullenly. "I saw her through the window as I passed. What was she signing just now?" Mr. Sapley looked up. He had seated himself at the table again, with a sharp glance of inquiry. "Signing?" he replied. "Oh, yes, yes. A lease, only a lease." 10. Everything went smoothly and almost rapidly as an express as with the building, for the moment Gerald was informed that Miss Sartoris desired to avoid delay, he set to work to clear the line, as he expressed it, and made the slow and sleepy folk of Regna and the neighbouring town of Thraxton sit up with a vengeance. He chose a young man just starting as a builder for the work, and at the set-off informed him that he, Gerald, meant to keep a sharp eye on the affair. The young fellow, Lee by name, saw that he had to do with a master mind he could rely upon, and assented cheerfully. So it happened that one morning Claire, walking to the end of the terrace, heard the sound of a pick and saw the dust arise. She walked around to see the cause, and there were a couple of men picking away at the old masonry, and Gerald down below with his dark eyes fixed upon them watchfully. He was so intent that he did not hear her approach. "Why, you have begun?" she asked. "Yes," he said, turning to her with a certain eagerness which he immediately suppressed. "You wanted it down at once, did you not, Miss Sartoris?" "Yes, oh yes," she said, looking at the men perched on the roof. "But I didn't think you would commence so soon." He laughed the short laugh which she had learned to know so well. "At once means at once with me," he said. "I'm afraid it doesn't mean quite the same to the good people down here. They should have spent a few years with me over there." He jerked his head back in the direction of America. "I'm afraid they will make rather a mess," he went on, "but I have arranged to pull down a bit at a time, and it will be carted away as it falls, so as to make as little confusion as possible. What's the matter, my man?" he broke off to inquire of one of the men who had paused and looked hesitatingly at the stonework he was picking at. "I'm taking Mr. Lee's place while he is at breakfast," he explained. The man made some reply, and Gerald, with an "Excuse me," to Claire, went up the ladder, and after a short conference, took the man's pick and successfully dislodged the stone, which fell with a dull thud to the ground. Claire watched him with some little anxiety. It seemed to her that he was in something very like danger, as he stood on the ledge of the coping which was being wrecked, and when he came down she could not help saying, "Isn't it rather dangerous?" "Oh, no," said Gerald confidently. "Not if you are at all careful." "Then I hope they will be careful," she said, correcting the you with they quickly. "Oh, they are all right," he said easily. "They are all picked men. I have taken care of that. And Mr. Lee, the contractor, is a sensible young fellow who will run no risks. He will be here nearly all the time, and when he isn't I shall take his place. I think you had better stand back a little, Miss Sartoris. A stone might rebound and reach you." Claire drew back obediently, and presently went into breakfast. When she came out on the terrace again he was still there, and as he did not leave until dinner time, it was evident that he had neglected his own breakfast. During the afternoon Mr. Mordaunt Sapley came on the scene. He had received a hint from his father, and greeted Gerald as amiably as he could; and Gerald, who was the last man in the world to bear malice, responded pleasantly. "My father has gone up to London, Mr. Ware," said Mordaunt, as he turned to go away. "If there is anything you want I shall be glad to do it for you." He made the offer with downcast eyes, but Gerald disregarded his manner and thanked him cordially enough. Mordaunt went up to the court and asked to see Claire. "My father asked me to tell you that he was wired for to London, Miss Sartoris," he said. "There are one or two papers he would be glad if you would look at." He spoke almost humbly, and his manner was so marked an improvement on his ordinary one that Claire was agreeably surprised. "About the Grimleys, Miss Sartoris," he said. "My father thinks they ought to go, but I ventured to plead for them, and he says they may stay. Of course I told him you wished it." Claire was gratified, and showed her pleasure by a smile, perhaps the first she had bestowed upon Mr. Mordaunt. "Thank you," she said. "I am very glad to hear that. It was very kind of you to plead for them." Mr. Mordaunt was very nearly guilty of one of his Oxford smiles, and so destroying the good impression he had made, but he checked himself in time. "Is there anything I can do for you this morning, Miss Sartorius?" he asked, with his new air of deference. Claire discussed one or two matters relating to the estate with him, and he took his departure remarkably well pleased with himself. "The governor's right," he said. "He's a knowin' old fox. Yes, I must bend the knee and play the humble retainer business if I want to get on with her. I wonder what the governor has got up his sleeve, and whether there is anything in this idea of his. It doesn't sound probable, but I'll give it a trial. The husband of the mistress of Court Regna? It sounds too good to be true. Like a fairy tale. Yes, she's beautiful, though I prefer something in Lucy's style, something soft and gentle. Poor little Lucy!" He smiled condescendingly, and stroked his slight moustache. He was up at the Court again the next day, and behaved himself so well that, it being just lunch time, Claire asked him to remain for the meal. He accepted, and kept so careful a guard upon himself that Mrs. Lexton, to whom he had been especially polite, was quite impressed in his favour. "The son is a great improvement on the father, Claire," she remarked. "Mr. Mordaunt is almost a gentleman." "Yes, almost," assented Claire absently. It was a pity Mr. Mordaunt Sapley could not hear her. She ran upstairs as she spoke, and presently came down again with her hat on, and went round to the wing. She had got into the habit of going round there, or watching from the end of the terrace, and often Gerald was unaware that she was looking on, and that she was more frequently looking at him than at the work. Sometimes he took off his coat and lent a hand at the more dangerous portions of the demolition, and once or twice Claire had discovered that she was holding her breath as she watched him standing on the edge of one of the broken walls, with the stones falling from quite under his feet. He was sitting on a heap of débris smoking his pipe when she came up that afternoon, and he rose with a capital affectation of indifferent but respectful politeness. He had learned to set a guard upon himself, like Mr. Mordaunt. "How fast you are getting on," said Claire. "Yes, thanks to Mr. Lee," said Gerald, indicating the young builder, who touched his cap and looked pleased as he moved away. "A capital fellow," said Gerald. "It was a rare piece of luck getting hold of him. But then I am lucky." "Are you?" asked Claire, with a faint smile. "Yes," he said. "When things are at their worst I always drop on my feet, Miss Sartorius." He smiled, and not for the first time Claire noticed that he not only smiled with his lips but with his eyes, and that they were very handsome and expressive at such times. "I think we are rather astonishing the natives," he said, looking at the broken wing. "It takes their breath away. We shall begin rebuilding at the end of next week. I want it all, or nearly all, covered in before the winter is upon us." Lee came back and spoke to him, and they went amongst the ruins. Claire stood looking up at the men at their work of demolition, and lost sight of Gerald for a moment or two, then she saw him standing near the old wall. He had his back to it and to her, and was giving some instructions to Lee, who had mounted to the roof. Claire was thinking, half unconsciously, how completely Gerald was master of the situation; that his very attitude, and the quiet ring of his musical voice, were eloquent of self-reliance, and she felt a slight thrill of admiration, the tribute which every woman pays to the strong man who is lord of himself and others. Then, suddenly, the pleasant little glow was dispelled, for she saw, or fancied that she saw, the wall near which he stood tremble and shake. Her heart leaped, and then seemed to cease beating for a moment. If the wall were to fall while he was standing there, it would come down upon him and kill him. She tried to call to him, but to her horror, her tongue seemed to refuse to answer her will. The terrible dumbness lasted only for a moment, but when she did call, her voice was drowned by the noise of the picks and the falling stones, and did not reach him. She saw the wall again quiver like a huge living thing. There was no fancy about it this time. And Gerald, still looking up at Lee with a smile, and all unconscious of the doom that threatened him. She felt as if she could not move, as if she were rooted to the spot for a second that appeared an age to her. Then she sprung forward, and had almost grasped his arm when Gerald, as if he had been watching the wall all the time, quietly stepped back. As he did so, the mass fell with a terrific noise. He smiled and nodded approvingly, then heard a kind of gasp behind him, and turning sharply, found Claire at his elbow. One of the stones had rebounded and fallen close at her feet, and for the moment he thought she had been struck. His fear for her turned him sick and white, and he caught her arm and drew her back. As is the way with Gerald's kind of man, his emotion made him stern, and it was in a tone that sounded like passionate anger that he demanded, "Why did you come so close? How could you be so imprudent? My God, the wall might have fallen upon you. Come back." Claire's face was deadly white, and the terror still lingered in her eyes as she raised them to his. But even when the color had come back, she did not show any resentment of his manner and speech; and she did not say, "I came to save you." Her eyes fell, and she stood quite silent. Gerald drew a long breath. His hand was still on her arm, and none too gently, and he wiped the sweat from his brow. "I beg your pardon, Miss Sartorius," he said. "I am afraid I was rough and unmannerly; but you gave me a nasty fright. Let me beg of you never to come so near again, never to pass that mark." He dug his heel into the lawn. "I must ask you to promise me, please," he added with a touch of his former sternness. Claire tried to smile, but the smile would not come. She felt his hand begin to tremble on her arm; and perhaps he was conscious that it was so trembling, for he withdrew it. But he still waited with tightly compressed lips and a rather pale face for her promise. "I promise," she said; and she said it almost meekly. She, Claire Sartorius, mistress of Court Regna. "It was foolish. I thought—" She stopped and bit her lip. "You thought it wasn't coming down just yet," he said. "Oh, but it is never safe to trust a wall in that condition." "It doesn't matter what I thought," she said, with a faint smile. "I will not go so near again." She turned from him as she spoke, and went, slowly, back to the house; but she passed quickly to her own room, and locking the door, let herself go. The restraint she had put upon herself broke down, and with her hands covering her face, she swayed to and fro like a stately pine buffeted by the wind. She could still see him standing by the threatening wall; and she could still hear his stern voice, feel the hard grip of his hand. The shadow of the terror she had endured mingled with a vague mystical pleasure and delight that bewildered and frightened her by its strangeness. He had been angry with her, and bullied her; but she knew that his anger had proved his regard for her safety, his consternation at her danger, and she felt no resentment. After a while the reaction passed, and she sunk into a chair in a kind of stupor, in which she kept asking herself whether she would have sprung toward the wall, as she had done, to save, say, one of the workmen. Gerald also suffered from a reaction, and when she had disappeared he stood looking at the building, as if he had lost all interest in it, as if indeed he rather hated it; and after a time he walked off. He was scarcely conscious that he had spoken, grasped her so roughly; he could only remember her terrible danger; and every now and then as he strode along to the cottage he took off his hat and wiped the perspiration from his brow. When he had got home he felt as if he could not remain indoors, as if the small room were not large enough for his quivering nerves; and presently he went down to the beach. A boat belonging to Captain Hawker was dancing on the water near the shore, and signing up to the captain, who was in his accustomed seat outside the cottage, for permission, he pulled her in by her chain and went on board. A sail would do him good, blow all the nonsense out of his brain, and drive the remembrance of her peril out of his mind. He was setting the sail when he heard a step on the beach behind him, and looking round, saw Claire. He raised his hat, paused a moment with the sail in his hand, then stepped ashore. "I want to apologize for my—" he began; but Claire, with a swift rise of color, interrupted him. "Do not speak of it," she said. "You were quite right. It does not matter. Are you going for a sail?" "Yes," he said, accepting her refusal to hear more. "It is a lovely evening," she said. It seemed to him that she looked at the boat wistfully. Was it possible that... On the spur of the moment, almost without thinking, he said, "Would you care to come, Miss Sartorius?" Claire looked beyond him. "Are you going far?" she asked quietly, though her conscience whispered that she was wrong. "As far as you like. I mean, I only intended running over to the island and back." He nodded to a small island called the Eaglet, which lay like a bird on the sea. "I should like to come," said Claire, after a brief second or two. "One moment," he said in a matter-of-fact way. He hoisted the sail, shipped the rudder, and spread his coat over the seat. "Now, if you will go round to the jetty, I will bring the boat, so that you can step in without wetting your feet." He handed her in, and she sat in the stern, putting his coat aside. "Better sit on that, please," he said. "The seat may be wet." "It is quite dry," she said. "You can steer? But I beg your pardon. Of course." Claire smiled. "Oh, yes. There is a nice breeze." He looked up at the sail and nodded as the boat skimmed along, and then looked at Claire, asking himself if she were really there, or whether he was dreaming. How had he summoned up the audacity to ask her? Claire looked at the picture of calm serenity. It is a way women have when they are doing anything wrong. And her calmness served to restore his self-possession. "This boat is like an old friend," she said. "I used to go out in it with Captain Hawker when I was quite a girl." "I thought you managed her as if you understood her," he remarked. "She is a good boat." "One needs a good boat on this coast," said Claire. He looked round. "It looks calm enough." Claire smiled. "It is one of the most treacherous places in England," she said. "A storm gets up here as quickly as the storm raised by Prospero's wand." "Yes?" he said. "I have not seen one since I have been here. You know the Eaglet?" he went on, for the sake of saying something. He was still trying to grasp the fact that she was really sitting there, within a few feet of him. "Oh, yes. It is a delightful little place, all combes and caves, and crowded by seabirds. We used to come nesting here, Captain Hawker, his daughter Lucy, and I. And I remember how I used to fancy that I should like to live there, in Robinson Crusoe fashion, away from everybody." She spoke absently, almost dreamily, and he leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed on her face. "That sounds nicer than it is in reality," he said. "I have tried it, and, like friend Robinson, I think solitude on an island is only agreeable when there is someone to share it. I was shipwrecked on one of the Pacific Islands when I was a lad, and it was the most unromantic and uncomfortable time I ever spent." She too leaned forward a little, her eyes fixed upon him with an interested expression. "Were you there long?" "Not very. 4 days." He began to tell her about it, and she was so absorbed that she neglected her steering, and was suddenly recalled to it by a sudden puff of wind and the jibing of the sail. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said almost meekly. "That was my fault." "Not at all," he said mendaciously, and in rather a preoccupied fashion, for, as he looked up, he saw an ugly cloud coming up from the west. Claire followed the direction of his eyes. "There is going to be a storm," she said easily. He bit his mustache. "I'm afraid there is," he said. "I hope it won't rain." "It will not matter so far as I am concerned," she said, glancing at her serge dress. He shook his head gravely. A moment or two afterward the rain he dreaded began. The cloud grew thicker and darkened the sky, and the wind began to rise in a threatening way. He leaned forward, and taking up his jacket, put it round her. "No," she said very quietly. "Please put it on. My dress is nearly, if not quite, waterproof." He saw that she wished it, and he slipped the coat on. The wind grew fiercer and the rain heavier, and, calling himself a careless idiot for not studying the weather before asking her to accompany him, he looked uncertainly from the island to the mainland. "I don't know what to do," he said at last. "Go on," she said quietly. "It would be rather risky to turn now, while the storm lasts." He looked down. Was she fated to run a double risk in one day through his carelessness? Claire leaned back, grasping the tiller firmly, and keeping the boat in a straight line for the island. She was apparently quite regardless of the rain. "You are getting fearfully wet," he said, "and to think that I might have put my mackintosh in the boat." "It is of no consequence," she said easily. The wind had brought a warm tint to her face. Her eyes were glowing. "It is like the old days," she said presently. "It is so long since I have been on the sea in a storm." "It might have been kind enough to keep fine," he said. "Here is the island. Hadn't we better run her into the creek and go ashore? There would be some shelter in one of those caves there." "Very well," she said. As she ran the boat into the little haven, the heavens seemed to open, the thunder broke with a deafening roar, and a flash of lightning rent the darkness, which was almost as that of night. Gerald jumped with the anchor, and standing up to his middle in water, drew the boat ashore. "Now, quick!" he said. She stood poised for a moment on the gunwale like a bird ready for flight. The resemblance struck Gerald even at that moment, then she gave him her hand, and he almost lifted her to the beach. "Run to that cave," he said. He forced the anchor down with his foot and followed her. The cave was but a small opening in the rocks, and there was barely room for them both to stand in it, and Gerald remained outside. "Oh, come in," she said almost impatiently, the clap of thunder partly drowning her voice. He went in, and they stood side by side. They were sheltered from the rain, but not from the wind, which seemed blowing from all points of the compass. "It is taking longer than I thought," she said, venturing to peep out. It proved an incautious movement, and the wind, taking advantage of it, swept her hat from her head. "That is gone forever," she said. "No, please let it go. You could not get it," for Gerald had made a movement as if to pursue it. "There, it is in the sea." As she spoke she put her hand to her head, for the hat had taken some mysterious pins and fastenings with it, and her hair was coming down. Her color rose, and she laughed. She seemed at this moment just a wild schoolgirl, excited by the wind and the storm, quite a different person to Miss Sartoris of Court Regna. Gerald looked at her. The storm was thrilling through him, and something other than the storm. She stood so close to him that the sleeve of her dress brushed against his arm. The exquisite face was within a few inches of his own. As she stood with one hand holding her jacket close, the other up to her head, she spoke a few words now and again. But he was silent, and presently she grew silent also, as if the storm and the darkness were beginning to affect her. "It is very weird," she said at last. And he fancied that there was something constrained in her voice, as if she were growing nervous. "It will be over directly," he said encouragingly. "Are you getting cold? If you would only let me put my coat round you. It is of no earthly use to me." "No, no," she said in a low voice. "I wish it would not lighten so. It makes the darkness immediately afterward so—" Her voice broke suddenly, for something had rushed from just above their heads into the open air with a wild unearthly shriek. She uttered a sharp cry, and completely unnerved, and unconscious of what she was doing, turned swiftly to him, and putting her hands on his shoulders, hid her face on his breast. His arm went round her, in a movement as unconscious as her own. He felt her hair, released from her hand, sweep like silk across his lips, and his face grew white under its tan as he set his teeth hard. He could feel her trembling, quivering with nervous terror as her hands clung to him, and the desire in his heart to bend his head and kiss her, to whisper, "I love you," was almost irresistible. But he set his teeth still harder, his face grew stern, and his voice sounded almost harsh as he said, with labored breath, "Don't be alarmed. It is only a seagull." His voice seemed to recall her scattered senses. With a little shudder and a gasp, she looked, not up at him, but over her shoulder. Her hands dropped to her side, and she drew away from him, gathering her hair together. Then she looked at him, as if scarcely realizing his presence, as if she were quite unconscious that she had only a moment ago clung to him for protection. "It startled me," she said, panting. "Why, you look scared too," she laughed. It was evident that under the stress of the moment she was in very truth unconscious of having flown to him. "Yes," he said, trying to speak lightly, but feeling as if every word were wrung from him. "It is all right. See, it is clearing now." He put his hand to his lips uncertainly, for it seemed to him as if her hair was still upon them with its unconscious but maddening caress. End of chapters 9 and 10. Chapters 11 and 12 of The Mistress of Court Regna by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The storm began to clear away almost as rapidly as it had gathered. Gerald stole a glance at Claire's face. It was quite free from embarrassment, and though without a trace of color, quite unabashed, though her brows were rather straight. It was evident that she did not know in the very least degree that she had flung herself upon his heart, and yet there was a vague sense of something having happened during that moment or two when the heavens were rent by the lightning. And Gerald was relieved, indeed glad, that it should be so. He was aquiver with the sense of his close contact with her, and his heart, against which hers had beat so wildly, like an imprisoned bird beating affrightedly against its cage, throbbed tumultuously. At that moment he knew that he loved her fully and passionately, so passionately that his lips trembled still for the caress of her hair, so truly that he almost resolved to go away from Court Regna for a time, until he had fought down his hopeless love and subdued it. For it was so hopeless. Here was he, an adventurer, as he had called himself, well nigh penniless, in love with the mistress of Court Regna. It was worse than absurd. He called his pride to his aid as he stood there, his arm touching hers, and bitterly laughed himself to scorn for a presumptuous idiot. The sooner he got his work done and cleared out of Court Regna, the better for his happiness and peace of mind. "It seems to have cleared," he said at last, and speaking in quite a matter-of-fact tone. They went down to the boat, and as it was rocking a great deal he got in, and holding it fast, put out his disengaged hand for her. "Rest your arm on my shoulder, Miss Sartorius," he said. "A false step would be awkward for you." Claire laughed softly. "I have had to clamber on board in worse seas than this," she said, and just touching his hand she sprung lightly as a feather into her place. He shipped the anchor and put the boat round, and she was soon skimming homeward. "I'm afraid you will be late for dinner," he said, "and I know you must be very wet." "It doesn't matter in the least," she replied. "I told Mrs. Lexton that I was going for a long walk. I intended to go to one of the farms, but I strayed toward the beach instead. And she will think that I have been waiting for the storm, as I have been, and we shall be dry before we get home. I am afraid I have given you a great deal of trouble." "Not at all," he said promptly, and with a politeness which was grimly and absurdly incongruous with the state of his feelings. "I am sorry it didn't keep fine." There was a silence for some minutes as he busied himself with the sail, and Claire watched him dreamily. The vague sense that in some way they had become close friends haunted her; and combined with this was the consciousness that she was strangely happy and content, notwithstanding that she was wet and late for dinner, and ought to be anxious and concerned at keeping Mary Lexton waiting. She would have been astonished and not a little affronted if anyone had told her that her happiness and contentment sprung from the fact of Gerald's presence, for Claire, unlike most girls of her age, knew little of love. She had lived so lonely a life with the old lord, had met so few men, and was so ignorant of the art of flirtation and the cultivation of sentiment, that it never occurred to her that she was, to put it mildly, taking a very deep interest in Mr. Gerald Ware, and that she found it pleasant to look at him and listen to him; that she admired, with a warm admiration, his self-reliance and strength of body and character. She did not guess that his lips had kissed her hair, that he was at that moment throbbing with a strong man's passion. Gerald found it difficult to keep up an exchange of commonplaces, and he began to hum half unconsciously. Claire listened dreamily for a time, then she said, "What is it that you are singing?" He started slightly. "Was I singing? I beg your pardon, I didn't know." Let me see. What was it? Oh, yes, an Indian song. It sounded rather pretty, said Claire. Sing it louder. Do you mind? Certainly, said Gerald. I'm afraid I can't translate the words, and they will sound awful gibberish. Raising his voice only just sufficiently for it to reach her, he sung the song. It was a plaintive Sioux chant, and the Indian words were quaintly musical. He had a capital voice, a clear and firm tenor, and Claire listened with delighted surprise. There seemed nothing this young man could not do. A faint smile curved her lips as she leaned forward with her chin resting on her hand, her violet eyes resting on his face, turned sideways to hear as he watched the sail. "That is beautiful," she said as the last notes died away. "It sounds quite pathetic. What does it mean?" "Oh, it is the song of a hunter, and it is addressed to his sweetheart. I have heard the young braves sing it outside the wigwams just before they were starting for a big hunt. It is a kind of serenade, and the hunter promises, if the big horse, meaning the buffalo, spares him, to return with plenty of furs and skins to lay at the feet of his beloved. The meter of the song is that of Longfellow's Hiawatha. Artemus Ward says, 'Injuns is pison,' and so they are generally, but there is just a little romance about them now and again." "I should like to have an English translation," said Claire. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be much use my trying," he said regretfully. "I haven't the literary instinct, I'm sorry to say." "Will you sing something else?" she said after a pause. "It is delightful on the water." He was too wise to sing a sentimental ditty in English, and he chose a Canadian boating song and sung it quietly as before. "You have a good voice, Mr. Ware," said Claire absently. "I am sorry Mrs. Lexton is not here. She is so fond of music, and would be delighted with those two songs. Perhaps you will be so kind as to come up to the Court some evening and sing for her." "She is sorry Mrs. Lexton is not here," thought Gerald miserably. "But of course she is. Why shouldn't she be? I am a fool not to know that I am nothing but Mr. Ware, my architect, to her. I shall be very pleased, Miss Sartorius," he said aloud. "Why, what is that?" he added. They were nearing the pier, and he saw on the road far above it a carriage standing. "It looks like the Court carriage," said Claire carelessly. "Yes, it is." "We are nearly home now," he said with a half unconscious sigh. "Yes," she assented. "I have enjoyed the sail very much, and I am very much obliged to you." "Don't mention it," he said, with a ghastly attempt at a smile. As she steered the boat alongside the landing, Mr. Mordaunt Sapley came down the steps. It was evident that he had been waiting for them. "I saw that you had been caught in the storm, Miss Sartorius," he said, "and I ventured to send up to the Court for the carriage." "Oh, thank you," said Claire pleasantly. She felt happy enough that evening to be pleasant, even to Mr. Mordaunt. "It was very kind of you." "I knew you must be wet, and I thought you would like to get home quickly. There are some wraps in the carriage." "Oh, but I am not cold, thank you," said Claire. "It is rather risky sailing this weather," he said as he offered his hand to help her out, and he glanced with a sullen resentment at Gerald, who was letting down the sail, and had not offered her his. "But it was quite fine when we started," said Claire, "and it has been a very pleasant sail." And she looked with a smile at Gerald; but his face was turned away from her, and was set impassively. It almost looked as if he were glad to resign her to Mr. Mordaunt. "At any rate, it would have been better if you had had some waterproofs with you," said Mordaunt. "You run the risk of a severe cold, Miss Sartorius." Claire laughed softly. "You forget that I am used to our Downshire climate, Mr. Mordaunt," she said, "and we were under shelter during the storm." Still Gerald did not speak, and with a slight compression of her lips she said, "Good evening, Mr. Ware, and thank you," and turned away. Mr. Mordaunt conducted her up to the carriage, and would have enveloped her in wraps, but Claire smilingly refused them, and he stood bareheaded until the carriage drove away. Then he went down again to the landing, and after watching Gerald roll up the sail, said, "I'm afraid Miss Sartorius is very wet." Gerald was not in the humour at that moment for much of Mr. Mordaunt's Sapely, and he answered rather shortly. "I'm afraid so." "Wouldn't it have been as well if you had taken a proper boatman, and some mackintoshes, Mr. Ware?" said Mordaunt, in a condescending fashion, which nettled Gerald almost beyond endurance. "Should you call me an improper boatman?" he said, with a dangerous smile. "My good sir, I am quite competent to manage a boat. But you are right about the mackintoshes," he said. "I was an idiot to forget them." "It would not have mattered if you had been alone," continued Mr. Mordaunt, "but Miss Sartorius is a lady." "So I always thought," said Gerald, with a cheerfulness which was even more dangerous and misleading than his smile. "As you are standing there you may as well catch hold of that rope and make it fast. Thanks. Fine evening now, isn't it? By George, it's later than I thought." "Yes, rather too late for a lady to be on the water in this weather," said Mordaunt. "And I shall get a scolding from Miss Lucy for spoiling a meal," continued Gerald. At this innocent remark Mr. Mordaunt paused on the brink of another exasperating sentence, and, with sudden accession of colour and a suspicious glance from under his brows at Gerald, started up the steps. Gerald slept little that night, and when he fell into a restless doze, he dreamed that he was standing in the cave with Miss Sartorus's hands on his shoulders, and her heart beating against his, and that Mr. Mordaunt Sapely, of all persons in the world, was attempting to drag them apart, and that at last he succeeded. In the morning he found that his coat was still wet, but he did not send it down to be dried. Instead he hung it near the window, and having done so, stood for a moment looking at it, and thinking that a few hours since it had been round the woman he must teach himself not to love. When he went down to the Court he felt that he should like to send in and ask if Miss Sartorus had caught cold, but he resisted the desire. All the same he found himself looking out for her all through the morning, and felt a dull ache of disappointment because she did not come. It was a busy morning, and Lee came to consult him frequently. "We'd better begin pulling down the rest, Mr. Ware," he said. "But there's the furniture still in your rooms." "That's all right," said Gerald, rousing himself. "I'll get it moved into the adjoining rooms directly. In fact," he added, glad of something active to do, "I'll move it myself." He went up to the room, the others on the ground floor had been cleared, and set to work. Miss Sartorus had given him permission to convey the furniture into the room of the new house adjoining the old, and he began to carry in the chairs and smaller articles first. When he came to the bureau he found that it was in two parts, and in lifting the top 2 or 3 old papers fell to the ground. They had either dropped from the drawer at the end of which they had caught, and so been overlooked by Mr. Sapely, or from a secret depository. One looked like a receipt, the others were papers folded lengthways, all of them had evidently been in the bureau some time. He scarcely glanced at them, and thrust them into his pocket, intending to give them to Mr. Sapely or Miss Sartorus, whichever he chanced to see first. And he was carrying in the hangings when the door opened and Claire entered. The blood flew to Gerald's face for a moment, then left it as pale as his tan would permit. She did not change colour, but a smile, to him it seemed a heavenly smile, dawned on her face. "Oh, why did you not have some of the servants do this?" she said. "It wasn't necessary," he said. "It has taken very little time. I hope you have not caught cold from yesterday's wetting, Miss Sartorus." "Oh, no, no," she said, and she smiled again. It seemed to him that there was a new note in her voice, one still more musical than of old, but he thought that it was a fancy on his part, born of his newly discovered love. "I am not in the least the worse. And have you carried all those things in yourself? Let me help you," and she went to some of the hangings he had thrown on a chair. "No, please don't," he said quickly. "They are smothered with dust, and—" He glanced at the beautiful morning frock. She hesitated, then her hands fell to her side, and she stood watching him. "There is no chance of a storm to-day," she said presently. "Mrs. Lexton and I are going to drive to a flower show at Thraxton. At least," she added more gravely, "she will see the show, but I shall remain in the carriage, of course." Lord Wharton's death was too recent to permit of her appearing in public. She looked round the room. "Is it all clear now?" "Yes. Oh, by the way, I found some papers, Miss Sartorius. They tumbled out of the old bureau." He took them from his pocket and held them out to her. Mr. Sapley must have overlooked them when he cleared out the things. She did not take the papers, but glanced at them indifferently. "I suppose they belong to him," she said. "I will give them to him. Or perhaps," she added, with a little laugh, "you will not mind taking charge of them? If I take them I shall be sure to put them somewhere and forget them." "Certainly," he said, as he replaced them in his pocket. "Most ladies do that." She smiled and moved toward the door, but lingered, looking out of the window. Then, as if she had suddenly remembered, she said, "Oh, Mr. Ware, I told Mrs. Lexton of your singing, and will be so glad if you will come and dine with us this evening. Will you?" The invitation was given in the frankest and simplest way, and Gerald, with a leap of the heart, and forgetting all his resolutions, was about to accept as simply, when he remembered something else, and quietly said, "Thank you very much, Miss Sartorius, but I am afraid I shall not be able to come." The faintest smile of disappointment, not unmixed with surprise, crossed her face. "You will be busy?" she said, a little coldly. "No," he said frankly, and with a second's hesitation. "The fact is, Miss Sartorius, I don't possess an evening suit." Claire's face cleared, and she laughed softly. "I don't think Mrs. Lexton will mind, and I am sure I shall not," she said, with a little touch of pleasant contempt in her voice. "If that is your only reason for declining, pray come. I am afraid you will find it dull." "No, I shall not find it dull," he said almost abruptly. The prospect opened to him like a glimpse of paradise. "I shall be glad to come." 8:00, then," she said. "And you will bring some music?" He laughed and shook his head. "What little I possess I carry in my head," he said. "What a funny place to keep it," she said, with a touch of girlish playfulness which thrilled him. It seemed to him as if he should never know her, or exhaust the infinite variety of her charm. She went, leaving the room to his fancy, echoing with the sweetness of her laugh, radiant with the reflection of her loveliness. He went about for the remainder of the day like a man in a dream. The evening shone before his mental vision with rays of gold. To spend 3 hours with her! Lee and the men noticed the rapt look on his face, and one man said to another, "He's a rare fine looking gentleman, Mr. Ware, bean't he?" When he came home he took out all his clothes and put them under a severe inspection, and after the most profound and anxious consideration, chose a dark serge suit as being the nearest approach to evening dress. Then he folded up the others and put them back into the portmanteau, and with them the coat he had worn that day. And he, of course, quite forgot the papers, which were still in the pocket of the coat. 12. The Thraxton Flower Show was a great event, second only in importance to the annual visit of the great traveling circus, and everybody who could by any means attend it made a point of doing so. It was held in Lord Chester's grounds, and his lordship and the rest of the aristocracy put in an appearance, and wandered in and out of the tents and about the grounds with that fixed smile which always indicates intense boredom. There was a band, the Thraxton Volunteers, but it discoursed anything but sweet music, and was just a little too loud, even for the open air. However, Thraxton was very proud of it, and it was still more proud of itself, and so general satisfaction reigned around. Although the Court Regna gardener did not compete, his exhibit was always far better than any of the others, even that of Lord Chester's, who, though a peer, was not nearly as rich as Miss Sartorius, and of much less importance than the mistress of the court. Early in the afternoon Claire and Mrs. Lexton drove up to the entrance, and Mrs. Lexton alighted. She had not wanted to come, seeing that Claire could not go into the show, but Claire had insisted, remarking that it was the only piece of dissipation that she would be able to offer her friend. "I shall only just walk through, Claire," she said. "You will do nothing of the kind," responded Claire. "You are to look at every flower. I know how fond you are of them. And not to hurry in the very least. I shall be quite happy watching the people." And she spoke the truth. She felt strangely happy that afternoon; and wisely did not attempt to seek the cause; though every now and then she remembered that Mr. Ware was coming to dinner, and thought how pleasant it would be to hear him sing again. The landau, with its superb bays, and servants in mourning livery, went slowly up and down the road, and Claire leaned back and watched the people making their way in little batches toward the entrance, with its flags and streamers fluttering gaily in the light breeze. She knew, and was known to all of them, and she bowed and smiled in response to their respectful greetings. All Thraxton and Regna seemed to have taken a holiday that day, and Claire found herself laughing softly in harmony with a group of merry girls who went by, dropping a curtsy as they passed the grand carriage. The landau turned after a little while, and as it reached the gate, Lord Chester came out and raised his hat. He was a tall, thin man of about 60, with close-cropped white hair and a military bearing. He had been the colonel of a crack cavalry regiment, and was a distinguished-looking man, and he was a bachelor, strange to say. Claire had met him now and again at flower shows and similar functions, and Lord Chester had a great admiration and sympathy for the beautiful girl whom Lord Wharton had kept shut up for so many years. He had not only raised his hat, but ventured to offer his thin white hand. "I am so glad to see you out, Miss Sartoris," he said in his clear, high-bred voice, and with a smile which many women had found so fascinating. "Are you not coming in? Ah, I am afraid not. Yes, I am sorry." "Is it a good show this year?" asked Claire. He gave a little shrug of his square shoulders. "About the same as usual, I think. Of course, the court exhibit takes the lead, also as usual. Fortunately, it is not wet. I don't know why, but it generally is, as you know to your cost. I hope it does some good. I suppose it does." He smiled, showing his white, even teeth. "I have often asked myself which exerts the most blighting influence on the temper, a flower show or a local concert, and I have never been able to decide. I think the former, but then I am, for my sins, one of the judges, and suffer accordingly. This year I was going to propose that we should give a prize to everything. It would prevent so much jealousy and heart-burning. But the committee didn't see their way to it. Committees of all kinds are so stupid." Claire laughed, and as he looked at her he was almost guilty of murmuring audibly, "She is more lovely than ever." "I hear you are making great alterations at the court," he said aloud. "Yes," said Claire, and half unconsciously the colour mounted to her face. He sighed, but smiled. "How lucky you are to be able to do it. The hall is nearly tumbling about my ears, but I can't afford more than a new slate or two now and then." He was rather given to jesting about his poverty. "Some of these days you will hear that the roof has fallen in, and will have to send some of your people to dig me out of the ruins." "I will come myself," said Claire, smiling down at him. "Then the sooner it falls in the better," he retorted gallantly. "By the way, I hear wonderful accounts of your architect. Quite a clever young fellow, a sort of genius, isn't he?" "Yes, he is very clever, I think," said Claire. The colour had gone again, and her face was of its ordinary whiteness. "Strange for a man of these parts. We don't generally breed geniuses." "Mr. Ware does not belong here," she said. "No? I thought I knew the name." He wrinkled his brow as if he were trying to remember. "I seem to have heard it before somewhere. Then you discovered him? That was very clever of you." The horses began to fidget. "But I am keeping you. May I call some day? Soon, Miss Sartoris?" Claire murmured her permission, and the carriage moved away. Lord Chester stroked his iron-grey moustache thoughtfully as he made his way back to the tent. "Yes, she is the most beautiful girl I ever saw. And she is charming, especially when she looks straight at one with those violet eyes and smiles," he said to himself. Then he sighed. "I wish I were 20 years younger," he added wistfully. As the carriage reached the end of the road and was about to turn back again, Mr. Mordaunt Sapley came along in the direction of the show. He was very nicely dressed in a suit exactly appropriate to the occasion, and wore a specimen begonia in the buttonhole of his light grey frock-coat. He flushed a little as he raised his hat to Claire, and flushed still more when she returned the greeting with a smile. He could scarcely know that the smile was merely mechanical, and that she barely noticed him. He entered the tent and mixed with the crowd, nodding condescendingly to the commoner people, and smirking with an affectation of familiarity with those of the county families, who vouchsafed him a nod or a couple of fingers. Presently he left the tent, and as he did so he saw a slim, girlish figure standing near a shrubbery. It was Lucy Hawker. Mr. Mordaunt frowned and bit his lip, and after a cautious glance round him, strolled in her direction and followed her into the shrubbery. She walked very slowly so that he could overtake her, and turned to him with a smile on her pretty soft face, which many of the Regna young men would have gone through fire and water to obtain, but which roused Mr. Sapley's resentment. "So here you are," he said, trying to speak pleasantly. "Yes," she said in a low voice, her eyes fixed on him with loving pride. "I thought I should see you, Mordaunt. I have been keeping about here out of the way, thinking you would come in search of me. I hope you haven't been looking for me long and waiting." "Oh, no," he said, biting his moustache. "The fact is, I don't think it is very wise of us to be seen together. People are so quick to notice, and quicker to talk." She looked at him swiftly and timidly. "They have seen us together before now," she said. "Surely there could be no harm in your speaking to me, Mordaunt, seeing that we have known each other ever since we were children." "Ah, yes, children," he said, still keeping a sharp lookout. "But we aren't children any longer." "Sometimes I wish we were," she murmured sadly. "Eh, what? You've got into the habit of muttering to yourself, Lucy. I should break myself of it if I were you." She glanced at him again, and her lips quivered. "I am as I have always been, Mordaunt," she said softly. "You did not find fault." "Oh, well, don't let us quarrel for the few minutes we are together," he said pettishly. "And they'll have to be precious few minutes, for some of the people are coming out of the tent, and will be walking down here. And though you don't seem to mind, I do. I have to think of you, you see," he added with noble disinterestedness. "Forgive me, Mordaunt, dear," she whispered. "There's nothing to forgive. You are just a little careless, that's all, Lucy," he said. "By George, here are some coming now. Good-bye." "Good-bye," she murmured hastily. She looked wistfully up into his face, and then at the begonia in his coat. "What a beautiful flower, Mordaunt." "Yes, isn't it?" he said. "Take a prize if I'd shown it. But we swells can't go in for the prizes." Her face fell. Perhaps she had thought that he would give it to her. "You will come down to the old place to night, Mordaunt?" "Yes, yes," he assented hastily. "You walk on now, or they'll see us. Good-bye." And he turned and walked away from her, with a scowl of sullen impatience on his face, which changed to a smirk as he met the group approaching him. A quarter of an hour afterward, as the court carriage was standing a little way from the entrance, Lucy saw him going up to it, and naturally enough, she drew up behind the bank of laurels near which she stood and watched him; for to poor Lucy there was no sight on earth so precious as that of this elegant Oxford gentleman, who had won her heart. Claire, who had been studying the catalogue, looked up as he approached. He raised his hat with the respectful air which he had assumed of late, and said, "Quite a large attendance to-day, Miss Sartorius. I am told that it breaks the record." "I am very glad," said Claire. "I shall hear a full account of it from my friend Mrs. Lexton." "I am sorry you cannot go in," he said, and he smiled rather nervously. "There are some very good flowers." As he spoke he looked down at the begonia which he now held in his hand. "Yes, this is rather fine, isn't it?" Claire glanced at the flower, and assented. "Perhaps you will accept it, Miss Sartorius," he said. "It will be a kindness to the flower. I shall be sure to lose it before I get home. Please do." Claire attached no significance to the offer. She rarely went into the village without some of the women or children presenting her with a flower or a shell; and she was averse to wounding any one's feelings, even Mr. Mordaunt Sapley's. "Oh, thanks," she said, and she took the flower. "It is a very fine one indeed. Are you going back to the tent? If so, will you please tell Mrs. Lexton on no account to hurry? I am quite happy." With his eyes on the flower in her hand, he murmured an assent and prudently took himself off. Lucy had seen the whole of the little incident quite distinctly, and as she hurried away a shadow of disappointment, too slight to be that of suspicion, crossed her face, and she sighed deeply. He had given Miss Sartorius the flower he had refused to her, Lucy, who had given him everything. It touched her to the heart, but her jealousy would not have awakened if she had not met Mordaunt safely a few minutes afterward. He was walking along with his head more erect than usual, and a smile of satisfaction on his weakly vicious face, and he started as she came upon him from a side walk. "Hello, Lucy! Not gone yet?" he said, with a certain embarrassment, which she was quick to divine. "No," she said, "but I'm going now." "So am I. Quite tired of it. Beastly bore, this kind of thing." "You looked happy enough just now, Mordaunt," she said. "What have you done with your flower?" He glanced at her sideways, and then at his buttonhole with an assumption of surprise. "My flower? Ah, yes, it's gone. I must have dropped it. Wish I'd given it to you to take care of." Her face flushed as she shrunk with a woman's horror of a falsehood on the lips of her lover. "Yes, it is a pity," he said lightly. "Never mind, I'll bring you one from the garden to-night." She did not thank him, and hung her head with a strange look in her face, which would have surprised him if he had not been too wrapped up in his self-satisfaction to notice it; and they parted at the end of the walk with only a faint "good-bye" on either side. That evening Claire, for the first time in her life, was in doubt as to what she should wear for dinner. But her hesitation did not last. With woman's true instinct, she felt that if she did not wear an evening dress as usual, Gerald Ware would think that she attached importance to his lack of a dress suit; and she chose a handsome frock of soft black silk and still softer lace, and wore a diamond bracelet and pendant, as well as the spray he had recovered for her. Perhaps, too, she was half conscious of the desire to appear at her best in his eyes. And again, for the first time in her life, she felt a subtle kind of satisfaction in her attire as she went downstairs to the drawing-room. Gerald was announced a few minutes after she had gone down; and as she glanced at him she thought that the plain serge suit gave him as distinguished an appearance as the regulation attire could have done. As for him, as he took her hand, he had hard work to keep his admiration from declaring itself through his eyes. But though her beauty made his heart throb, it filled him with a despairing sadness. The costly gems served to remind him of the hopelessness of his passion. He stifled a sigh, then, with a great effort, regained his usual alert brightness. The butler announced dinner almost immediately. It was a most enjoyable meal. Mrs. Lexton was full of the flower show, and Claire led her on to give a graphic account of it. Gerald, as he ate his dinner and listened to the two women, glanced now and again round the magnificent room. Strange to say, he did not feel out of place; rather, it seemed to him as if he had been used to all this stately refinement. He did not feel at all uncomfortable in his serge suit, and the butler, who was a severe critic of men and manners, noticed the absence of any embarrassment on Gerald's part, and remarked sententiously in the servants' hall that Mr. Ware was a perfect gentleman. Gerald listened at first, but presently he began to talk, and Claire, to say nothing of Mrs. Lexton, found herself completely entertained. Gerald had seen a large slice of the world, and could tell of what he had seen with that graceful simplicity which is beyond art. As he told them of scenes and incidents in his checkered career, Claire found herself listening with an almost breathless interest, and it was not until the butler, placing the famous Court Regna port upon the table, had coughed twice, that Claire said: "Mr. Ware, you will like to smoke. I'm afraid I can't offer you a cigar, or even a cigarette. Lord Wharton did not smoke." Gerald said he had a cigarette. "But I am not supposed to stay long," he said, as he opened the door for them. "No, don't, please, Mr. Ware," said Mrs. Lexton, who seemed to lose her nervousness and timidity in his society. "How delightful he is," she said to Claire, as they sunk into the luxurious drawing-room chairs. "I feel as if I could never tire of listening to him. What I like so much in him is the absence of self-consciousness. So many young men just talk for effect. Now, Mr. Ware told you the most extraordinary adventures, and one feels that they are true, and yet so simply, and without bringing his own share in them into prominence. "Yes," said Claire quietly. There was a faint color in her face, and her eyes were shining brightly, as if in rivalry with her diamonds. Mrs. Lexton laughed rather disappointedly. "I don't think you admire him quite as much as I do, dear," she said. Claire appeared engrossed in turning over the music, and made no response; and she was still thus employed when Gerald came in. He remembered that he was asked to sing as well as dine, and glanced at the piano. "Is it too soon after dinner, Mr. Ware?" said Mrs. Lexton. "I hope not." Gerald smiled. How often had he sung in the mining camp the very moment the hasty meal had been devoured? "I'm afraid you will be disappointed if you expect great things, Mrs. Lexton," he said. "I've just got the knack of the street singer, that's all." He went to the piano where Claire stood. "Will you see if there is anything you know here?" she said. He turned over the pile of music and shook his head. "I'm afraid not." "What shall we do?" asked Claire, with a smile. "I'll try and play something," he said modestly. "Oh," said Claire, "I did not know." "Oh, I only vamp," he said; and he struck a rough and ready accompaniment, then began to sing. He did his best, naturally enough, poor fellow, and the clear tenor notes rose and floated through the room. Mrs. Lexton glanced at Claire with a gesture of delighted surprise. But Claire, standing beside the piano, made no sign, only when he had finished she said very, very quietly, "Will you sing again?" "Will not you?" he asked. "Presently," she replied almost coldly, for she was fighting with sweet maiden ferocity against the effect of his nearness, the deep musical voice which seemed to wake a subtle echo in her heart. He sung again, and still stronger grew the spell upon her. She stood very near him, listening to every note, her eyes downcast, her heart beating fast, so that the lace on her bosom rose and fell almost in unison with the liquid notes. "Now will you sing something?" he asked, and he looked up at her with grave entreaty. She turned over the music absently. "Here is a duet, 'Love's Quest,'" he said. "I think I know that. Will you sing it with me, Miss Sartoris?" The Miss Sartoris came afterward, as if he were reminding himself of the fact that he was Mr. Ware the architect, and it recalled her to herself. "Yes," she said in a low voice, and they sung. She stood close at his elbow. He could feel her breath upon his hair, feel the soft, fleecy lace, soft and fleecy as it was, against his shoulder, and he sung like a man in a dream, scarcely knowing what he sung. And yet the words were so significant. He knew, wherever he went, in hopeless dreams his love was spent. For him no joy, for him no rest. He toiled in vain on true love's quest. When he came to the last line his voice faltered, then ceased. He still played the accompaniment, but glanced up at her. From the clear pallor of her face the violet eyes shone like stars, and he met their gaze. The music died away. He was back in the cave again, with her hair across his lips, her hands upon his shoulders. He glanced across the room where Mrs. Lexton had been sitting, but she had moved into the conservatory, not out of hearing, but out of sight. "Miss Sartoris," he said, scarcely conscious that he was speaking. "Claire." She did not move. Her eyes still dwelt upon him, and was he mad, or did they shine with a sudden tenderness? The divine madness of love was upon him. He forgot the social gulf that divided them, forgot that he was a penniless adventurer, and she the mistress of Court Regna. He took the small white hand near him, and grasped it firmly, and love's avowal was on his lips. "Claire," he said. As he spoke, alas, Mrs. Lexton came back into the room. "How well your voices harmonize," she said. "Can you not find another duet?" Gerald glanced at her vaguely. "Miss Sartoris, Claire, I must speak to you to morrow," he said almost hoarsely. "Do not be angry. Wait, try and forgive me, until to morrow." Alas and alas! To morrow is a fatal day. If he had only spoken that night! Claire drew her hand away without a word, but her star-like eyes lingered upon his face, and their violet drew deeper. He got up, the room seemed to be swimming round, and said a hasty good night to Mrs. Lexton, who looked at him with pardonable surprise at his abruptness, and left the room. He caught up his hat from the hall table, and strode down the path through the lawns. He had been mad, mad! And yet the tenderness, the inexpressible glow that lay in those violet eyes, still shone on him, and set his heart throbbing and leaping. Was there any hope for him? He had reached the turn of the path when a girlish figure came quickly yet hesitatingly upon him, with a cry of "Mordaunt!" He did not hear the word, but saw that the figure was that of Lucy Hawker. In the electric condition of his mind, her sudden presence confused him. "Miss Lucy!" he said. Then, as he uttered a faint exclamation, and drew back, as if startled and disappointed, he said, "We seem fated to meet by moonlight." She drew the thin shawl which most of the Regna girls wore about her face. "It's you, Mr. Ware," she said, with a gasp of relief. "I, my very self," he assented, scarcely knowing what he said. Then he added, for he saw that she was trembling, and that her face was haggard and drawn, as if with trouble, "What is the matter?" And as he spoke, the fates and his tenderness for all weak things prompted him to lay his hand upon her shoulder, with the strong man's ready offer of sympathy and consolation. The words, the touch, were too much for Lucy, and she bowed her head upon his arm in sudden collapse, and burst into tears. And as they stood thus, Claire stepped out on the terrace, her heart beating fast like a wild animal in her bosom, and as she looked across the lawn these two figures, the man with his hand upon the girl's shoulder, the girl with her head upon his arm, stood out with startling distinctness. She looked, and her heart seemed to cease beating, a mist rose before her eyes, a terrible cold, like that of ice, ran through her veins, which a moment ago had thrilled so warmly. She uttered no cry, did not move, but her face grew whiter and still whiter, and her lips set like those of a marble statue. End of chapters 11 and 12. Chapters 13 and 14 of The Mistress of Court Regna, by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Lucy sobbed hysterically for a moment or two, and Gerald, who knew enough about women to be aware that it was no use speaking to her until the little fit was over, waited patiently. His new-born love for Claire filled his heart with tenderness toward all her sex, and he felt very sorry for Lucy. Though he did not know what was the matter, he guessed that it was something connected with a love affair, and wondered how any young fellow could have had the heart to bring tears to the soft, childlike eyes. If he had even known that Claire was watching him from the terrace, he would have felt no uneasiness. All his heart was given to Claire, his whole being absorbed in her, and it would never have occurred to him that she would ever dream of being jealous of Lucy Hawker. Which shows that no man has ever yet understood a woman. When Lucy's tears had subsided, she drew a little away from him shamefacedly. "Is anything the matter, Miss Lucy?" he asked. "No, no, sir," she said, with a little catch in her voice. She had had time to find an excuse for her hysterical outburst. "I was walking alone in the wood, and I thought I heard someone behind me. Then I saw you and ran up to you. I was a bit frightened. I hope you'll forgive me, Mr. Ware." "There's nothing to forgive, Miss Lucy," he said. "I am very glad I chanced to be here. Didn't you call me by some name, though? I fancied—" "No, sir," she said hurriedly, averting her eyes. "Ah, I thought you did," he said. "I was afraid you were in some trouble. This is a world of trouble, Miss Lucy. We all get our share." "Yes, indeed, sir," she said, with a sigh. "Just so. Now, if you are in any trouble, and I can help you, I needn't say that I shall be very glad to do so. I don't want to force your confidence." "Oh, no, no, sir," she said. "You are always so very good and kind." "In fact," he continued, "there is someone who has a right to know of any trouble you are in, and that's your father. I have seen a very great deal of the world, Miss Lucy, and I've come to the conclusion that when anything is wrong with a girl, or, for the matter of that, a man, she or he can't do better than go to the father. I haven't one myself," he added gravely. "I have never had one that I remember. I wish I had. But I'm quite sure that I'm right. If there's anything wrong, anything that worries you, no matter what it is, go to your father. I haven't any right to exact a promise, but if I had, I would ask you to take my advice." Gerald's influence over most women was a powerful one. With such a girl as Lucy Hawker it was irresistible. She drew a long breath, as if she were forming a resolution. "You are very good to me, Mr. Ware," she said. "I am in a kind of trouble, and I will go to my father." "That's right," said Gerald cheerfully, little guessing that he had touched the spring of a lever which would work him much woe. "You tell your father everything. Take my word for it, you haven't a better friend on earth." I know," she murmured. They walked together to the cottage. It was late, but there were one or two persons on the narrow road and standing at their doors, and these gave them good night as they passed. When Gerald reached his room he lighted a pipe and paced up and down, recalling every incident of his evening at the Court, and trying to realize what had happened. He had called Miss Sartorius Claire, had, with the language of the eyes, told her that he loved her. To-morrow he must go and tell her so plainly, by word of mouth. How would she receive his avowal? Had he only fancied the tender look in her eyes, or was it really there? It seemed like madness to hope, and yet his heart beat wildly with hope. He knew that she was noble-minded. It was just possible that she would consent to forget the difference between them, would sink her pride of wealth and station, and consent to be his wife. All night he dreamed of her. In the morning he rose, had his bath, and after breakfast went down to the Court as usual. Lee met him at the half-demolished wing. "You haven't begun to pull down the other part yet?" said Gerald. "No, sir," said Lee. "I thought I would clear away some of the stuff first. There will be less mess." "Quite right," said Gerald. He looked round the works, and then went across the terrace to the hall door, and inquired for Miss Sartorius. "Miss Sartorius is not in, sir," said the footman. "She started directly after breakfast for a ride to one of the distant farms, and she won't be back till the afternoon." Gerald went away surprised and disappointed. His heart sunk. What did it mean? She must have known that he would come early in the morning. Had she gone away to avoid him? Yes, that must be it. He was a fool to hope. He returned to the building, and after watching the men for a little while went up to the old room. He had cleared everything out of it excepting the portrait of the unknown lady. He took this up and looked at it mechanically, his thoughts with Claire. The face seemed to smile at him more pathetically than ever that morning, as if it sympathized with his hopes and uncertainties. In a vague way it seemed familiar to him. He dusted it carefully with his handkerchief, and deciding to take it home for cleaning that night, looked round for some place of safety for it. It occurred to him that it would be safer in its old place behind the panel than anywhere else, at any rate until they demolished the room, and he replaced it there and fastened the panel over it. Then he went about his work in a perfunctory way until the sun began to sink. By that time he judged that Claire would have returned, and he went slowly up to the house. The footman said Miss Sartorius was in and would see him, and conducted him to the library. He waited there about 5 minutes, and then the door opened and Claire entered. She was in her riding habit, and as he looked at her, he thought of the morning at the chapel, of the sketch he had made of her, and which he looked at every night before he went to sleep. She did not offer him her hand, but stood holding her whip with her eyes downcast. There was no trace of embarrassment on her face, which was perfectly calm and almost impassive. To him it seemed that it looked almost like that of a Grecian statue, exquisite in its immobility. His heart sunk. If there had been a trace of bashful confusion in the lovely face he would have been encouraged. But he had come to tell her of his love, and he would tell her, let the result be what it might. "You have been for a long ride," he said. "Yes," she assented, and her voice was as impassive as her face, though his conventional words thrilled through her. "I came up this morning in the hope of seeing you," he said. I have something to say to you which I almost fear to put into words. To me they seem so wild, so preposterous, that I scarcely dare hope that you will accept them seriously." She did not speak or raise her eyes, but both hands closed more tightly on the whip. "Miss Sartorius, I have told you just what I am, what the world calls an adventurer. I came here in the course of my wanderings, and fate, I think, drew me to meet you. Fate might have decreed that after exchanging a few words with you I should go on my way, but it willed otherwise. Since that night I saw you there in the woods, we have met almost daily. From the very first hour of our meeting, you have exerted an influence over me against which I fought at first, but against which I can fight no longer." Still she did not speak, but her breath seemed to come faster for a moment or two. "I have felt that strange influence all along. As I have said, I have struggled against it. I have told myself 20 times a day that you are as far above me as the stars, that you are mistress of all this," he waved his hand slightly, "rich, of an exalted station, and that I am what you know. I set a guard upon myself, and thought that I had learned my lesson too thoroughly to forget the difference between us. But last night my heart broke its bonds, and declared itself. I must have shown you that I loved you." She raised her eyes to his face for a second only. There was no encouragement in them, but almost an expression of indignation, but Gerald was looking down and did not see the fleeting glance. When a man loves a woman, as I love you, and has shown her by a look and a whispered word that he loves her, he owes it to her and to himself that he should speak out, let the result be what it may. If I could have kept my secret I would have done so. I ask you to believe that." His voice was almost stern, and her hands that held the whip so tightly trembled a little. "I know what the world would say if you were to accept my love. It would say that I had no right to lay it at your feet, that you were foolish to stoop and accept it. But notwithstanding this knowledge, I have come to tell you, Miss Sartorius, that I love you." A tremor passed over her face, and the violet eyes were hidden by the long lashes. "I love you with all my heart and soul. I have never loved any woman until I saw you." She glanced at him swiftly, and her lips parted, but she set them again firmly. "You are just all the world to me, and if you send me away, you send me to a life of wretchedness and misery. But I do not ask for your pity, I ask for your love." His voice vibrated with passionate earnestness, and there was a ring of manly dignity in it which almost unnerved Claire. But the vision of his meeting with Lucy rose before her eyes, and she steeled herself. Her face at that moment was like that of a cameo in its set whiteness. "If you will give me your love, it will be to me as the breath of heaven. I can say no more. I would not have said this but for last night. Miss Sartorius, Claire, will you forget your wealth and station, and give yourself to me? Last night I thought, perhaps it was madness, that you looked at me as if I might dare to hope. I have cherished that look ever since. Tell me if I was indeed only mad, or if I may venture to hope." There was silence broken only by the ticking of the clock on the marble mantelpiece. "Will you not speak?" he said almost breathlessly. "Answer me, yes or no. Be it what it may, I will accept it at once and without question. I know that if I am so fortunate as to possess your love, you will say so. The difference in position between us will not count with you. I know that, for I have learned to know you." "Speak to me, Claire. Your silence is terrible. I repeat, I love you, I love you. I know that if I can win your love I can make you happy. All my life shall be devoted to you. He suddenly stopped, and his strong hand gripped the end of the table vice-like. Her silence weighed on him, tortured him. "Speak to me," he said. "Do not be afraid. If it should be no, I shall not whine or resent it. I have no right to do so. Who am I that I should dare to hope for so priceless a thing as your love? Whatever it may be, tell me my fate. See? I only ask for yes or no. Which is it, Claire?" She raised her head and looked at him. It seemed to him, in his terrible moment of excitement, that there was something almost accusatory in the gaze of her eyes, now deeply violet. It might have been a look of accusation or of indignant pride. He waited, his heart beating fast. Then the words came. "It is no," she said. He stood for an instant, as if scarcely realizing the import of the curt sentence. His head sunk as he bit his lips, as if with an effort to control himself. "No," he said. "No," echoed Claire almost inaudibly. As she spoke, the bent whip snapped, and she let the fragments drop from her hand. "I understand," he said. "I was mad then after all. My love must have deceived me. What can I say to you, Claire? Miss Sartorius?" To this question there was no reply. The silence seemed to weigh upon them both, the ticking of the clock became a torture. The room seemed to swim round with Gerald. Her "no" rang like a knell within his heart. Outside the sun shone brightly, the sky was dyed a glowing red, but to him it seemed as if a darkness had suddenly fallen upon the room, through which shone the face of the woman he loved, like a star. He stood with downcast eyes in silence for a moment, calling upon all his manliness to support him. "It is no," he said. "You do not love me." She made no answer, but turned away from him, so that he could not see the anguish in her eyes and on her quivering lips. He drew a long breath. "Well, I had no right to expect any other answer. It was sheer madness on my part, and I ought to ask your forgiveness. I do so." She made no response, and after looking at her, he turned away and looked out of the window, as if he could not bear to glance upon the face which meant so much to him. The silence lasted for nearly a minute, then he said huskily, as if he were trying to control his voice: "You will find it hard to forgive me, no doubt, Miss Sartorius. My presumption must seem a heinous sin in your eyes. You will not care to see me meet me again? I would leave here at once to-night. But there is the building." He thought for a moment, his face heavy with care. "It is not necessary that we should meet. I need not come near the house, and you can avoid the new building when I am there. All our business can be done through Mr. Sapley. When the work is completed, I will leave Regna immediately, that very hour if it be possible. I shall pass out of your life very soon, and there will be nothing to remind you of the annoyance I have caused you." She did not speak as she moved almost imperceptibly toward the door. "One moment before you go," he said. "I want to tell you, that you are quite free from the blame in this matter. It was sheer madness on my part, a madness in which you had no part. I suppose that last night my love for you deluded me into imagining all sorts of wild, improbable things." Her hand went up to her bosom, and caught at the edge of her habit, but she did not speak. "I only am to blame," he said. "I was just the moth that loved a star, and thought that because it shone, that it shone alone for me. By no word or look have you encouraged me in my madness. Do not let it weigh upon you. I am not worth a thought. A nameless adventurer has crossed your path, and if he has dared to love you, why, that is only natural. He will go as he came, and there will be an end of him." He forced a smile at these brave words. Claire half turned, and her lips parted as if she were about to speak, but he held up his hand. "For God's sake, don't say any conventional words of pity," he said. "I know that I am not worthy of your love, but that does not make the loss of it any easier to bear. Let me go without a word, Miss Sartorius, either of pity or of censure. The man who is sentenced to death is not consoled by the speech of the judge." Claire closed her lips and moved toward the door. He went and opened it for her, and as she passed out, he touched the sleeve of her habit with his lips. She did not feel the caress, did not meet the anguish in his eyes, and the door closed between them. 14. Claire went straight to her room. What it cost her to say that no man can describe, and only a woman can understand. All the while he had been talking, pleading, her heart had gone out to him. Once or twice her hands had almost dropped the whip, had been stretched out toward him. It was only by recalling his meeting with Lucy, by keeping it before her eyes, that she could find strength to resist him. Some women, loving as she loved, would not have allowed what she had seen to come between them. They would have regarded it as just a man's flirtation with a village girl, would probably have taxed him with it, and have accepted his excuses, and forgiven him. But Claire was not made like most women. Her very ignorance of the world, and of the ways of the men that dwell therein, prevented her viewing such a flirtation as a matter of no moment. The fact that he could go straight from her presence with a look of love in his eyes, the word of love warm on his lips, and caress Lucy Hawker, filled her with horror. And yet his words had borne the accent of truth. He had been so manly in his declaration of love for her. Claire felt bewildered, as if she had been plunged suddenly into a strange world, in which men spoke with the eloquence of truth, while a lie was in their hearts. She suffered cruelly, for she loved him deeply and passionately. What joy it would have been to her to tell him of that love, to tell him that she counted her wealth and position as mere dross weighed against the worth of his love. She wondered what he would do now. Perhaps she had driven him into the arms of Lucy Hawker. At the thought, a spasm of jealousy ran through her, and she hid her face in her hands. Should she go away? However carefully she might avoid him, she might see him, and the sight of him would cost her such acute anguish. But no, she would not go away. She was too proud to let him suspect by her flight that she loved him. Indeed, she would endeavor so to bear herself that he would think that she had forgotten what had passed between them, or at any rate deemed it of no importance. Gerald went out of the house feeling half dazed. Though he had scarcely dared to hope that she would accept him, her refusal had completely crushed him. As he recalled her manner of the previous evening, he still felt convinced that there had been something in her eyes which had encouraged him. If that was so, what had happened since then? Perhaps she had had time to consider her position, to remember the difference between them, and her pride had awakened. After all, it was just what he might have expected. What right had he to hope that the mistress of Court Regna would stoop to love a nameless adventurer? Well, he deserved his fate. What he had to do now was to keep out of the way while he was compelled to remain at Regna, and to get out of it as soon as possible. He must try and forget her, though it seemed to him that he should never forget her, never cease to love her while life lasted. As he reached the building, Lee came up and spoke to him. Gerald could scarcely bring himself to comprehend what the man was saying, and Lee stopped and looked at him curiously and gravely. "You are not looking quite the thing this evening, sir," he said. "I've got a headache," said Gerald. "You look quite knocked up, sir," said Lee. "I'd go home and take a rest, sir, if I were you. There's no need for you to be at the works for some days. I'd take a holiday, sir." "A holiday?" said Gerald vaguely. "Yes, sir," said Lee. "I've got it all clear before me, and the plans are so straightforward that I could get out the foundation and so on without troubling you for quite a while. You'd be all the better for a little change, sir." The man's suggestion was a very welcome one to Gerald. It seemed to him that if he could get away for a little time he could bear the blow better. Every moment he was near the place he would be dreading meeting her. "I rather think I will take your advice, Lee," he said. "I am feeling rather knocked up, and a change will put me straight." He went over the works with Lee, and saw that everything was right, to the minutest detail, then he went homeward. The spring had gone out of his step. He walked with his head bent. A very different man to the Gerald Ware of a few hours ago. He went down to the pier, and lighting a pipe, stared vacantly at the sea. Like Claire, he felt bewildered. Why had she said "no" so coldly? It was unlike her. She had been kindness and gentleness itself up to this morning. It was so strange that she had not said one word of regret for his foolish passion. "She might have let me down easier," he said to himself. It was not like her. He could not but remember her many acts of kindness; how she had clung to him in the cave, had always treated him as an equal and a friend. Why she had gone out of her way to ask him to spend an evening at the Court. Had she been aware of his love all the time, and simply been amusing herself? He put the thought away from him at once. No, he knew her too well to deem her guilty of that. Her treatment of him was inexplicable. But it didn't matter. He had got his answer, and must put up with it. After all, many a better man than he had loved in vain. Was he to make moan? He would bear it like a man, and try and forget her. He would go away somewhere and come back and show her that at least he felt no resentment of his dismissal. Perhaps, who knew? She would let him be her friend, her humble friend, though she would not accept him as her lover. A boat was moored to the quay just beneath him, and for the sake of something to do he strolled down and spoke to the captain. "You've got fine weather," he said. The man assented. "Yes, I'm hoping it will last," he said. "We sail this evening." "Where are you going?" asked Gerald absently. "Coast of France," replied the captain, cutting a slab of black tobacco and stowing it away carefully in his left cheek. "I should have started last night, but one of my hands has gone up to Thraxton to see his mother as is ill. I expected him back before this, but I suppose she's worse. It's a terrible bad place to get a hand if you want one in a hurry. This here Regna used to turn out the finest seamen in England, but since they've taken to salmon fishing they've got too lazy to go to sea. It's a darn sight more amusing to loaf about on the quay all day, and just go out with a net for an hour or two while the tide suits. It's a kind of gamblin', and once it gets hold of a man it's just as bad as other kinds of gamblin'. If my man don't turn up I shall have to sail short-handed. For sail I must to-night." "I hope he'll turn up," said Gerald in his pleasant way. He sauntered away and walked along the cliff. After a while it occurred to him that he was still in Regna, that he had not decided where to go. He thought of walking into Thraxton, taking the train for anywhere. Then suddenly he remembered the coaster, and what the captain had said. Why shouldn't he offer himself in the place of the missing man, if he had not turned up? Gerald was a man who came to rapid decisions. The idea suited him. He walked back across the hills to the cottage, and going to his room, crammed some clothes into a canvas bag, exchanging those he had on for a rough jersey suit, not unlike that worn by fishermen. He carried the bag downstairs, intending to ask the lad belonging to the cottage to take the bag to the quay, but no one seemed to be about. Old Hawker was not in his usual place, and Lucy was nowhere to be seen. He saw through the window that the vessel was getting ready to sail. If he meant to go by her, there was not a minute to lose. It occurred to him that the Hawkers might like to have some of the money that was due to them from him. He put a couple of sovereigns on the mantel-shelf, and shouldering his bag, left the house, thinking that he should be sure to meet Hawker or Lucy, to whom he could explain that he was going away for a few days. But he met no one on his way to the quay. Most of the men were at the salmon fishing, and a shower had driven the women indoors. There was no time to hunt for someone to take a message, for the vessel was getting up her sails. He ran along the quay and jumped on board. The captain looked at him with natural astonishment. "Good evening, Captain. Has your man come back?" "No," said the captain. "If you haven't got another in his place," said Gerald, "perhaps you'll take me. I know the work. In fact, I've served before." The captain's astonishment had not yet subsided, but with the stolidity of his class, he acceded to the proposition. "It's rather a queer fancy for a gentleman, ain't it, sir?" he said. "But you know your own mind, I suppose." "The fact is, I want a change," said Gerald, "and a little hard work will do me good. Your cruise won't be a long one, I suppose?" "Can't say," said the captain. "But you can leave the ship when we get to a French port. You can mess with me if you like," he added, "and take it by and large, you won't be so very uncomfortable." "I'm not afraid of that," said Gerald with a short laugh, as he flung his bag on the deck. "Now, Captain, I'm at your service." They got the sails up, the anchor was weighed, and the smack sailed bravely from the quay. It was rather a singular fact, the significance of which did not strike Gerald until afterward, that no one on land had seen him go on board the Susan, and that he had left no message behind him which could serve as a clue to his movements. Just about the time Gerald had been sitting on the quay, Mordaunt Sapley was making his way by the crooked and unfrequented path to that part of the beach hidden by the projecting cliff from the view of the little harbour. He was walking slowly, and with a sullen and thoughtful countenance. He was going to meet Lucy. Only a few months ago he had trod the same path eagerly enough, but that was when his fancy for her was fresh and keen. Like all weak and selfish men, Mordaunt Sapley had drifted into his intimacy with Lucy without thinking of anything but the gratification of a passing desire, and without considering the consequences. And in the first flush of his enjoyment of the conquest of the simple-hearted girl, he had thrust all thought of those consequences from him. But when he had begun to grow weary of her, they had commenced to loom ominously before him. Matters were growing awkward. The little fool, as Mordaunt mentally called her, had actually believed in his promise to marry her. She was getting troublesome. It would have been awkward enough under any circumstances, but under those in which he was placed it was most serious. He was entirely dependent on his father. At no time would Mr. Sapley have consented to Mordaunt's marrying the daughter of a Regna innkeeper. Certainly not now, when he had actually set his mind upon Mordaunt's gaining the hand of the mistress of Court Regna. Mordaunt knew that, fond as his father was of him, ambition occupied as large a share in his heart as affection for his son, and that if he, Mordaunt, were to dare to thwart that ambition, his father would cast him off without the least compunction. The idea of going to him and telling him that he would have the honour of being father-in-law to Lucy Hawker was not to be entertained for a moment. Besides, Mordaunt himself never intended to keep his promise. Never at any time, even in the first flush of his vicious passion, certainly not now when he, too, began to think that there might be a chance of marrying Miss Sartoris. His heart beat fast with ambition and self-conceit as he told himself that Miss Sartoris had accepted his flower, and had smiled on him of late. Who knew? There might actually be something in his father's assertion that he could help him to become master of Court Regna. He cursed himself as a fool for having got himself mixed up, entangled with a low-bred love affair. If the slightest whisper of it reached the ears of Miss Sartoris, away went all chance of his success in that quarter. His father would be furious, and in his fury would probably disown his son and cast him on the world. So that he would lose not only all prospect of marrying Miss Sartoris, but of inheriting his father's ill-gotten wealth. What should he do? A change seemed to have come over Lucy lately. She who used to be so docile, so yielding, had seemed to him to have grown impatient and even suspicious. He felt that his hackneyed promises and honeyed speeches would have no longer any effect. She had begun to doubt him. His face grew darker, and he gnawed his lip as he went down the cleft in the rock toward the meeting place, and it was only by an effort that he cleared his face from the scowl which made him look so like his father as he came in sight of Lucy. She was seated on a rock, and she did not spring forward to meet him as of old, but waited until he came close up to her. Then she looked up at him with something like reproach in her eyes. "You did not come last night, Mordaunt," she said. "I couldn't," he said, stooping to kiss her. "I was detained at work for the governor, but I'm here now. What's the matter? You look as if you'd lost a fortune." She glanced at him, then gazed out at sea with a pathetic gravity. "I have been thinking, Mordaunt," she said, "and when a woman thinks, when she has done what I have done, it makes her sad. Mordaunt, I want you to listen to me. Don't be angry." She clasped her hands tightly in her lap. "I want to tell you what I have decided to do." "Well, what have you decided to do?" he said with assumed lightness. "Something terrible?" "Yes, it is terrible," she replied in a low voice. "I have resolved to tell my father." He started, and his lips drew together. "Tell your father, Lucy," he said. "Do you want to ruin me?" "God knows I don't want to do that, Mordaunt," she said, "but I can't bear it any longer. I seem as if my eyes were suddenly opened to the wickedness. I can't bear it any longer. Somehow, something seems to tell me that you have been deceiving me, that you never intended to make me your wife, never intended to let your father know." She looked up at his face. It was very pale, and his eyelids were well down over his eyes. "This is rather sudden, Lucy, isn't it?" he said. "You take me by surprise." "It is sudden," she said. "It doesn't come all from myself. I've had advice. Good advice." He started. "Who's been giving you advice?" he demanded. "Mr. Ware." His face flushed hotly, and he darted a look of positive hatred at her. "Do you mean to say you told him?" he said thickly. "No, no, oh no," she said with a little shudder. "But I met him last night, and he saw by my face that I was in trouble, and he advised me in his kind, gentle way, to tell my father. And I must do so, Mordaunt." Mordaunt's face cleared somewhat. He stood biting at his moustache. He had inherited something of his father's shrewdness, and he saw at once that it would be useless to remonstrate with her, or attempt to cajole her. What should he do? Ruin stared him in the face. If she told her father, old Hawker would go straight to Mr. Sapley. All Regna would be eager to avenge the wrong inflicted upon Lucy, who was the accepted belle of the place. He must temporize. It is at such moments that terrible temptation assails such men as Mordaunt Sapley. Their very cowardice and weakness of character gives them a devilish strength. Your cowards will do anything, will commit any crime, to save his miserable skin or secure his self-comfort. A terrible temptation assailed Mordaunt Sapley. The devil was whispering in his ear, as he stood there in the gloaming beside the innocent girl he had ruined. He tried weakly to put it from him, but it clung to him like the loathsome embrace of a serpent coiling round his heart. He laughed a discordant laugh, and Lucy looked up at him with a slight start. "It's funny how things come about," he said. "It's singular you should have arrived at this decision just as I have arrived at a solution for our little difficulty, Lucy." "What do you mean, Mordaunt?" she asked. "Why, I mean that I too have come to the conclusion that things can't go on like this any longer. It's not fair to you, dear. I know you think I'm selfish, and perhaps I am a little, but I don't lose sight of your interests also. Now look here, dearest, I'm going to be quite plain with you. You tell your father, as you threaten, and I'm a ruined man, and you're ruined too. There would be an awful row, and my father would cast me off without a penny, and we should be just as far away from being married as we are now. In fact, it's a foolish plan of yours, and I've got a far better one." She looked at him patiently. "Why shouldn't we go off together and be married quietly?" The color flooded her face, and her lip trembled. "Why shouldn't we go to-night?" he said. "We could catch the night mail from Thraxton, and be married in London to-morrow, or the day after. A day won't matter." He sneered covertly. She rose, her hands clasped tightly, her face pale with emotion. "Mordaunt," she breathed. "Why not?" he said. "Nothing's easier. After we're married you can keep quiet in London. You can make some excuse for leaving so suddenly, or you can tell your father the truth and bind him to secrecy. He'll hold his tongue for your sake." "Yes," she murmured, "he would keep our secret, if we were married." "Just so," said Mordaunt. "And as there's no time like the present, I say let us go to-night. My father's away, and will know nothing. I can come back in a day or two's time. Now, if you're willing, we'll start at once." She looked round her confusedly. She was all of a tremble. "I can't go like this, Mordaunt," she breathed. "I must have some clothes." He had foreseen this, and he nodded assentingly. "Run up home and get what will go into a small bundle," he said. "Mind no one sees you, and come back as quickly as possible. Women are sharp at that kind of thing." She did not notice the sneer. "Oh, Mordaunt, I am shaking all over," she said. He drew her to him and kissed her with a Judas kiss. "It's all right," he said. "Run up and get the bundle. I'll wait here. We'll walk along the cliff to Thraxton and catch the mail, and to-morrow, or the day after, you will be Mrs. Mordaunt Sapley." She stood for a moment with her hand to her head, then with a long look at him, a look of gratitude and love, she sped away. When she had gone, Mordaunt Sapley sunk on to the rock where she had been sitting, and stared out to the sea. A cold, shaking fit seized him, and he shook like a leaf. The hellish thought in his mind was like the presence of a very devil, and overmastered him. Even then he would have turned back from the path upon which his feet were stepping, a path that shone redly as with blood. But it was too late, for though it had seemed to him but a few minutes, he heard her footsteps returning upon the rocky track, and he started to his feet, white still, but trembling no longer. "Are you ready?" he asked.
"Yes," she panted. "I got the things without anyone seeing me. Here they are. It is only a small bundle. You will not be ashamed of me, Mordaunt?"
"No, no," he said hastily. "Let us go. There is just time to catch the mail." They ascended to the cliff path. She was panting still. He tried to speak, but could find no words. His tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth. She must have felt the silence oppressive, for presently she said,
"Mordaunt, speak to me."
He turned and looked at her. "What's the matter?" he asked. She could not see his face, but there must have been something in the tone of his voice which gave her warning.
"Mordaunt," she gasped, "I am afraid I can't do it. I can't go and leave my father without a word. Let us go back."
He gripped her arm. "Hold your tongue, you fool," he hissed. "It's too late to go back."
"I must, I must,"
she cried. Unconsciously she raised her voice. He gripped her still more tightly and looked around fearfully. "Hold your tongue," he said thickly, his mouth close to her ear. "Someone will hear us." But fear had gained possession of her, a vague fear no less terrible for its vagueness.
"I will go no further, Mordaunt," she said in broken accents. "Let me go back and tell my father."
He laughed and seized her other arm. "You'd rather ruin me, you fool!" he exclaimed.
"No, no, I don't want to ruin you, Mordaunt. Let me go back, and I'll promise not to say a word."
"As if I'd trust you, or any other woman!" he snarled. His face wore the expression it had worn when he had beaten the terrier pup. She strove to wrench her arms from his grasp. He had edged her, perhaps unconsciously, to the brink of the cliff. He heard the sea rolling in the dizzy depths below him. The devil of murder that had been whispering at his ear for an hour past now prompted him. He forced her still nearer the edge, then as she swayed on the brink he released her arms, and she fell over, with a cry that seemed to go through him like a knife. End of chapters 13 and 14. Chapters 15 and 16 of The Mistress of Court Regna, by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. The moment she had fallen Mordaunt realized what he had done. He stood alone on the edge of the cliff. The girl who had loved him so devotedly was lying on the beach beneath. He, who ought to have cherished and protected her against every ill, had taken her life. He was a murderer. As he realized the fact, Mordaunt, obeying the impulse which comes to every shedder of blood, looked round him fearfully. Had anyone seen them together? Had anyone heard her terrible cry, the cry that was still ringing in his ears? All was still. He seemed to be alone, alone with the devil that had prompted him to do the deed, and now mocked him with a futile remorse. At that moment Mordaunt Sapeley would have bartered all his hopes of winning Claire, of inheriting his father's wealth, of life itself, for Lucy's presence once more beside him. The whole seemed like a hideous dream. Surely it was impossible that he, a gentleman, a varsity man who vaunted himself of his culture and refinement, could have stooped to common vulgar murder. What a fool he had been! If things had come to the worst, if Lucy had carried out her threat and made known their intrigue, matters would not have been so bad after all. He might have given the hawkers money, any amount of money, might have left Regna until the storm blew over. He had done no more than many another young man. She would have suffered, but people would have forgiven him his share in the business, and soon forgotten it. He tore at his lips as these thoughts passed through his mind, and cursed himself aloud. Then fears for his own safety began to crowd upon him. The body was lying on the beach. It would be found by one of the fishermen or coast guard. If the tide washed it out to sea, it would be picked up by one of the boats. He must do something with it. But what? Looking round again, listening intently, he, stooping low, descended the cliff, going in a zigzag fashion from ledge to ledge, in a way that he would not dare to have attempted in broad daylight, and under ordinary circumstances. That he reached the bottom in safety is an extraordinary fact. The sky was cloudy, but the moon behind the drifts lent him sufficient light by which to see the slight form stretched out upon the shore. She was lying upon a little strip of sand with her face upturned. He stumbled toward her, and almost lying beside her laid his hand upon her heart. It was quite still. He knew that she was dead. He gazed at the white face with a red streak across it from a wound on her forehead, gazed in a kind of stupor. Suddenly a kind of hope seized him. Why should not people think she had fallen over the cliff? The blood flew to his face, then left it white again, as a groan burst from his lips. His eyes had fallen upon her wrists, upon which were the red marks of his fingers. They would be black presently, and would tell their own tale. He rose to his feet, and swaying to and fro, clasped his head in his hands. What should he do with the body? His eyes fell upon a piece of wood which had washed ashore from some wreck. Its shape bore, or he fancied that it bore, some resemblance to a spade, and it gave him an idea. He sprung at it and began to dig in the patch of sand. He dug with feverish energy, the sweat pouring off him in streams, his eyes never lifted from his task until he had excavated a hole some 3 feet deep. Then he straightened his back and approached the body. He went toward it slowly, looking over his shoulder, as if he dared not permit his eyes to rest on it. 3 or 4 times his hand stretched out toward it before he could summon courage to touch it, and when he did so, a shudder shook him from head to foot. He dragged the body into the hole and began to cover it with sand. What horrors seized and shook him during this gruesome business no pen can describe. Once or twice he was compelled to stop, overcome by a deathly sickness. He fancied that he could see her face looking up at him reproachfully, could hear her voice pleading for her life. When he had filled in the sand, he dragged some rocks and stones over the grave, arranging them as naturally as possible. Then he stopped and looked seaward. In another hour the tide would cover the spot and smooth away all evidence of his work. He was safe. His brain was working acutely now, and he could plan. In case the body should by some miracle be recovered, and he should be suspected, it would be well for him to be able to prove an alibi. There was just time for him to get round the cliffs and on to the Thraxton road by a path he knew, before the tide rose. He would go into the hotel at Thraxton and talk with someone. Chance might help him. He started off and had rounded the point for which he was making just as the tide was within a foot of his path. Then suddenly he stopped, and a hot wave rushed over him. The bundle which Lucy had been carrying. What had become of it? Had she dropped it on the cliffs? No, he felt sure that she had not done so. He remembered that it was slung upon her arm as he gripped her. It must be lying somewhere on the beach, somewhere near where she had fallen. He looked back. The tide was coming up. There would be no time to retrace his steps and return. He dared not risk climbing the cliff, for his knees shook under him and his head swam. He must leave it. But, oh, heaven! The terrible danger that lurked in the discovery of that bundle. He made a slight detour so that he came in from inland. Just as he entered the town, a man with a carrier's cart met him. The man gave him good night and asked him the time. Mordaunt glanced at his watch by the light of the man's lantern, and was about to give him the right time. Then with a flash of cunning he said 10 instead of 1/2 past. "Lor, I thought it was later," said the man. "That's the right time," said Mordaunt, standing full in the light of the lantern and forcing a smile. "Good night." He went on and reached the hotel. Outside he paused a moment, and then went round to the billiard room which the enterprising landlord had built at the back. He looked in at the window. The room was empty, the gas turned low. He opened the door stealthily, and entering, stretched himself full length upon one of the settees. He lay there for about a quarter of an hour when the billiard marker entered. "Good evening, sir," he said, turning up the gas. "I didn't know anyone was here, Mistress Apley." Mordaunt stretched himself and yawned. "I've been here this last hour or more," he said daringly. "Have you now, sir?" said the marker. "I am very sorry. I've been busy in the bar. And you've been waiting for a game all this time?" "It doesn't matter," said Mordaunt. "I just came over for the walk. Came along the Turnpike Road, and feeling rather tired I fell asleep." "You do look rather done up, sir. said the marker. Mordaunt edged along the settee, out of the light of the billiard lamp. "That's your fancy," he said sharply. "I never felt better in my life. Get me a glass of brandy." Immediately the man had left the room, Mordaunt sprung upon the settee and put the clock above his head half an hour behind time. It was an irregular clock at the best of times, as he knew well; but it would serve his purpose. At any rate it would set up a doubt; and a doubt saves where murder is concerned. He had raced along from the beach; the carrier's evidence, the time by the billiard room clock, would serve to set up an alibi. The man came back with the brandy, and Mordaunt, with his back to him, only pretended to put in the water, and drank the spirit neat. He had a 50 game with the marker, and strove every nerve to win it, and did so, another point in his favour. What murderer would come red-handed from his deed of blood and win a game from the marker? He talked and laughed more than usual, and when the game was over went and lolled against the bar, chaffing the barmaid while he drank some more brandy. "You've got a long walk, Mr. Sapley," she said. "You'd better let us get the gig for you." But he refused the offer. "I shall enjoy the walk," he said. "I've been resting here nearly a couple of hours." He lighted a cigar and left the hotel with a laugh on his lips. As he walked along he felt strangely excited. He had drunk the first lot of brandy neat, and had taken very little water with the others, and not being accustomed to raw spirits, they had taken effect upon him. After all, as he told himself as he walked along, things were not so bad. It wasn't murder, come to consider it coolly. She had edged toward the cliff of her own accord; he had only let go of her arms. And he was free of her. She had been a stumbling block in his path, a standing menace. No one would find her, and if they did, no one would suspect him, Mr. Mordaunt Sapley, a 'varsity man, of such a vulgar crime. He began to whistle, but presently the whistle died away. Exhaustion was coming upon him. He had gone through enough that night to drive even a strong-minded man into a lunatic asylum. When he reached the house he was limp and trembling. As he opened the door his father came into the passage. The sight of him gave Mordaunt a turn. He had not expected him back for a couple of days. "Is that you, Morty?" asked Mr. Sapley. "You're very late." "I am, rather," said Mordaunt, trying to speak with his affected drawl. Mr. Sapley looked at him as he followed into the parlour. "What's the matter?" he asked, bending his brows. "Matter?" said Mordaunt thickly, and with a ghastly attempt at a smile. The light and the heat of the stuffy room made him reel. "Nothing. What should be the matter?" Mr. Sapley peered at him. "You look queer," he said. "Where have you been?" Mordaunt had hoped to reach his room unseen. This unexpected meeting with his father and his questioning unnerved him. "I've been to Thraxton for a game of billiards," he said. "Beaten the marker, too. I've been there since 9 o'clock. I say since 9 o'clock." Old Sapley eyed him keenly. "You've been drinking," he said. Mordaunt laughed unsteadily. He welcomed the accusation. "I've had a glass or two," he said. "The hotel liquor is thundering bad, and I fancy it's got into my head. Is there any soda water here?" He went to the sideboard, staggering slightly, and got a siphon. "I didn't expect you back so soon." "No," said Mr. Sapley. "But I got my business done quicker than I thought. I was just in time to sell out of that company. It went smash the next day. No end of people ruined over that business. Mostly clergymen and widows and people of that kind. I can't think how people can be such fools to put their money into such concerns. But they always do." He rubbed his chin, and his lips twisted into a smile. "I made a good thing out of that. Feel better now? It isn't like you to take too much, Morty." Mordaunt got the brandy decanter and poured out a liberal quantity. "Oh, I'm all right," he said. "What were you saying?" "I was saying that luck seemed to be standing fast by me," said old Sapley, taking some papers from his pocket and turning them over. "And while luck's with you, then is the time to strike out. How have you been getting on with Miss Sartoris?" He cast a shrewd glance at Mordaunt, who sat with his head resting on his hand. "Oh, very well," said Mordaunt, with a laugh and a hiccough. "She's been very friendly with me. Quite chummy. I gave her a flower the other day, and she took it as if she liked it." Mr. Sapley stretched his mouth into a grin of satisfaction. "She did she?" he said. "That's right, Morty. You stick to it. Keep on paying her little attentions, and going on the humble and respectful dodge as I advised you. There's nothing gets over a woman like that. I know them, and when the time's ripe, strike. Don't you be afraid. Take example by me. I've never been afraid to seize my luck when I saw it lying within my grasp. Remember that I'm at the back of you." Mordaunt looked up at him hazily. "This isn't the first time you've hinted at some kind of power you've got over Miss Sartoris, guv'nor. What does it mean?" Mr. Sapley's expression changed at once to one of cunning cautiousness. "Never you mind," he said, pursing his lips and nodding with a kind of grim self-satisfaction. "You do your part and I'll do mine. Your part's the love-making, and with your education and the rest of it, you ought to be able to do it well enough, or what was the use of my sending you to college? But look here, Morty," he went on more gravely, "there must be no more of this kind of thing. You must keep off the drink. And there must be no philandering with any other girl. I've heard that you've been seen once or twice with that girl of old Hawker's. What's her name? Lucy?" Mordaunt's face went white and then crimson, and he started to his feet, clutching the table. "Who says that?" he demanded shrilly. "It's a lie. It's a damned lie." Mr. Sapley was startled at his vehemence, and the two looked at each other across the table in silence for a moment. Then old Sapley said almost apologetically, "All right, Morty. There's no need to get into a fury. I only tell you what I've heard, and remind you that you've got to be cautious. There's nothing a woman will forgive sooner than a man fooling about another woman. If you say there's nothing in it, why, there isn't, and I'm satisfied." "There isn't," said Mordaunt sullenly, and covertly moistening his lips, which were dry and burning. "The girl's nothing to me. I've scarcely spoken to her, not more than any other girl in the place. What do you mean?" As he spoke he stretched out his hand for the spirit decanter, but his father seized his arm. All right, Morty," he said soothingly. "You've had enough for tonight. Let the brandy alone and go to bed." Mordaunt's hands fell limply on the table. "Perhaps you're right," he said with a shaky laugh, and with uncertain steps he left the room. 16. When Claire came down to breakfast the next morning she was rather paler than usual, and there were dark shadows under her eyes. "You are not looking well, dear, this morning," said Mrs. Lexton, with tender solicitude. "I have had a bad night," said Claire quietly. "I shall be all right when we've had a drive." The night had been altogether a sleepless one for her. The doubts which always follow decisive action had assailed her through the silent hours of the night. After all, had she been just to Gerald? Her love for him took up arms and fought in his behalf. Had she any right to doubt his love, to send him away with that curt no, because of a flirtation which, perhaps, was quite innocent and harmless? Very probably Lucy had thrown herself in his way, and he had meant nothing more than that kind of friendliness which a man of the world would extend to a simple village girl. Something within her championed Gerald's cause and made her think that she had been needlessly cruel, both to him and herself. His words rang in her ears with the accents of truth, and she almost regretted bitterly her refusal of him. But regrets were futile now. He was too proud to repeat his offer of love. He would avoid her while he was compelled to remain at Regna, and then pass from her life forever. It is scarcely too much to say that if Gerald had presented himself that morning, she would have confessed her love, and refrained even from asking for an explanation. After breakfast the carriage was ordered for a long drive to a distant farm, and Claire was waiting on the terrace, with her head resting on her hand, and her eyes fixed dreamily on the sea, across which Gerald was at this moment sailing, when Lee passed close below her. He touched his hat and then stopped. Claire roused herself and wished him good morning. "Good morning, miss," said Lee respectfully and hesitatingly. "Have you seen Mr. Ware this morning, miss?" The color rose to Claire's face for a moment. "No," she said. "I asked, miss, because I wanted to see him, and I didn't know whether he'd be here this morning." "Why not?" asked Claire, trying to speak indifferently. "Well, miss," said Lee, "Mr. Ware was looking very knocked up last night, quite ill, as you may say, and I made so bold as to advise him to take a holiday." Claire averted her face. "Perhaps he has done so," she said coldly. "I'm thinking he may have done so, miss," he said, "seeing as he's not here. He's generally first on the works. I shouldn't want to trouble him," he went on shyly, "but I've lost one of the plans. He may have taken it with him by mistake. I think I'll walk down to the cottage. Good morning, miss." Claire's heart sunk. Had he gone away already? The carriage came round, and they started for their drive. Claire was very silent for a time. Then, as she felt that Mrs. Lexton was watching her anxiously, she roused herself and assumed a cheerfulness she was far from feeling. It seemed as if something had gone out of her life, as if the brightness which had of late warmed and illuminated it had become overclouded. They stayed for some little time at the farm, and Claire proposed that they should go home another way, which would take them through Regna. She would not have admitted to herself that her reason for doing so was her desire to learn if Gerald had gone. As they drove along the road above the hawker's cottage, they saw a small group of persons on the terrace talking together, with evident signs of excitement. Amongst them Claire discerned Lee. "Something seems to be the matter, Claire," said Mrs. Lexton. "Oh dear, I hope it isn't an accident." Claire stopped the carriage. "We will go down and see," she said. As they approached the cottage the group became silent, and, touching their hats, looked awkward and constrained. "Is anything the matter?" asked Claire. "Well, we don't rightly know, miss," said a fisherman. "There's something wrong in there," and he jerked his head toward the cottage. "Something wrong? Someone ill?" asked Claire. "Who is it?" "It's Miss Lucy, miss," said the man. "Lucy ill?" said Claire, and she hastened to the cottage. The door was open, and she entered. Old Hawker was sitting at the table, with his head bowed upon his hands. He looked up, and his face struck Claire with a foreboding of some great trouble. "Oh, what is the matter, Captain Hawker?" she asked. He rose, leaning heavily on the table. "It's my gel Lucy, miss," he said hoarsely. "Lucy? What is wrong with her?" asked Claire. "She's gone," said the old man brokenly. "Gone?" repeated Claire. "Yes, miss," he said huskily. "She's left me. My gel Lucy." Claire was silent for a moment, and then she said, "Try and tell me all about it, Captain Hawker. Perhaps you are distressing yourself without cause." The old man shook his head. "No, miss, she's gone right enough. Gone without a word." "When did she go?" asked Claire. "Last night," he said hoarsely, "without a word." "But there may be no cause for alarm," said Claire soothingly. "She may have gone to pay a visit to some friend, and been detained, remained the night. She will be here presently." The old man tried to accept the encouragement, but shook his head and groaned. "Where could she have gone, miss?" he said. "She could have sent word, or would have been back early this morning. No, miss, she's left me. Last night she took some things, clothes with her, and stole away. I shall never see her again." "Oh, why should you think that?" said Claire. "It's borne home upon me, miss," he said. "I know it as certain as if I saw her dead this very moment." He sunk into the chair and hid his face with his huge rough hands. Then he let them fall, and looked out of the window with stolid despair. "I've noticed a change in her for some time past, miss," he said. "She was nervous and timid like, sometimes moping and sometimes wild and gay like. I've noticed it." "Where do you think she has gone?" asked Claire. He shook his head. "Do not despair," said Claire.
Perhaps you'll hear from her by this very next post, explaining everything."
"No, miss," he said almost inaudibly. "She'll be too shamed to write."
"Ashamed?" echoed Claire.
"Yes, miss," he said huskily. "She's not gone alone."
"Not gone alone?" said Claire, with a vague presentiment of what was coming.
"No, miss. She's gone with him. Curse him!"
Claire's eyes asked with whom. Her lips refused to frame the question.
"With Mr. Ware," said the old man.
Claire caught the edge of the table, for a sudden faintness assailed her. "Oh, no, no," she breathed. "Not with him."
"Ah, you may well be took back, miss," he said bitterly. "He's deceived us all. I thought him as honest and open as the day, a true gentleman. But he's proved himself a villain."
"No, no," said Claire. "It is not true. You have no right." Her heart revolted against the accusation. That the man who stood before her but a few hours since could be guilty of the mean betrayal of an innocent girl seemed preposterous and impossible. She controlled herself by a great effort. "There is some mistake," she said almost calmly. "I do not know very much of Mr. Ware." Her lips trembled. "But I know he is incapable of doing what you suspect."
"There's no mistake, miss," said the old man, shaking his head. "He left last night, too, and without a word. Why should he go, and at the same time, and so suddenly? He wasn't thinking of going. He only waited to take a few things in a bag. The room's all untidy and littered as he threw the things about."
Claire sunk into a chair. A sudden weakness seemed to have fallen upon her. "I cannot believe it," she murmured, more to herself than to him.
"It is impossible," whispered Mrs. Lexton, who had been standing inside the door.
She was almost as moved as Claire, for she had taken a great liking to Gerald, and had even less cause to suspect him than Claire had. The old man shook his head again.
"Aye, so anyone would have said, mum," he said. "But there's other things besides his going so suddenly and at the same time. He and Lucy have been seen together, walking alone at night, and in out of the way places. Folks can tell you. Now it's too late," he added bitterly.
"They was always together," said a woman amongst the group outside the door. "I see 'em last night." As she spoke Mr. Sapley pushed his way through.
"What's this I hear?"
he began. Then he saw Claire, and removed his hat. Close behind him followed Mordaunt. He was looking haggard, and just as a man does after a night's heavy drinking. He would have given all he possessed to have been able to keep away from the village, but he could not. Something seemed to draw him toward it, a loathsome craving to learn what effect Lucy's disappearance had created, and how the village folks would explain her sudden and unexpected absence. He did not enter the room, but stood just outside the door, trying to call a little color into his cheeks, and to assume an air of benevolent interest. Old Sapley listened with bent brows to old Hawker's story, and Mordaunt, as he too listened, felt a sudden thrill of malignant satisfaction, which at last sent the desired color to his cheeks.
"Gone off with Miss Lucy,"
said old Sapley grimly.
"That's a bad business."
A sudden inspiration fell upon Mordaunt, one of those inspirations which often come to the criminal whose brain is sharpened by mingled fear and cunning. He stepped inside the room. "I don't believe it," he said quite warmly. "I beg your pardon, Miss Sartorius. Perhaps I've no right to express an opinion, as I don't know all the circumstances of the case, but I can't help saying that I don't believe it." Claire raised her eyes and looked at him with a sudden hope. He caught the glance and followed up his happy idea. "Mr. Ware and I have never been very great friends," he said, with an affectation of candor. "I don't think we liked each other, but in common fairness I am bound to say that I don't think Mr. Ware would be guilty of this that is laid to his charge." Claire's lips moved. Her eyes were fixed upon his face. She felt grateful to him. Knowing as she did of his encounter with Gerald on the night of his arrival, his conduct in standing up for the absent man seemed to her magnanimous to a degree. Mordaunt understood the expression in her eyes,
and his heart warmed as if he were actually as noble as he seemed. "Mr. Ware was a gentleman," he said. "He had his faults, like most of us, but I am sure that he was incapable of such baseness as this. It's true that we don't know very much about him, but one can read a man's character pretty correctly, even after a short acquaintance, and, as I have said, you will find that Mr. Ware knows nothing whatever of this business, and is in no way connected with Miss Lucy's disappearance." Claire rose. "Thank you," she said almost inaudibly. "Mr. Ware will himself thank you when he returns." Poor old Hawker shook his head. "He won't come back," he said in a kind of stupor. "He's been seen with her. He's taken her away from me." "Who has seen Mr. Ware with her?" asked Mordaunt, turning upon the group at the door. There was an awkward silence for a moment or two, then the woman who had spoken before said half sullenly, "I've seen 'em, and there's several more as have seen 'em. Jenks, for one." And then she turned appealingly to Jenks, the coastguard. He had been standing on the edge of the crowd, smoking his pipe, with his hands thrust deep into his pockets, and with an air of not desiring to take any part in the discussion. The man had rather a sharp hatchet-shaped face, with small shifty eyes, and these eyes had been watching Mr. Mordaunt as that gentleman spoke in Gerald's defence. Appealed to now by the woman, and with every eye upon him, he moved uneasily, and without taking his pipe from his mouth, muttered reluctantly, "Yes, I've seen 'em." Mordaunt looked at him. "When?" he asked. "The other night, on the cliff path," said Jenks, without raising his eyes. Mordaunt seemed staggered for a moment at this combined testimony, then he said boldly, "But what does all this prove? Nothing. Surely a gentleman may be seen talking to a well-conducted girl like Lucy Hawker without being suspected of any evil designs. Why, any one of us, under such circumstances, may easily lay ourselves open to a similar charge, if the mere fact of being seen with a person of the opposite sex is considered sufficient cause for suspicion." Mr. Sapely, who had been regarding his son with covert surprise, for he knew that Mordaunt hated Gerald, muttered, "I ought to have sent him to the bar." Then he said aloud, "It seems to me we're wasting time. The girl can't have gone far. It ought not to be difficult to trace her. She would be seen and recognized at Thraxton Station, and we could telegraph and put the police on her track." "I'll have no perlice set on my gel," said old Hawker with sudden vehemence. His father's speech had driven the colour from Mordaunt's face. It was from such practical minds as that of his father he had most to fear. "Captain Hawker is quite right," he said. "I can quite understand his feelings. Publicity must be avoided as much as possible. We must study Captain Hawker's feelings." Old Sapely knit his brows and looked at his son in astonishment. He was coming out in quite a new character. Mr. Sapely could scarcely repress a grin. "What should you advise, Mordaunt?" he said half mockingly. "Inquiries must be made, of course," said Mordaunt, "and if Captain Hawker will permit me, I shall be glad to do what I can. I will go down to Thraxton. I will ride to the junction and wire inquiries." "They may have crossed the Channel from here, or from the next port," suggested old Sapely, showing by the "they" that he, at any rate, believed Gerald guilty. "She may," admitted Mordaunt. "In that case I fear pursuit will be almost hopeless." "She's gone with him," muttered old Hawker brokenly. "I will go at once," said Mordaunt. "One of you go up to the house, and bring my horse." A barefooted boy, delighted with the errand, darted off. Claire rose and laid her hand, it trembled, upon the old man's shoulder. "Do not lose all hope," she said pityingly. "Mr. Mordaunt will make inquiries at once. He will be sure to find her. No one in these days of the telegraph can disappear without being traced." "God bless you, miss," said the old man. "But I know it's of no use. I shall never see her again." Claire went outside. Mr. Mordaunt was standing talking to the group, and he turned to her at once. "Let me take you to your carriage, Miss Sartorius," he said. His tone was quite different to his usual one. All the foolish affectation was gone out of him. Strange as it may seem, his crime, and the terrible danger in which he stood, had almost made a man of Mr. Mordaunt Sapely. Life had become a fearfully serious thing for him, and his foolish Oxford tricks of speech and manner were cast from him. As they walked to the carriage, Claire said in a low voice, "You have behaved very nobly this morning, Mr. Mordaunt. You have stood up in defence of one who, being absent, is unable to defend himself." The blood shot to Mordaunt's face. What a lucky idea that was of his! "I only said what I thought," he said. "I do not think Mr. Wayne guilty." "Nor I," said Claire, trying to control her voice, "though circumstances—" "Circumstantial evidence should never be relied upon, or hardly ever," he said. "Many an innocent man has been hung upon it. But even supposing that Mr. Ware has gone off with Lucy Hawker, it doesn't follow that he intends to do her wrong." Claire had entered the carriage, and she turned her face to him with parted lips. "I mean," he said, "that he may marry her. Why not? She is, I believe, an extremely nice girl, rather above her station, and Mr. Ware may consider her quite fit to be his wife." Claire said nothing, but drew her veil over her face. "May I come and tell you the result of my inquiries, Miss Sartorius? You would like to hear?" "Thank you, if you please. Yes, I shall be glad." The carriage drove away. When it had gone, the reaction set in upon Mordaunt. The flush that the excitement of playing his part had caused died away, and his face resumed its worn and haggard appearance. What a terrible path he was treading! He was like a man walking on the edge of a volcano. And yet, what had he to fear? Fate seemed to have come to his assistance. That Gerald Ware should have disappeared so suddenly and without cause was providential for him, Mordaunt. It was true that Ware might return at any moment, but at any rate time was gained. Who knew? Fate might stand by him still. At any rate, he held the threads of the tangled web in his hand. If he could hide his guilty secret, could keep Gerald Ware from returning and proving his innocence, he might follow up the steps he had gained in Miss Sartorius's favor. For a moment or two his dread gave way to the flattering unction of ambition. Lucy out of the way, he was free to win the goodwill of the mistress of Court Regna. The boy came clattering down the road with his horse. Mordaunt gave him a shilling, and mounting rode quickly toward Thraxton. As he came to the bend of the road leading to Regna, a figure stepped out from the side path and stood in his way. It was Jenks, the coastguard. Mordaunt was riding past, but something in the man's face arrested him, and he pulled up. "Well, what is it, Jenks?" he asked impatiently. "Has anything further been discovered?" Jenks looked at the empty pipe he held in his hand, and shook his head. "Not as I knows of, sir," he said, still keeping his eyes on his pipe. "I was only going to ask your honour for a bit o' bacca." Mordaunt's face flushed angrily. "Is this a time to stop me on such an excuse?" he said hotly. "You're always begging for tobacco." Jenks still looked at his pipe impassively. "No offence, sir," he said. "I'm a poor man, and bacca costs a deal o' money." Mordaunt swore at him again. "I haven't any," he said. "Get out of my way." Jenks did not move. He stood right in front of the horse, and looked as if he meant to lay hold of the bridle. "Perhaps your honour'll give me the price of a pipe," he said. As he spoke, he raised his shifty eyes with a peculiar expression to Mordaunt's face. Mordaunt went scarlet with anger, and his lips parted with another oath; but something in the man's small eyes, was it a menace, struck Mordaunt dumb. The colour left his face, and he sat like a man under a spell. A sudden fear, springing from whence he knew not, cramped his heart. "Confound you!" he said. "You are a confirmed beggar." He took a coin from his pocket, scarcely conscious that it was a sovereign, and flung it to the ground, and rode on, cursing himself for a fool for being frightened at a man's glance. Jenks picked up the coin, and looked over his shoulder at the retreating horseman with a strange smile. "You're a bold 'un," he muttered. End of chapters 15 and 16. Chapters 17 and 18 of The Mistress of Court Regna, by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. There was very little work done in Regna for the remainder of that day. The people stood about in groups discussing Lucy's disappearance with mingled sorrow and indignation, for the Hawkers were old inhabitants and very much respected, and Lucy herself had been the acknowledged belle of the place. Of course the women blamed her, while the men freely cursed Gerald. And not one of them had the least suspicion of the real criminal. By some it was thought that Lucy was too good a girl to be led astray, and that she was either already secretly married, or that Gerald would marry her at the earliest opportunity. Mordaunt Sapley's boldly declared opinion naturally carried some weight. But old Hawker refused to be comforted, and was still firmly convinced that he should never see Lucy again. There was a good deal of pride about Regna. It was a little place by itself, full of a certain independence and jealous of its reputation, and it was unanimously agreed that the scandal should be hushed up as closely as possible, so that, whatever they thought, they openly declared their belief that things would turn out all right, and that Lucy would return an honest woman. Mordaunt Sapley did not come back until the next day. He had left his horse at Thraxton, and had gone down the line, ostensibly to make inquiries. He rode straight to the cottage with his report, and though he looked haggard and worn, as a man might be expected to look who had been travelling so many hours without rest, he bore a cheerful and encouraging countenance. His reappearance had been noticed, and a small group gathered round the door, and he addressed them as much as the bereaved father. "You were right, and I was wrong," he said gravely. "She has gone with Mr. Ware." A murmur rose, and old Hawker groaned and clinched his hand. "I traced them as far as Welby Junction, and there I found that a gentleman, answering to Mr. Ware's description, in company with a young girl, had taken tickets for London. They failed to identify her by my description, but a porter remembered seeing the gentleman carrying a bundle wrapped in a large blue cotton apron or handkerchief." He paused and looked inquiringly, and one of the women said, "Ah, that's Lucy's right enough. She must have wrapped her things up in it." Mordaunt Sapley moistened his lips covertly. "That removes all doubt, then," he said. "I could have placed the matter in the hands of the police, but, as I said yesterday, I did not think it would be well to do so, and I have communicated with a friend in London with whom my father does business, and asked him to make inquiries. He will spare no expense, and I have no doubt that we shall soon hear of the fugitive." The listeners murmured their approval, and old Hawker stammered a few words of gratitude. "I am still confident," said Mordaunt as he mounted his horse, "that Mr. Ware will act honourably by your daughter, and if he should not have already done so, we will find some means of compelling him. I should advise you to talk about the matter as little as possible, and to think of her as charitably as you can. After all," he concluded with a forced smile, "she is not the only girl who has run away from home and made a secret marriage." Mordaunt Sapley was not by any means a favourite, but a great many who heard him felt convinced that he was a better sort of man than they had thought him, and they agreed that he had acted in this matter as a true friend to the Hawkers and to Regna in general. Mordaunt rode straight up to the court, feeling that his dusty travel-stained appearance would count in his favour with Miss Sartoris. He was shown into the library, and presently Claire came to him. He noticed that a change had taken place in her appearance since he had last seen her. She was no paler than usual, but there was a set look about her eyes and lips, as if she had suffered from the painful event, and as if she were trying to subdue all signs of that suffering. "I have come up at once, Miss Sartoris," he said, "for I thought you would like to hear what news I had as soon as possible." "Thank you," said Claire. She stood with one hand resting on the table, her face turned toward the window, as if she felt strong enough to permit the light to fall upon her countenance. No one can describe what Claire had suffered during those hours of suspense; but she was not one to wear her heart upon her sleeve, and her natural pride had come to her assistance in her struggle to appear calm and unmoved. Mordaunt Sapley, as he glanced at her sideways, thought that she looked almost imperial, notwithstanding the youthfulness of the lovely face and the slimness of the girlish figure. Even at that moment he compared her with the girl he had been "fool enough to fancy," as he mentally put it, and he wondered how he could ever have bestowed a thought upon Lucy Hawker while Miss Sartoris shone like a star within his ken. "Have you discovered anything?" asked Claire. He was careful to repeat almost word for word what he had said at the Hawkers' cottage.
"I regret that I was wrong in expressing my belief in Mr. Ware's innocence," he wound up. "But I am still convinced that Mr. Ware will act as an honorable man and marry the girl. Why he should have persuaded her to fly with him in this clandestine manner I cannot imagine. But no doubt he will explain his reason when he returns." Claire averted her face slightly, a faint tremor had passed over her lips. "You think that he will return?" she said in a low voice. Mordaunt looked at her with real or affected surprise. "Will he not be compelled to do so?" he said. "There is the building." Claire moved to the window. "I should wish that to be stopped now," she said. Mordaunt Sapley's heart leaped exultingly. "But the contract has been entered into with Lee," he said. "The work has been commenced." Claire raised her head proudly and looked straight before her. "Mr. Lee can be compensated," she said. "Surely I am not compelled to go on with it if I do not like to do so." "No, no, certainly not," assented Mordaunt. "It is entirely a matter of money. I will speak to my father, and we will take steps to stop the work immediately. In any case, it would not be well to go on during Mr. Ware's absence, and under any circumstances we have only to carry out your wishes." "Thank you," said Claire, turning to him, and for the first time noticing his pale face and dusty condition. "Have you not been home yet? Will you not have some wine?" He thanked her gratefully, but declined. "My father will be anxious to hear my report," he said, "and I will not keep him waiting any longer." "It was very kind of you to come to the court first," said Claire. He begged her not to mention it, and as he opened the door he said with admirably simulated sincerity, "Forgive me, Miss Sartorius, if I ask you not to condemn Mr. Ware, but withhold your judgment." He rather overacted his part. A slight color rose to Claire's face. "It can be of very little importance, Mr. Mordaunt, whether I condemn Mr. Ware or not. I trust, for Lucy's sake, that your opinion of him may be a correct one." Mordaunt bowed himself out deferentially, and went for his horse, which he had sent round to the stables. As he passed through the shrubbery in which Mrs. Burden's cottage was hidden, he saw the old lady sitting on her usual bench in the sunlight. He was passing on with the nod which Mr. Mordaunt Sapley was in the habit of throwing to his inferiors, when Mrs. Burden raised her head, and, shading her eyes with one hand, beckoned to him with the other. Mordaunt stopped reluctantly, and regarded her with impatient contempt. "Have you seen his lordship this morning?" she quavered. "What does she mean?" Mordaunt asked of the girl in charge of the old woman. "Do you mean Lord Wharton?" he inquired, addressing the old woman and raising his voice. "He's dead, long ago." "Dead?" quavered Mrs. Burden, as if appalled. "Not dead?" "Yes, of course he's dead," said Mordaunt. "It can't be true," she muttered, wringing her hands. "You're deceiving me, Mr. Sapley. I know you. You're young Sapley from Thraxton, the new agent." "You take me for my father," said Mordaunt angrily. "I know you well enough," she repeated, "and his lordship will rue the day when he put trust in you." Mordaunt flushed angrily, but before he could speak she went on in a trembling voice. "Dead? That can't be. He came to see me a few days ago. When was it? And he was young and strong then, with his young bride by his side. But I mustn't speak of her." "What's she talking about?" said Mordaunt impatiently to the young girl. She colored, and let fall the piece of needlework she held in her hand. "She's thinking of Mr. Ware, sir," she said, dropping a nervous curtsy. "Nurse mistook the gentleman for Lord Wharton." Mordaunt laughed contemptuously. "She's worse than ever," he said. "If she gets any madder we shall have to shut her up." And he walked away, leaving the old woman to murmur incredulously, "Dead? Dead?" By the time Mordaunt had reached home he was feeling worn out, and his father looked at him curiously as he entered the parlor. "You've got back from this wild goose chase, Mordaunt," he said. Mordaunt dropped into a chair and wiped his face, and began to tell his father just what he had told to the village and Claire. Old Sapley knit his heavy brows and regarded him keenly. The change that had come over his son was not likely to escape Mr. Sapley's notice. From a mass of affectation and self-conceit, Mordaunt had suddenly become transformed into a grave and serious man of action. His father was puzzled. How had the change been wrought? "So you have discovered that this fellow Ware has been fool enough to go off with the girl? I could have told you that, and saved you the trouble of tearing about the country. And why you should take that trouble puzzles me," he added, his small eyes fixed piercingly on Mordaunt's face. Mordaunt winced, but smiled with an affectation of cunning. "Miss Sartoris was anxious to know the truth," he said. "I have just been up to the court to tell her." "Ah," muttered old Sapely, as if he saw light. "It was done to please her. Quite right. You can't take too much trouble in that direction, Morty." Mordaunt drew a breath of relief. He feared his father's terrible keenness more than anything else. "Miss Sartoris wishes the work at the court to be stopped at once," he said significantly. Mr. Sapely nodded with keen approval. "Is that so?" he said. "By George, Morty, you seem to have woke up to some purpose. You've got some brains, after all. You're on the right tack. We'll have done with Mr. Gerald Ware for a time, at any rate. And I tell you what, Morty, it's as well that he should be out of the way. I'm inclined to believe that you were right in being a little jealous of him. She was getting too thick with him. I hear that he dined at the court the night before he left, and that she treated him like an equal. He was singing in the drawing-room, and all that kind of thing. This business of old Hawker's girl has come just in time. It will teach her to be more careful in future, how she hobnobs with strangers who come from nobody knows where. I expect he'll get a cool reception when he comes back." "He must not come back," said Mordaunt unguardedly. "The work is stopped. It must not be recommenced. At all costs, Gerald Ware must be kept away." His father looked at him penetratingly. "Well, we shall see," he said. "But don't you be afraid of Gerald Ware or anyone else. I've got a trump card up my sleeve." Mordaunt looked up as sharply as his condition would permit. "What's that?" he asked eagerly. Old Sapely nodded and chuckled. "Never you mind, Morty," he said. "You'll find out all in good time. You'd better go to bed, for you'd look as if you'd been up for a week instead of a night." Mordaunt obeyed, again asking himself the purport of his father's hint. He went to his room, threw himself upon the bed, with a groan of utter weariness and exhaustion. He tried to tell himself that all was well; that not only was his awful secret safe, but that he was taking long strides along the path which his father's suggestion, and his own recently awakened ambition, was opening up to him. He tried to picture himself as the master of Court Regna. But when he fell asleep at last, he saw Lucy's white face as it had appeared to him when he covered it with the sand, and the missing bundle floated threateningly through all his feverish dreams. When he came down to breakfast the next morning, the old Mordaunt Sapely seemed to have been left still further behind. "All right after your night's rest?" asked his father. "I am quite right," said Mordaunt in his new tone. Old Sapely regarded him keenly. "In respect to this business of the building," he said, "I've been thinking it over, and I've come to the conclusion that it will be as well if I leave it as much to you as possible. You make arrangements with Lee, of course you won't pay him more than you can help, and have the place tidied up as well as they can do it. I'll hand over the business of the estate, too, to you. You'll have to see Miss Sartoris every day, you know." He drew his huge mouth into a smile. "I dare say she'd rather do business with a good-looking young fellow, an Oxford man, and almost one of her own class, rather than a crusty old fellow like me. Humour her, Morty, my boy. Humour her. Use every opportunity you get. You're the only young man about her, now that fellow Ware has gone, and, well, women are only women after all, however high their station. You were speaking to me about that bay hunter of Grimley's. You can have it, Morty, if you like. Though it's a long price, and more than it's worth. But a woman likes to see a man well mounted." Mordaunt thanked his father in quite a different fashion to that which he would have adopted a few days ago, and went down to the court. He found Lee hanging about disconsolately, and informed him of Miss Sartoris's desire that the work should be stopped. Lee offered no objection. Indeed, he declared that without the missing plan which presumably Gerald had unwittingly taken with him, the work could not be continued. "Mr. Ware will be back presently, sir," he said stoutly, "for of course this story of his having gone off with Lucy Hawker is all nonsense. Mr. Ware isn't that sort of gentleman." The young fellow threw back his head and flushed hotly. "He's just gone off for a holiday, as I advised him, and I'd stake my life that he has no more to do with this business than you have, Mr. Mordaunt." Mordaunt winced and turned away suddenly. The rubbish was cleared away, and the half-demolished wing was left standing in as good order as possible. Mr. Mordaunt went to the court that day and had an interview with Miss Sartorius. He was at the court every day, in fact, taking the place of his father, and Claire got accustomed to seeing and consulting him instead of the elder Sapely. Under his changed condition, Mordaunt's manner had become ingratiating and almost pleasing. To Mrs. Lexton, for instance, he was particularly amiable, and she more than once remarked that Mr. Mordaunt Sapely was a singularly agreeable gentleman. And bit by bit he wormed his way, after a fashion which delighted his father, into the good graces not only of Claire, but of all at the court. He seemed to have an eye for everything, and especially for anything that tended to increase Claire's comfort and convenience. Insensibly she began, woman-like, to lean upon him, as certainly she had ever leaned upon his father. There was no detail respecting the estate too minute for him, and, unlike his father, he appeared to share all Claire's sentiments toward the tenants. It was he who suggested that a percentage should be remitted from their rents, and who pleaded for the retention of tenants who could not meet their liabilities. His old Oxford manners seemed to have dropped off him as the skin drops from a serpent, and he was now always grave and in earnest. Scarcely a day passed without Claire's meeting him. Sometimes he took afternoon tea with her and Mrs. Lexton, and as he was always entertaining, Claire had almost overcome her dislike of him. It was true that to her he was just her man of business and nothing more, but he was pleasanter to deal with than his father, and she was glad of the exchange. She was singularly pleased. Shut up, because of her mourning, at the court Mordaunt Sapely was her only medium of intercourse with the outside world, and woman-like she grew accustomed to him. It never occurred to her that he should dare to dream of becoming anything closer than her man of business, and she was therefore all the more free and less constrained in her intercourse with him. The days passed into weeks while Mordaunt Sapely was making his insidious progress, and nothing was heard of Gerald Ware. But for the half-demolished wing and his haunting presence in Claire's own heart, he might never have existed. 18. The Susan was a trim craft. Though she has been called a smack, she was almost large enough to rank as a ketch, for her hold was capacious. In addition to the old captain and Gerald, she carried 3 men and a boy. Gerald saw at once that the captain, whose name was Jocelyn, was a good seaman by the way in which he handled his vessel. Like most of the West country folk, he was rather a reserved and self-contained man, and at first, beyond a glance now and again at Gerald, he took no special notice of him. The weather was fair, and the wind favorable, and after the Susan had got well started on her course, there was nothing for Gerald to do. He had done his share of the work quietly and without fuss, and when sails were all set, the deck tidied up as neatly as a man-o'-war's, he felt at liberty to seat himself on the coaming and light a pipe. It is scarcely necessary to say that all his thoughts were fixed on Claire. It is also scarcely necessary to say that not a single drop of bitterness tinged the current of those thoughts. Some men would have felt extremely bitter at the curt way in which Claire had refused his offer. They would have mentally inveighed against the pride of wealth and station which could harden such a heart as even Claire Sartorius's. But Gerald was too generous and too much in love to entertain these feelings. He was sick and sore with disappointment, and combined with his disappointment was a vague sense of surprise and bewilderment, but no bitterness. Claire had seemed to him the last woman in the world to set so great a value on her wealth and position as to permit them to sway her actions where her heart was concerned. Why had she? Well, yes, encouraged him, for surely there had been more than common kindness in her voice and in her eyes as he spoke to her by the piano. Why had she not repulsed him at the moment, and not waited till the morning to give him his dismissal with a single word? He sighed and puffed vigorously at his pipe as the question beat about his mind. It never occurred to him that she had seen his meeting with Lucy, and if it had, it would not have occurred to him that she could have been jealous.
When a man is quite innocent in his intentions, the idea that he would seem guilty in the eyes of others never suggests itself to him. The only reason he could assign for her refusal of him was the all-sufficient one, that she did not love him. There was sorrow enough in this thought for him, but there was no bitterness. He would carry out his resolution, go back and finish the work, and then take himself off to those wilds in which the old familiar life of hardship and danger would help him to forget, or at least to overcome, his love for the mistress of Court Regna. He and the captain dined together in the cabin. The captain, of course, saw that the young fellow who had volunteered as his mate was a gentleman, and in many little ways he made a kind of acknowledgment of the fact. Over the pipe and glass of grog that almost invariably follows a skipper's meal he often dropped into conversation. "Been long in these parts?" he asked one evening. "No," said Gerald, "not very long. You, I suppose, know them well." "Born there," said the captain, jerking his head in the direction of Regna. Gerald remarked that it was a pretty place, and the captain opined emphatically that it was the best place on earth. "But that's natural, seeing that I was born there. I suppose you saw Court Regna?" Gerald answered in the affirmative, and though he felt it would be far wiser to avoid the subject if he meant to recover his peace of mind, he said, "You know it well, of course?" The captain nodded and smoked thoughtfully for a moment or two. "Yes," he said, "man and boy. Great changes there lately. I heerd that the lord left all the property to the young lady as was living there." "That is so," said Gerald. "He was a strange gentleman," remarked the captain, after another silence. "I was cabin boy, then first hand, and then mate aboard his yacht." "He kept a yacht?" said Gerald. "I had not heard of that." "That's a long while ago," said the captain. "He didn't keep it here at Regna. It's a bad coast for yachting, uncertain like, as you may say. 1 hour fine, the next howlin'. We used to put in at one of the safer ports further down the coast. His lordship was a good sailor, and could handle the yacht as neatly as any man in the Bristol Channel, and I never see him show the white feather, excepting once, and that was when we'd got the women aboard." Gerald listened half absently. "A party of yachting guests, I suppose?" he said. The captain pushed his cap onto the back of his head and stared at the floor, puffing musingly. "No," he said, slowly, as if he were struggling with his natural reticence. "It weren't a party. Lord Wharton liked to be alone on a sea trip." Something in the man's manner attracted Gerald's attention. "What ladies were they, then?" he asked, rather to show his interest than from curiosity. The captain still seemed to hesitate, but at last he said, "Well, I'm not given to talking about my betters, but his lordship's dead, and it happened so long ago that it won't make much odds one way or t'other. It was this way. One day his lordship come aboard, just below here, with one of the women servants of the court. I've heerd him tell that she'd been a long time in the court service. One of the men, a Regna lad, said as how she was his lordship's nurse. I forget her name." "Was it Burden?" asked Gerald. "That was it," assented the captain. "You know her?" "I have seen an old lady named Burden at the court," said Gerald. "A very old woman, a bit gone in her mind?" Gerald nodded. "Yes, that's her," said the captain. "We sailed for a place called Lartree on the Irish coast, and there his lordship and she went ashore. We had orders to lie off in the bay and wait for his lordship. It was late at night, and dark at that, when I, bein' watch, heerd the captain's gig rowin' toward the yacht. I got a lantern, and held it so as to light the ship's ladder, and you may guess I was a bit took aback when I see 2 women in the boat instead of 1. He had refilled his glass, and being well launched in his narrative went on more freely. His lordship and this Mrs. Burden had brought a young lady with them. She was a pretty young thing, though she was pale and scared like, and looked as if she'd been crying. She smiled and thanked me nicely as I helped her up the gangway. His lordship took her on his arm down to the cabin, and most directly afterward we had orders to set sail." "A romantic incident," said Gerald, deeply interested.
Do you know who she was, or how it happened that she accompanied Lord Wharton on the yacht?" The captain shook his head. "Never knew from that day to this," he said. "His lordship was a sort of close and reserved kind of gentleman, and kept aloof from the crew. We just see him and the young lady walking on the deck in the fine weather, and he treated her, well, just as a man treats his sweetheart or his wife." "His wife," said Gerald. "But Lord Wharton was never married, was he?" The captain shook his head sententiously. "Can't say," he said. "I've heerd as he never was. We went down to the Mediterranean with a fair wind, and his lordship and Mrs. Burden and the young lady went ashore. The next day we had orders to go back to England, and we sailed without them." "And you never saw the young lady again?" asked Gerald. "No," said the captain, "I never see nor heerd of her again. I don't know as I ever opened my mouth about the business afore this, and I don't know what made me talk about it now," he added, as if half regretting his communicativeness. "There is no harm done," said Gerald. "I shall not speak of it again." The captain looked somewhat relieved. "Well, as I said, it happened a long while ago," he remarked, "and his lordship's dead, and gone to answer for the business, if there was anything wrong in it." "You speak doubtfully," said Gerald. "Well, you see," said the captain slowly, "the young lady didn't seem like a light o' love. One can generally tell, and hers was a good face as well as a pretty one. Besides, his lordship didn't treat her as a man treats a woman who's made a fool of herself for him." "It is a strange story," said Gerald. "Do you think they know of it at Court Regna?" "I don't know," said the captain, "but I feel pretty sure they don't. I've never heerd anyone speak of it, and it's not unlikely that the men on board kept their counsel as I did mine. We knew, though his lordship never said a word, that he didn't want it spoken of, and we'd two good places to run the risk of losing them." "If she was his wife, why didn't he take her to Court Regna?" said Gerald. "Can't say," said the captain, shrugging his shoulders, and rising as if the subject were closed. "Better get on deck. I'm thinking we shall have a change o' weather." There was so much romance in the captain's story that it remained in Gerald's mind for several hours. It struck him as strange that even here in the open sea, Court Regna and its affairs had followed him; and he was conscious of a sentiment approaching pity for the unknown girl who had entrusted her fate to Lord Wharton. However, as the night came on he had little time for dwelling upon the strange story. The captain's prognostication was verified. The wind swung round, after the charming but somewhat risky fashion of the Bristol Channel, and the Susan was soon rolling in the trough of a heavy sea. Gerald and the rest of the crew were hard at work all night. The canvas had to be taken in, and the Susan was scudding with bare poles before a boisterous wind which, before morning, grew into a perfect hurricane. The storm and the labor it caused came as a welcome relief to Gerald, and as he clung to the shrouds, with the wind and rain beating pitilessly upon him, he found it almost possible to forget even Claire in the stress and strain of the dangerous duties which he had undertaken, and which he performed as earnestly and honestly as any other member of the crew. Toward morning the wind subsided, but was followed by a thick fog, which was still more dangerous. They had lost a topmast during the night, and the vessel had been badly strained, and Gerald, as he made his way along the drenched and slippery deck, to ask a question of the captain, saw by the expression of the weather-beaten face, that the skipper was not particularly satisfied with the condition of affairs. He smiled grimly as Gerald approached him and clung to the taffrail. "Not much of a pleasure trip, this," he said. "I reckon you didn't calculate on so much weather and hard work when you came aboard, sir." "Oh, that's all right," said Gerald pleasantly. "It's not the first bad weather I've seen, or the first hard work. One must take it as it comes. Where are we?" "Don't know exactly," said the captain, with a composure which struck Gerald as grimly humorous. "Off the coast of Ireland, I fancy. We shall see when this pea soup lifts." And he nodded at the sailor's bête noire, the yellow fog. "Wherever we are, I shall have to put into port for repairs." "I am sorry for your sake," said Gerald, "but it doesn't matter so far as I am concerned. I am only out on a holiday."
Toward noon the fog lifted, and they made for one of the small bays on the southeast coast of Ireland. The captain knew the place, and informed Gerald that, as the necessary repairs would take some days, he was free to spend them on land, remarking, "You bargained for a fair sail to France, not for floundering about the Irish coast. Take a week off, and if I can't get a man to take your place, or if you've got a mind to go on with us, why, join at the end of that time." Gerald accepted the offer, but would not go ashore until the vessel had been made as trim and shipshape as possible, and he and the captain parted on most satisfactory terms. "Here's your pay up to date, and as you've earned it like a man, I reckon you won't be too proud to take it." Gerald accepted the money, frankly admitting that he needed it, and having shaken the captain by the hand, went ashore. As he walked through the little village which stood on the edge of the small bay, he asked himself what he should do next. Whether, after all, he had acted wisely in leaving Regna, and whether it would not be better for him to end his engagement with the captain, and go straight back to his work at the court. But in simple truth he shrunk with soreness of heart from seeing Claire yet awhile. The country behind the village was rough in the extreme, but rich in that beauty which is characteristic of Irish scenery. The hills that rose from the sea were thickly covered with pines, which made the air fragrant with terebinth as Gerald entered one of the woods. After walking for some time amidst the straight stems which rose like the columns of some stately cathedral, he came upon a wooden hut. Its solitude, and the scenery by which it was surrounded, reminded him of some of his backwoods experience. "I wonder if I have forgotten how to use an axe?" he asked himself with a smile as he went up to the door of the hut. The woodman came out in answer to his summons, and Gerald stated his case frankly. The woodman, a sturdy young fellow, eyed Gerald pleasantly enough. "You might get lodgings in the village," he said. "Or you can stay here if you like, sure, if it's not too tough for you." It was just what Gerald wanted. With true Irish hospitality the young fellow prepared a meal at once. It consisted of the simplest fare, but the woodman did the honors with the rough grace and courtesy characteristic of his countrymen. Gerald felt as if he were indeed in the backwoods again, as he sat on a felled tree and talked with his host, while they smoked their pipes and sipped their tea. He slept soundly that night on a bed made of fir fibre, covered with a rough rug, the fragrance of the couch fully compensating for any lack of softness. When he awoke in the morning his host had already gone off to work, and Gerald set about getting the breakfast. He felt as he was thus engaged that, if he had never met Claire Sartoris, he could have spent many a happy month in this delightful place. After breakfast he offered to help the young fellow with his work, and the man looked somewhat surprised. "Sure, I thought ye were a gentleman," he said. Gerald laughed. "The oldest gentleman of all was a gardener," he said. "I know how to use an axe, if I've not forgotten it. And perhaps you'll give me a hint or two." He worked with Terence, the woodman, as honestly as he had worked on board the Susan, and on the second day, as they sat at their evening meal, Terence remarked that it was a pity that Gerald should ever leave the forest. On the evening of the fourth day they were engaged in felling a particularly large fir. They had cut through half of the trunk, when Gerald noticed that the guard rope, as it is called, had slipped below the place at which they had tied it. He pointed this out to Terence and climbed the tree to replace the rope in its proper position. He was fastening the last knot when the woodman uttered a cry of warning. Gerald looked down to see what was the matter, and at the same moment felt the tree giving under him, and before he could drop from his elevated position, the tall trunk fell with a crash to the ground. He was thrown some distance by the impetus, but thinking that nothing was amiss, attempted to rise. As he did so, a sharp pain shot through his leg, and he fell to the ground. He knew in a moment what had happened, and when the woodman sprung to his side he said quietly, "I've broken my leg." Terence said nothing, but lugged Gerald up onto his back and carried him to the hut. "It's broken, sure enough," he said. Gerald smiled mirthlessly. "I know a broken leg when I feel it," he said, with an attempt at cheerfulness. "Can you set it?" The woodman shook his head. "By good luck there's a doctor in the village," he said. "You keep quiet and I'll fetch him." "I shall keep quiet enough, without a doubt," said Gerald, with a rueful laugh. The woodman made him as comfortable as possible, and then started for the doctor.
While he was gone, Gerald took a sheet of notepaper and envelope from his pocketbook, and wrote a letter to Mr. Sapley, informing him of his accident, and promising to return immediately he was able to do so. Terence returned with the doctor, the limb was set, and Gerald, half unconscious with pain as he was, had still intelligence enough remaining to beg the doctor to post the letter, and also to inform the captain of the Susan that he would be unable to sail with him. Then he quietly and unostentatiously fainted. Now it happened that Gerald's penciled note was delivered during Mr. Sapley's absence from home. Mordaunt opened it, and as he read it, a thrill of satisfaction ran through him. That fate should be playing into his hands in this extraordinary way seemed to him an augury of his future success. He locked the door, and paced up and down for some time with the note in his hand, then he tore it into fragments, and seating himself at the table, wrote the following answer: "Dear Sir, I am extremely sorry to hear of the accident which has befallen you, and I trust it will have no very serious consequences. Owing to unforeseen circumstances, Miss Sartoris has decided to discontinue the rebuilding of the wing at the Court. Lee the builder has been arranged with, and I beg to enclose a check, which I trust you will consider sufficient compensation for the work you have done." He signed this with his father's name, and appended his father's signature to the check, and as he posted this letter with his own hand, felt as grateful to Providence as if he were the most upright and deserving of men. Gerald Ware completely out of his way, his path was clear. End of chapters 17 and 18. Chapters 19 and 20 of The Mistress of Court Regna by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. Having sent this letter and check, Mordaunt Sapley waited for a reply which he knew would come. He counted upon Gerald's pride to play into his hands, and it is needless to say that he did not rely upon it in vain. In a few days there came a short note from Gerald, saying that he regretted that Miss Sartoris had decided to discontinue the rebuilding, but that he had only to acquiesce in her decision. And he begged permission to return the check. Mordaunt Sapley smiled as he burned both letter and check. Gerald had indeed played into his hands, for the pride that prompted the return of the draft would, Mordaunt felt sure, prevent Gerald's return. His sudden departure puzzled Mordaunt a little, for notwithstanding his explanation, he was conscious of a feeling that the desire for a holiday did not altogether and satisfactorily account for Gerald's flight. And Gerald had been so engrossed and evidently delighted with his work. Why had he gone? As he could not answer the question, Mordaunt put it aside. He did not tell his father that he had heard from Gerald, and old Sapley and the rest of Regna became fully convinced that Gerald had gone off with Lucy, as the days passed into weeks and the weeks into months without any tidings of the absent pair reaching Regna. Claire, as a rule, avoided the old wing, but now and again she walked that way and looked at it, as a woman looks at some inanimate object associated with the great and secret sorrow of her life. She recalled Gerald's face, his voice, the reverential and veiled tenderness of his eyes when they rested upon her. She lived over again that day when he stood near the falling wall, and she had sprung forward to warn and rescue him. His stern words, hiding his anxiety on her account, rang in her ears. Like a canker in the heart of the rose, her love, her blighted love for him, was eating into her life. She grew paler and thinner, and Mrs. Lexton, who noticed the alteration in her, insisted upon her taking some change. They went up to London, and plunged into the mild course of dissipation permitted to ladies. But Claire never entered a concert room or a theatre without looking round, half fearing, half hoping to see the stalwart form and handsome face which were rarely out of her mind. Though they did not go into society, in the accepted sense of the word, some friends and connections of the family made Claire's acquaintance, and made haste to welcome the young girl, who was not only lovely and charming, but the mistress of Court Regna and a large fortune. "You must come up for the next season. You must indeed, my dear," said one of these, a certain Lady Redmayne, an only lady, who was generally recognized as one of that little band called Leaders of Fashion. "You will make a great success, I am certain." Claire smiled in the pensive, preoccupied way which had become habitual to her now. "I don't know that I particularly want to be a success," she said. Lady Redmayne eyed her shrewdly.
Every healthy-minded man or woman wants to be a success, my dear," she remarked, with good-natured cynicism. "It is what we live for, we women especially. You have been buried too long in that country place of yours. There is nothing so bad for the nerves and spirits as a long spell of the country. It is always your rustic who is melancholy and nervous. Too much quiet is bad for the body and the brain. You laugh." Claire had only smiled. "Very well, but I am quite right. Take yourself, for instance. Look at that woman in the peacock blue bonnet. That is Lady Mary Grantford. How old do you think she is? Looks like a girl, doesn't she? Did you hear her laugh? My dear, she is as old as I am. We were at school together. And it isn't only the poudre de riz and beautiful wig and her eyebrow pencil that keep her young. It is the bustle and stir of life. She hasn't had time to get old. And she will keep like that until one day she will wake up and find it is time to die." "What an awful picture," said Claire, with a faint shudder. "Awful, yes. But I doubt whether it is much worse than yours," said Lady Redmayne. "Here are you, who never had a trouble in your life." Claire's lips came together, and she winced. "Who are rolling in money, have one of the places in England, who might become a power in the world, and no, not end, but continue by marrying a coronet. But, instead of which, as the magistrate said, here you are, as listless and uninterested, as outside things, as if you were that poor girl wheeling that perambulator." "Perhaps she is happy enough, content," said Claire. They were driving through Kensington Gardens, and the warmth of the winter sun had brought out the nursemaids. "Not she," said Lady Redmayne, with the coolness of the aristocrat. "How could a person of that class be content? But your case is different. My dear, take the advice of a woman who, having an absurd prejudice against powder and paint, must consider herself old and live. I quite tremble when I think of what you are drifting into." "What is that? An old maid?" said Claire. "No, my child. You are too young for such an awful fate as that to be thought of for the present. But into something almost as bad and hopeless. The melancholy young person who wears a black merino dress and goes round slumming, and visiting the poor, with a basket and a bundle of tracts." "I sometimes go round Regna with the basket, if not the tracts," said Claire, with a smile. "That's all very well, at Regna. It's part of your role, my dear. The Lady Bountiful and all that. But I'm thinking of the professional London district visitor." Claire laughed. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I have neither sufficient courage nor unselfishness for that." "I am delighted to hear it," said Lady Redmayne devoutly. "I hope you are not offended by my candour, my dear," she added. "No, I am grateful," said Claire simply. "It is very good of you to take any interest in me." "Which means, thank you for your advice, which I don't mean to follow," remarked Lady Redmayne shrewdly. Claire coloured faintly. "I will see," she said quietly. That same evening she and Mrs. Lexton dined out, and as they entered the room Lady Redmayne, who was of the party, saw that Claire had discarded black from her dress, and wore a costume which, if simple, for bright colours and elaborate costumes were not to Claire's taste, was both rich and elegant. And the old lady nodded and smiled on her approvingly. Claire attracted a good deal of attention, and in the drawing room after dinner the men were gathered around her in that significant accord which indicates that their interest and admiration have been aroused. Though it was the off season, Parliament was sitting, and there were enough people in town to provide for Claire that foretaste of success which Lady Redmayne had prophesied. When Claire rode in the park she had no lack of attendant cavaliers; and when she appeared in Lady Redmayne's box at the Winter Opera, men dropped in noiselessly, and stood at the back of Claire's chair, eager for a word, or better still, a smile. Claire was gracious to all of them. To the young boy peer, Lord Charmley, who was madly in love with her, and declared his love in public and private; to the mature statesman, Sir William Grantley, who paid the mistress of Court Regna the grave attentions characteristic of so famous a man. Claire was gracious to them all,
But neither the boy's fervent adoration nor the statesman's serious devotion touched her heart. Sometimes she felt as if her heart were dead, as if it had been robbed of life and the capacity for love on the night she had seen Lucy Hawker on Gerald Ware's breast. And when the thought struck her, a flush would rise to her face, and her hands would clench. That she, Claire Sartoris, should be so poor a thing as to think of a man who had left her side, with his love vows warm upon his lips, to fly with another woman, a girl from her own village, almost one of her servants. Lady Redmayne's worldly wise advice bore fruit. When Claire and Mrs. Lexton returned to the Court, the worn and weary expression had almost disappeared from Claire's face, and she seemed very nearly her old self. But as the carriage passed by the half-demolished wing, she averted her eyes, as if she were not even yet strong enough to look upon it unmoved. They had scarcely settled down when the county families began to call. Lord Chester was the first, and the others followed suit. A few months ago Claire would have said, "Not at home," and contented herself by merely returning their cards. But, in Lady Redmayne's words, she was now determined to live. The county people saw and were seen, and were delighted with her. Invitations to dinner came pell-mell, and Claire accepted them. Her appearance at the first of these parties created as much of a sensation as was permissible at such a solemn function as a county dinner. She looked superb, and the effect of her clear ivory face and violet eyes, with their half-sad, half-dreamy light, was heightened by contrast with the brilliant colour and rather florid style of beauty of the other women. She looked like a Grecian statue in the midst of a gaily coloured flower garden. The women eyed her curiously and with reluctant admiration, and the men, metaphorically, fell at her feet at once. It was a large party. Lord Chester took Claire in to dinner, and was evidently delighted at having her under his wing. He had called at the Court several times since Claire's return, and he treated her as if they were quite old friends. "It is a large party," he said, raising his pince nez, "but not so large as those you are accustomed to in London, Miss Sartoris. I like a large party. It is more cheerful, don't you think? And people are not so likely to drift into gossip and politics, which I hate. By the way, isn't that Mr. Mordaunt Sapley down there, at the end of the table?" Claire looked. It was indeed that gentleman. Perhaps the surprise she felt at seeing him at a county dinner party showed itself in her face, for Lord Chester smiled as he balanced his soup-spoon. "A clever young fellow," he said. "I am very glad to meet him, for I want to ask his advice about some land I have on my hands. Rather calculating of me, you are thinking? An expressive face is not always an advantage to its owner, Miss Sartoris," he added with a laugh. "I am sure Mr. Sapley will be glad to help you," said Claire. She looked down the table again at Mordaunt, and noticed a change in him. He seemed to have grown older and graver, and Claire, whose eyes were like the eagle's, thought that she noticed some threads of grey in the hair on his temples. It seemed improbable in a man so young. But if she were mistaken in the grey hairs, there could be no mistake in the lines which had suddenly become graven in his face, and which revealed themselves quite plainly. She noticed that he wore no jewellery of any kind, and that in place of the old conceited self-satisfied expression, his face wore a look of set gravity. "Mr. Mordaunt Sapley has become quite a celebrity of late. But of course you know," remarked Lord Chester. "No," said Claire. "I have been away some months." "I thought you might have heard. Old Sapley, I beg his pardon," he laughed, "he is generally called Old Sapley, has almost entirely given up business now, and his son has stepped into his place, and I imagine makes a very worthy successor." "Has Mr. Sapley been ill?" Claire asked. "I don't think so, though I fancy I have heard he has been ailing lately. He is getting on in years, you know." "He appeared quite well and strong when I left," said Claire, "but I remember that Mr. Mordaunt transacted business for him." "Perhaps he felt that it would be a good thing for the young fellow to have some responsibility," remarked Lord Chester, "and it appears to have worked very well, for I hear that Mr. Mordaunt has very much improved. In fact, that he has become quite a changed man." "And in what way is he famous?" asked Claire. Lord Chester laughed. "Oh, I only used the phrase in a limited and local sense. He has shown a great interest in politics lately, and has taken rather a prominent part in local affairs. They say that he has started the idea of the new hospital at Thraxton. It is certain that though he did not head the subscriptions, he planked down the largest cheque." Claire was surprised. She knew that Mr. Sapley, the father, had never erred on the side of liberality. "Then there was the matter of the hounds," continued Lord Chester. "You may have heard that our host, Lord Raybrough, threatened to give up the mastership because of the lack of subscriptions." "Yes, I saw it in the papers." "Well, we were all in despair and had given up the hounds for lost, when young Sapley came forward and offered to guarantee the deficiency. Of course it must have been with his father's money, but we all know it was Mr. Mordaunt's doing." He glanced approvingly, and yet curiously, at the preternaturally grave face at the other end of the table. "And he did it very modestly, too. Most young men coming forward in that way would have done so with the object of filling the mastership, but Mr. Mordaunt stipulated that Lord Raybrough should retain it. Then there was another matter, a small matter, but one that has won golden opinions for Mr. Mordaunt amongst the people. But they are your people, Miss Sartoris, and you will have heard of it, no doubt." "I don't think so. What is it?" Claire asked. "Old Captain Hawker at Regna. He has had some trouble lately," Lord Chester went on quickly and delicately, "and the poor old man was broken down. They say he isn't likely to live. A case of broken heart, if ever there was one." The hand with which Claire raised her wineglass trembled. "Oh, I am sorry," she murmured, almost inaudibly. "Yes, yes," said Lord Chester quickly. "Poor old fellow. I went to see him yesterday, and I'm afraid that he is breaking up." "I will go and see him to morrow," said Claire, with a little catch in her voice. "And what is it that Mr. Mordaunt has done?" "He has given the old man a pension, quite a liberal pension. But I beg your pardon 1,000 times. Perhaps it comes from you, and Mr. Mordaunt was only your agent." Claire looked away, her brows drawn straight. "No," she said, her voice sounding cold and proud, as it always did when she was much moved. "I did not know Captain Hawker was ill." Lord Chester saw that she was distressed or annoyed, and hastened away from the subject. "It is whispered that Mr. Mordaunt Sapley may probably stand for the county at the general election, and 'pon my word, I shouldn't be surprised if he were returned." "Mr. Mordaunt Sapley, a member of Parliament!" Claire exclaimed involuntarily. She remembered the father creeping about the court in Lord Wharton's time, remembered Mordaunt as he was only recently, vain, affected, self-conceited. It sounded incredible, ridiculous to her. Lord Chester laughed, as if he enjoyed her naive astonishment. "Ah, my dear Miss Sartoris, we live in democratic times. Nothing nowadays surprises me, certainly not the sudden rise of any man. Why, think of the kind of person we send to the House. Though it's true Mr. Mordaunt would be a county member, and we have always sent one of our own people." He used the phrase quite simply, and without a suspicion of vulgar pride or insolence. "But the old order changes, you know. And really, come to consider it, I'm not sure that Mr. Mordaunt would make a capital member. Anyway, he would be better than our present man, poor old Barclay, who has never opened his mouth in the House, except to snore. At any rate, Mr. Mordaunt is here." He looked round him significantly. "And," he laughed again, "one ought not to be surprised at anything that follows." There was a pause for a moment, then he added candidly, "I am afraid you will think the last remark in rather bad taste, and it was. But what I meant was, that a short time ago Mr. Mordaunt Sapley would not have had an invitation from Lord Raybrough." "I understand," said Claire. "But times are changing for the better, perhaps." The old aristocrat and his prejudices peeped out in the pause, and the doubtful accent of the "perhaps." "We want young blood. Mr. Mordaunt Sapley is young, undeniably clever and rich, or will be." "Will he?" said Claire absently. Lord Chester smiled. "I should say that Mr. Sapley was one of the richest men in the county," he replied. "How he got it," he shrugged his shoulders and wrinkled his face ruefully. "Ah, well, one man's loss is another man's gain. We all know how men like old Sapley amass their wealth. It is the old story of the ivy and the oak. The ivy flourishes, the oak dies. But really, I must have bored you to death with Mr. Sapley and his works. Did you go and see Irving and Miss Terry while you were in town?" The dinner dragged its slow length along, but at last came to a conclusion, and the ladies left the gentlemen to their claret. Mordaunt leaned back in his chair and drew an inaudible breath of relief. Every time Claire had glanced his way he had felt the calm, violet eyes upon him. It seemed to him as if she had read his secret, not only the awful secret of his crime, but that hidden ambition, which sown in his breast by his father had now grown into a stalwart plant under whose spreading leaves the course of his life was stealthily working its way. He was incapable of love, but mingled with his feverish craving for place and power was that base substitute for love which is all such a man can feel. Claire's beauty, her indescribable grace and charm, made his heart beat with ambition and desire. Ambition to become the master of Court Regna, desire to gain the loveliest woman he had ever seen. One moment his heart quailed before the difficulties which her beauty and her pride presented; the next he rose to a kind of sullen and dogged resolution. Who could say that he would not win? What had he not achieved already? Here he was, a guest at the table of one of the most exclusive of the county families. He had gained his footing; he would take care to strengthen it day by day, until there should be no outcry of surprise when he took the last great step. And he did not play his part badly. He had changed wonderfully. The father's shrewdness and cleverness had cropped up in him, and aided by a better education and knowledge of the world bore him along. In the matter of the hospital and the hounds he had been careful not to push himself forward, but had assumed a modesty so well as to deceive everybody, even these great folk who naturally regarded him with suspicion. The invitation to the Raybroughs' dinner party marked a step in his career, and he was careful how he behaved. Though quiet and reserved, he did not make the mistake, too frequently committed by the "new man," of being timid and nervously deferential. He only spoke when there was occasion, and spoke modestly, but with a quiet self-possession and something like dignity, as if he wished to intimate that he was quite conscious of the novelty of his position, but was not overwhelmed by the honor it conferred upon him. Lord Raybrough was not only grateful to him for saving the hounds, but was rather taken with the young fellow who had come forward so quietly and taken a part in the public affairs of the county. Now that he had thrown off his foolish Oxford affectations, there was not so very much the matter with Mordaunt's manners, and the gravity unusual in so young a man was rather taking. Lord Raybrough, already prepossessed in his favor, almost liked him, almost, for there was something indefinable in the not bad-looking face which, so to speak, put people on their guard; and when the ladies had left he took care to draw Mordaunt into the conversation. An alteration in the game laws came under discussion, and Mordaunt, who had luckily been "reading up" the proposed bill, talked about it sensibly, and the rest of the men listened with the well-bred unaffected attention of their class. Lord Chester, perhaps remembering his conversation with Claire, remarked with a smile, "You have stated the case very clearly, Mr. Sapley." He could not have omitted the Mr. if his life had depended upon it, but Mordaunt, though he winced inwardly, showed no outward sign. "And I quite agree with you. With you, I can't see how it would benefit the working man to throw open the preserves to every man who chose to take out a game license." "Dash it all, no, I should think not," exclaimed one of the county squires. "If there were no game, there would be no keepers, no shooting to let, no shooting tenant to spend money. I'm getting rather tired of the working man cry, and I should like to see something done for the poor gentleman." "That will come when we are quite ruined, Heathcote," remarked Lord Raybrough laconically. "The working man has the power now," said his brother the rector, holding his glass up to the light, and sighing. "Educate him," said Mordaunt quietly. "Teach him to see where his true interests lie, and he will use the power wisely." "By gad, you're right, sir," said Heathcote, staring at him with a kind of bovine surprise and approval. "You seem to know how the case stands." "You ought to go into the House, Mr. Sapley," remarked Lord Chester. For the first time Mordaunt's pale face flushed,
but the flush did not last longer than a moment, and his small eyes, wonderfully like his father's now, shot a glance round the table, then sunk modestly. "Thank you, Lord Chester, but there are others who have a prior claim to that honour, to say nothing of greater ability." The latter part of the speech jarred somehow, and was followed by a silence which was broken by Lord Raybrough. "I don't know," he said thoughtfully, but with a smile. "Someone will have to be found to fill Berkeley's place. He tells me he will not stand again." "Then Mr. Sapley had better think of it," said Lord Chester. The others looked at Mordaunt reflectively, and said nothing. He understood the look, but sat unmoved; but he wished that Claire were present. "Now that we have started politics, the only way of stopping us will be to join the ladies," said Lord Raybrough, and he led the way into the drawing room. 20. Mordaunt did not at once go to Claire, but moved about the room, talking to the ladies whose acquaintance he had made. Women are less exclusive toward men than to members of their own sex, and Mordaunt always found that he got on better with them than the masculine portion of the county families. He had picked up some knowledge of art and literature at Oxford; at any rate he had acquired some of the jargon; and, compared with the county squires, whose conversation was limited to sporting topics, the ladies found Mr. Mordaunt quite entertaining. Some daring spirit had suggested a bazaar in aid of some of the local charities, and Mordaunt entered into the idea at once, and promised his assistance, both pecuniary and personal, and before he had left the group had succeeded in making a favourable impression. "I think him an extremely nice young man," remarked Mrs. Heathcote. "So intelligent and well informed." "And he is always so gentlemanly," said Mrs. Lexton. "We see a great deal of him at the Court, of course." "Ah, yes. One almost forgets that he is the son of Mr. Sapley, Miss Sartoris's agent," remarked Lady Raybrough. "It is quite extraordinary, the difference between them. It is wonderful what a university education will do." "And he is so good-natured, too," said the lady with the bazaar on the brain. "He entered into our plans at once, and seemed so ready to assist. Oh, Mr. Mordaunt Sapley is the coming man, without doubt," said Lady Raybrough, with a faint smile. Meanwhile Mordaunt had made his way to Claire. He did not make the mistake of seating himself beside her, but stood slightly bending forward. "This is my first opportunity of welcoming you home, Miss Sartoris," he said with a grave voice, in which deference was very neatly suggested. "I thought of coming up to the Court some days ago, but deemed it better not to trouble you with business immediately after your return." Claire glanced at him rather coldly. She was still annoyed at his action in the matter of old Hawker. "Thanks," she said, "but I should have been quite ready to see to anything." Then in her straightforward way she said, looking at him with the direct regard of her violet eyes, "I am sorry you did not write and tell me of Captain Hawker's illness, Mr. Mordaunt." He did not flush angrily, as he would have done a few months ago, but he lowered his eyes, and looked at the embroidered stool upon which one of her small feet and its dainty satin shoe rested. "Ought I to have written to you?" he said. "I did think of doing so, but it seemed to me that I should only distress you without sufficient excuse." "I should have been glad to have helped him," said Claire, looking straight before her. "I was so sure of that I ventured to act in your behalf, in your name," he said. "And I have allowed the poor old man a pension. I trust I have not been guilty of presumption. I feel now that I ought to have written, and asked your consent, but as I have said, I was anxious to spare you any distress and worry." Claire's face flushed, and she raised her eyes to his. "The pension comes from me, then?" she said. "Certainly," he assented, with an air of surprise at her question. "It will be paid out of the estate. Captain Hawker quite understands that, I believe, and all who know of it. Have I presumed too far? I acted on the spur of the moment, I must confess, but I felt convinced that I should have your approval. Perhaps I intruded." In the moment of reaction Claire felt quite penitent for having misjudged him. "No, no," she said quickly, and with the flush deepening on her face. "You acted quite right, and I am very much obliged to you. It is just what I would have wished done." He looked relieved, even grateful. "I am very glad of your approval, Miss Sartoris," he said. "I must confess that I have been rather uneasy, fearing that I had gone beyond my prerogative. I am afraid that poor Captain Hawker will not live long to enjoy your bounty. Nothing has been heard of his daughter." He spoke the last sentence after a pause of a second or two, and with his eyes fixed on the footstool. "Or of Mr. Ware," he added. Then he went on quickly. "You will notice that Lee has cleared up the débris very carefully, and that the end of the wing has been built up. Roughly, of course, but still sufficiently to fill it in and make it sightly. It will be soon overgrown by the creepers, which I have had trained over the new work." "Thank you," said Claire. As she spoke, it seemed to her that there was always something for which she had to thank Mr. Mordaunt Sapley. "Shall you be at home to morrow morning?" he went on. "I should be glad to see you about the schools. They are in a very bad condition, and I fear they will need rebuilding, or at any rate considerable repairs. I learn from my father that Lord Wharton always considered himself responsible for them." "Yes," she said promptly. "Whatever is necessary must be done. I will be at home to morrow morning." He inclined his head. "I hope you had a pleasant time in London." "Yes, very," said Claire, and she found herself for the first time in her life talking about London, the concerts, the theatres and parties, with Mr. Mordaunt Sapley as if he were her equal and a friend. Even at the moment it struck her as extraordinary. He was too wise to monopolize her. He knew that the other men were anxious to talk with her, and were eyeing him askance, and presently he moved away. At a county dinner party the dinner itself is the principal part of the function. Many of the guests have long distances to drive, and the evening ends early. To the last Claire was surrounded by the men, who made no secret of their admiration, and the spell which her beauty and the singular charm of her rather reserved manner cast upon them. Mordaunt heard her carriage announced, and though he left it to Lord Raybrough to conduct her to it, he stood near as if in attendance and ready to close the door or receive a last word from her. Was he not her steward, agent? He stood a moment looking after the carriage, which in its richness and completeness of appointments surpassed any other in the county. The horses were a superb pair, perfectly matched. The liveries were rich and always in good condition. The whole equipage indicated the wealth of the mistress of Court Regna. His own dog-cart, he was too cautious to start a brougham yet, came up; and that, in its way, was as complete a turnout as the Court Regna chariot. It was just what a wealthy bachelor's should be, not fine or gaudy, but costly and well appointed, from the serviceable 16-hand horse to the neatly liveried groom. Lord Raybrough looked at it critically. "Nice turnout, that of yours, Mr. Sapley," he said. "Where did you get that horse? Looks like a Yorkshireman." "He is Irish," said Mordaunt. "Ah, yes, now I look at him again. 100 guineas there," he added in a friendly way. 120, said Mordaunt modestly. "It is more than I intended to give, but I only keep 2, and—" Lord Raybrough laughed and nodded. "A good horse is always cheap," he said. Mordaunt drove homeward. It was a fine night, and he was feeling that inward glow of satisfaction which your schemer always experiences when his schemes are going right. He was satisfied, more than satisfied, with the evening's work. He had dined at Raybrough Hall, had been treated as an equal, and Miss Sartoris had been a fellow guest and witness of his triumph. And he had scored in the matter of old Hawker's pension. Yes, he ought to be satisfied. What about the county seat? Would it be wise or not to put himself forward? As he pictured himself, member for the North West Division of Downshire, his face flushed; but a moment afterward it went pale again, paler even than usual, for a man had stepped from the hill to the roadside, and Mordaunt recognized Jenks, the coastguard. He never saw the man without being reminded of Lucy, of that awful something lying buried at the foot of the cliff, without a spasm shooting through him; and the spasm filled him with rage as well as fear, for he told himself that the latter was groundless. "Well, Jenks," he said, pulling up the high-spirited horse, and forcing himself to speak pleasantly and carelessly, "fine night?" "Yes, sir, grand weather." "Have you such a thing?" Mordaunt laughed rather discordantly and tossed him a cigar. "I know your formula, what you want, without asking now, you see, Jenks," he said. "Good night," and he drove on. When he reached home he entered the dining room. It had been changed for the better, like Mordaunt, and deserved a more dignified name than parlour. He mixed himself some soda and whisky, but only a small glass, and inquired of the neat waiting maid there were proper servants in the house now whether his father was in bed, and being told that he was in the library, for so Mr. Sapley's den, redecorated and furnished, was now called, Mordaunt went to him. Old Sapley was sitting in a stiff-backed armchair by the fire. He had altered, like the house, but in a different direction. He had grown thinner, the huge bones in his face stood out gauntly, with dark shadows on the sallow skin. The heavy brows had fallen over the cavernous eyes. His clothes hung upon him loosely, accentuating the gaunt frame. He had changed in a manner as well as in appearance. A kind of stupor seemed to have fallen upon him, and though his brain seemed as acute as ever, his voice had become lower, and his manner preoccupied and absent. He had allowed the practice, with all its ramifications, to drop almost entirely into Mordaunt's hands, and he rarely saw any clients or appeared in public. But the most marked change was that displayed in his manner to Mordaunt. It was as if he had grown to fear his son. It is certain that he never opposed him, not even when Mordaunt launched out into an expenditure which must have seemed prodigal to the narrower mind of the older man. He would sit for hours, silently staring at the fire, only now and then glancing at Mordaunt. And there was something strange and curious in that glance. It was as if the old man were perpetually asking himself a question in which Mordaunt was concerned, and as if he dreaded the answer which as perpetually eluded him. He had seen with keen eyes the change that had come over Mordaunt, and noted the extraordinarily rapid, progress he was making. But it seemed that if he had not actually lost all interest in the ambitious schemes which he himself had started, he had suddenly become content to step aside, to efface himself, and play the part of a spectator. He looked up now, as Mordaunt entered, with a strange question in his eyes, and immediately lowered them to the fire again, as he said, "Well, Mordaunt, got back? Had a pleasant evening?" "Yes, yes," said Mordaunt, with an air of subdued triumph. "Remarkably so." He began to give a list of the guests, which embraced some members of almost all the county families, and as the old man listened he nodded his huge head and twisted his thin lips into a smile. "Aye, a fine party," he said. "And they're civil, Mordaunt, eh?" Mordaunt flushed. "Civil? Of course. They were not likely to be anything else. They were gentlefolks." "Ah, of course, of course. And some of them had cause to be civil. Heathcote?" He glanced at a tin box bearing the inscription, Heathcote Estate. "Some of them remembered where their deeds were, eh, Mordy?" Mordaunt shot an angry glance at him. "I don't imagine they thought of anything of the kind," he said coldly. "Perhaps not, assented the father deprecatingly. "Why shouldn't you go among them? You're a gentleman, almost as much, as they are. Though your father did sweep out—" "Had you not better go to bed? It is late," interrupted Mordaunt. The old man obediently raised himself by the arms of the chair, and then sunk down again. "In a minute or two, Mordy," he said almost meekly. "Tell me some more about it. Was she there?" "She" always stood for Miss Sartorius. "Yes," said Mordaunt, "Miss Sartorius was there." "And she saw you amongst them? Saw that you were quite one of them, eh? That's good, that's good. We are getting on, Mordy. Lord, who'd have thought that a son of mine would have ruffled it amongst the best of them? And you can, Mordy, you can. I question if any of them can show a longer purse than you can." "Money isn't everything," said Mordaunt with a frown, as he opened his dispatch case and began to examine some papers. He worked hard now, and with a feverish eagerness which indicated that incessant work brought him some relief. It prevented useless brooding over the past. "Pretty nearly," said old Sapley, with a timid kind of chuckle. "Money is power." There is some talk of my standing for the county, Mordaunt broke in slowly.
Old Sapley turned in his chair with an exclamation of astonishment and exultation. "Well, why not? Why not?" he said. "You'll find money useful there, Morty. Member for Downshire. Mordaunt Sapley, Esquire, M.P. for Downshire. Ah!" He opened his lips and drew a long breath. "The best of them would have to receive you then, Morty. Even she." "Yes. Stand, Morty, stand. A Conservative, of course. But it's risky." He added the words suddenly, and his face fell. Mordaunt looked at him impatiently. "Risky? What do you mean?" The old man stared at the fire. "A man wants clean hands and an open past," he muttered, as if to himself. "They ask questions, rake up old scandals." The lines seemed to deepen on Mordaunt's face. "What are you talking about?" he said. "What cause have we to fear any raking up of the past? If we sprung from nothing, we rose honestly." "Yes, yes," assented old Sapley with timid eagerness, but still staring at the fire. "Yes, you've nothing to fear, Morty, eh?" And for a moment he glanced at Mordaunt with a curious question in his eyes. "Nothing," said Mordaunt emphatically; but as he spoke his eyes dropped, and the hand that held the pen shook. "My past is clean enough. You may have had to do things in the course of your profession." Old Sapley shook his head. "They won't trouble about that, Morty. No one asks where you got your money, while you've got it still, and are spending it." "And it will have to be spent," said Mordaunt, as if glad to get away from the former subject. "I shall want to make a heavy draw upon the current account this week. Is there enough? If not, we must pay in." "There's enough, I think," said the old man, with a sigh, which he promptly stifled. Though he saw the wisdom of this large expenditure, he felt it keenly. "I have been thinking," said Mordaunt, after a pause, "that it would be as well if we bought a larger house, with some ground." He looked across the room. "This place is small and insignificant. It did very well until lately. The Grange is in the market." "You won't want it. You won't want 2 large houses in the county, Mordaunt," said old Sapley. "Two? What do you mean?" "I mean the court, of course," said his father. Mordaunt flushed and shut his lips tightly. "You are counting your chickens before they are hatched," he said. "Court Regna is not mine yet, and may never be. You seem to think, you have hinted once or twice, that it will be quite an easy matter for me to secure Miss Sartoris for a wife. You are mistaken." The old man rose heavily, and looked at Mordaunt, his mouth screwed into a strange smile. "You haven't asked her yet?" he said. Mordaunt smiled at the question. "Certainly not," he said. "Do so, do so," exclaimed the old man. "Why should you wait? Ask her, Mordaunt." "And be refused, laughed at, for my pains?" said Mordaunt with a sneer. The old man laughed hoarsely, then his brows worked up and down. "Refused? I'm not so certain. Ask her, Morty, and if she refuses, why, come to me." He moved to the door, his head sunk, his lips moving, and Mordaunt, watching him, heard him mutter with a threatening growl, "Refuse, refuse! She dare not."
End of chapters 19 and 20. Chapters 21 and 22 of The Mistress of Court Regna by Charles Garvice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. 2 days after the dinner party at Raybrough's, Claire was sitting over her afternoon tea. She had been for a long ride, and had not waited to change her habit for a tea gown. She was alone, for Mrs. Lexton had gone off to London to nurse a sick friend. Whenever any of Mrs. Lexton's friends broke their limbs or got very bad, they immediately sent for her as a matter of course, and equally as a matter of course she hurried to the sufferer. There are some women like that, women to whom we fly in time of trouble, not because they are particularly strong-minded, but because we are sure of their sympathy, and when trouble is around it is more often sympathy than assistance that we need. Job felt this, and modern friends are requested to make a note of it. It is not always the full purse, or the strong arm, or the wise advice that is most required, but that tender sympathy that is as precious balm to the wounded heart or aching head. Claire sat with her feet on the fender and sipped her tea, and felt rather lonely. The veil of sadness and melancholy which had fallen on her young life, though it was often lifted when she was in society, or in the middle of a long gallop, usually descended when she was alone. As she gazed dreamily in the fire, she fell to musing upon Gerald Ware and his strange conduct. The strangeness, the mystery of it, had not become lessened as the months had glided on, and sometimes to her, this afternoon for instance, there seemed something so extraordinary in his behaviour that she found it well nigh incredible. She allowed her mind to dwell upon him for some minutes, then with a faint flush of shame set down the teacup and rose suddenly, reproaching herself for thinking of a man who was not only unworthy of her, but the husband of another woman. As she passed the window she saw a horseman riding up the avenue. It was Lord Chester, and she stood half unconsciously admiring his upright figure and the refined clear-cut features. She had grown to regard Lord Chester as a friend, and her spirits rose at the sight of the cheery face with its bright eyes and kindly smile. "I am in luck," he said, as he entered and bent over her hand with that old world manner which must be at once the admiration and despair of the young men of the present day. "It is so fine that I scarcely hoped to find you in." "That sounds rather like one of those things better left unsaid," said Claire with a smile. "Come to the fire, and I will give you some tea." She rang for fresh tea, and Lord Chester sunk into a saddle-bag chair, and still, wonderful to say, looked graceful and distinguished. "You are all alone?" he said, as he watched her fill his cup, and noted with pleasure the delicate hands, the graceful turn of the wrist. Claire explained Mrs. Lexton's absence. "She is the sick nurse and comforter in general, not only of her own family, but all her friends," she said. "Whenever anything is the matter it is, 'Send for Mary,' at once. I am surprised I have been able to keep her so long." "It sounds selfish, but I am very glad you are alone," he said. Claire raised her brows and looked at him with a smile. "You are so rarely selfish that I readily forgive you, Lord Chester," she said. "And yet I am going to prove to you how selfish I can be," he said. There was a gravity in his voice and manner as he bent forward, with his arms resting on his knees, his long white hands clasped, that struck Claire as unusual, but she was still unconscious, and the smile was still on her lips as she retorted: "Have you come to propose something pleasant? I notice that you always apologize when you are planning an agreeable outing or an impromptu party." He looked at the fire, and then back at her. Her complete unconsciousness of his purpose somewhat embarrassed him. Did he seem in her eyes so old as to render any thought of his falling in love with her an impossibility? "What is it?" she asked as he remained silent. "Have you been doing anything particularly wicked? If so, we must send for Mary Lexton, for she is the accepted confidant and sympathizer with all wrongdoers. Come, you are not afraid of me, Lord Chester?" and she laughed softly. "Yes, it is because I am afraid," he said, smiling a little, but very gravely. "Miss Sartorius, I have ridden over to ask you a question upon the answer of which depends so much to me, that I almost shrink from putting the question." The smile vanished from Claire's face, and she looked at him with faint surprise. "Tell me first," he said after a pause, "do you consider me a very old man?" Claire's surprise increased. "No," she said candidly. "Indeed, as you rode up just now—" She paused. "Please go on," he said earnestly. "Well, I was thinking how young you looked." His face brightened, then he laughed deprecatingly. "I am at my best in the saddle," he said modestly, "but I am glad, very glad, to hear that you don't regard me as an antique. I must confess that I do not feel that I am an old man. Sometimes I forget that I am not quite a young one. Miss Sartorius, I do not know whether any of our good gossips have told you the story of my life, if so commonplace a life can be said to have a story." "No," said Claire. She was still far from guessing whither his singular words were tending. "It is told in a sentence or two.
he went on, continuing to look at her with a faint smile, but with a slight compression of the lips. "When I was a really young man, I fell in love. I was very young, and my cousin, the late Earl, and my elder brother were alive. Young and poor, and with no prospect of the title, I was bold enough to avow my love. And I was accepted." Claire nodded sympathetically. It was almost as if she had said, "I am not surprised," and he looked at her gratefully as he went on. "The course of true love never runs smoothly. Ours ran very roughly. She was very beautiful." He paused. "Her people were ambitious for her, and considered her mad to throw herself away on the younger son of a younger son. She stood firm at first. He paused. "Then there came a noble and wealthy suitor upon the scene. He was an older man than I, a man of the world in every sense of the word, and notwithstanding our engagement, he wooed her with every art which a man can bring to bear. And in the end he won." He paused and looked at the fire for a moment, then back at Claire with a smile, as if to show her that there was now neither regret nor bitterness in his heart. "Her people brought pressure to bear, pressure applied day and night, week in and week out. You, a woman, can perhaps understand better than a man what that means. She yielded, and accepted Lord Wharton." "Lord Wharton!" Claire exclaimed in a low voice. But Lord Wharton was never married." He inclined his head. "I did not intend to mention his name, but it escaped me unawares," he said. "Yes, it was Lord Wharton. But you are right. He never married. He was an extraordinary man. You, who knew him better than any of us, can perhaps understand how, having got what he wanted, he quickly wearied of it, and ceased to value it. He did not marry the girl he had robbed me of. One day he sailed in his yacht, for Ireland, I think. On his return, after an absence of a few weeks, he went to her and told her almost bluntly that he had changed his mind. In short, he jilted her as she had jilted me. He gave no reason. There was another woman in the case, doubtless." "It was poetical justice," Claire said in a low voice. "You do not expect me to be sorry for her. But Lord Wharton! I have never heard anything of this, Lord Chester." He smiled. "He was scarcely the man to speak of anything that did not redound to his credit," he said. "He paid the penalty. There was duelling in those days. Ah, you see now how old I am. And he stood up and received the fire of the girl's brother, and was wounded in the arm. The family honor was satisfied, and there was an end of it." "And of her?" "She died a few years later," he said quietly. "And now you are asking yourself why I have told you this, the only eventful incident in my life. Can you not guess? When I was jilted, Miss Sartorius, I said that I had done with your sex forever. I have kept my vow for a longer period than most men keep their vows, and I should keep it still, if I had not met you." Claire almost started. "It's only lately, since I have seen so much of you, that I have discovered that though my hair is white, my heart is green, as the Irish say. I have told you my story, the reason of my long bachelorhood, because I have come this morning to offer you my heart and hand." Claire tried to speak, to stop him saying any more, but he went on quickly. "Do not think that I forget the difference in our ages. I have thought of it unceasingly, ever since I found that I loved you. But, Miss Sartorius, a man's love is not to be estimated by his tale of years. There is no young man whom you and I know who could love you more ardently, more devotedly than I do. With a young man, love is of his life a thing apart, as Byron says. It is the whole existence of a man of my age. It is the one great treasure which he has learned to value beyond all others. You see, he has tried and tested them all. And he knows." "Lord Chester," began Claire. "One moment," he said pleadingly. "I want you to keep back my sentence until I have pleaded my cause. I don't ask you if you love me. I could scarcely hope for so great a joy as that. But I ask you to ask yourself if you could bring yourself to care for me as a wife should care for her husband.
If you can answer yes, and I know you will answer truthfully, then I say that you may trust yourself and the future to me without misgiving." Claire was asking the question of herself as he spoke, and was silent. She liked, respected this gallant, perfect gentleman, his friendship was unspeakably sweet to her, but "Let me say a word of other matters," he went on. "That I offer you an unstained name and an old title will not weigh with you, I know. The unstained name is only your due. You would accept no less, and the title will not count. But, Miss Sartoris, it has been a delight to me to feel that the woman I love will, if she will accept my hand, adorn and elevate the title which she will bear. If I win you, I shall have won one who will wear the coronet right nobly. Pride and love will go hand in hand with me. There has been no Countess of Chester so gracious, so sweet, so worthy of her title as you will be." Claire's heart beat with the mingled pride and pleasure and pain his simple, dignified words caused her. "I cannot offer you wealth, but that you do not need. I will not speak of money any further than to say, if you were as poor as you are rich, I should still beg for your hand. In a word, I love you, and respectfully and humbly ask you to forget the disparity of our ages, and to be my wife." Claire's heart beat fast, and she felt that her eyes were filling with tears. It seemed so hard. Here was a good man, a noble man in every sense of the word, offering her the honor of his love, laying his honest and stainless heart at her feet, and there was no heart in her bosom to yield him. She longed to stretch out her hand and say to him, "Take me. You do not ask for love, yet. I will be your wife. I will learn to love you." But she could not. It was all summed up in that. She could not cheat him by seeming to promise that which she could not fulfill. Her heart was dead within her bosom. Gerald Ware had slain it that moonlight night, months ago, and she would not deceive this high-minded man who trusted her so implicitly. "Are you afraid to answer?" he said after a long silence, and he spoke gently, tenderly. "Do not be. I told myself as I rode over here this morning that it was just possible that you might laugh at me." "Oh, no, no!" broke from her lips with a pained gesture. "Forgive me. No, you would not do that, even if I have seemed a foolish old man. You are too kind, too gentle to laugh me to scorn. But I know that you must think, well, that I am overbold in daring to hope that a young girl, dowered with beauty beyond most other women, would dream of accepting a man old enough—" "Don't say it!" she broke in almost piteously. "It is not that. If you knew—but I cannot tell you. I have been so proud of your friendship. Every time you have come, every time I have seen you, I have been glad, glad." He leaned forward, his eyes fixed on her face earnestly. But as she went on they fell, and a faint line came across his brow. "If I could, I would say yes. I should be so glad to say it. I know that such love as yours is worth—I am thrilling with pride that you should have thought me worthy to be your wife." "My dear," he murmured, "why will you not trust yourself to me?" She rose and paced the room in deep agitation. Then she came and stood before him, her hands clasped, her head bent meekly. It almost seemed as if she were ashamed to refuse him. "I cannot," she said at last. "Don't ask me why. I could not tell you. You would not understand. If I were to tell you, you would be too proud to ask me again. You would feel contempt for me." He started to his feet and held out his hands. "Contempt for you? For you, whom I love and honor with all my heart?" "Yes," she said desperately. "I am not worthy. If you knew—" "I ask you to tell me nothing," he broke in. "I have no right to demand your first love, to know the secret of your heart. I do not ask for your past, but your present, your future. Give them to me, Claire, and trust me. I will never cause you to regret it." She almost yielded, then drew her hands away, which he had caught in his. "I cannot," she said, and there was something in her face, in the tone of her voice, which made him drop her hands slowly, and turn away with a sigh. "You will not forgive me," she said in a low voice. He proved his manhood, his nobleness instantly. He turned to her with a smile that smote her more keenly than a sigh would have done. "Forgive you for not caring for me? Ah, but you know me better than to think that, Claire," he said, taking her hand and holding it, but no longer with hope in his grasp. "Though you will not be my wife, I cannot help loving you and honoring you. If you will not have me for a sweetheart," he smiled again, and again she winced, "you must not discard me as a friend. You will let me still be your friend, Claire. I beg your pardon, Miss Sartorius." "No, Claire," she said, her eyes blinded with tears, and she laid her other hand over his. "Thank you," he said simply. "Your friendship is precious to me, and I should have grieved if you had withdrawn it. Please forget as well as forgive, Claire. Forget an old man's folly." "No," she said, as the tears ran unchecked down her cheek. "No, I shall always remember, always be proud and grateful." "The gratitude is for me, my dear," he said gently. "Do not cry. I am not worth a tear. You will find that I shall bear my disappointment without complaining, and that I shall comfort myself with the knowledge that though I have not gained the one woman in the world for my wife, I still hold her for my friend." He bent and touched her hand with his lips, and without another word left her. And Claire, as most sensible young women would have done, flung herself on to a couch and wept sorely, more than half tempted to run after him and call him back. 22. The words his father had spoken to Mordaunt on his return from the dinner party dwelt in Mordaunt's mind. It was not the first time by many that the old man had hinted at some power which he might exercise over Miss Sartorius on Mordaunt's behalf; and Mordaunt sometimes asked himself if there really was anything more in the half-implied threat than an old man's vapourings. The following day, having some papers to which he needed Claire's signature, he walked up to the court. It was a dark and lowering morning, and the great house stood out whitely against the black clouds. Mordaunt stood for a moment before he ascended to the terrace, and looked at the immense building. Would it ever be his, or rather, would he ever be able to call himself the husband of its mistress? The idea seemed preposterous, even in his altered and improved circumstances, and he bit his lips moodily as he made his way across the hall to the library. He did not fail to notice that the servants treated him with a respect that they had never accorded his father, showing that the fact that Mr. Mordaunt Sapely was going to be a great man was recognized by them as well as their betters. He went into the library and turned over the papers and magazines which littered the table, but suddenly dropped one in his hand as he caught the title of one of the articles in the list of contents. It was "The Undiscovered Murders of the Last Half-Century." His face was still pale when Claire entered, and he was so occupied in keeping a guard on his own expression that he did not notice that she looked weary and dispirited. "Good morning, Miss Sartorius," he said. "I have brought some papers for your signature." "Yes," said Claire listlessly. She had been awake the greater part of the night. Will the many sleepless hours women pass count in their favour at the last great reckoning, think you? Thinking of Lord Chester, and all she had been compelled, in common honour and honesty, to refuse, and Mr. Mordaunt Sapely jarred on her. The old nobleman's face, voice were still with her, and Mordaunt Sapely seemed to intrude upon her mental vision. "Here are the leases of Moorcroft and West Acres," he said, spreading out the papers. "You will see that we have granted them on especially easy terms. I think you wished that." "Yes, oh, yes," said Claire. She did not wish anything particularly that day, unless it were that she had never seen Gerald Ware. "And here are the transfers connected with Mr. Verner's land. In regard to that, I should like to say, on behalf of the committee, that if you would not object, we should like to buy a portion of the land for the hospital." Claire leaned forward at the table, her head resting on her hand. "Take as much of it as you want, please," she said. "I will give it to you, and be very glad." "Thank you, on behalf of the committee," he said. "I may say that I expected that you would do this." "Yes. You see, you have not monopolized all the generosity in the county, Mr. Mordaunt," she said with a half smile of indifference. He coloured. "You mean But it does not matter.
I hope you are not annoyed, because my father has taken an interest in local affairs." Claire made a gesture which just stopped short of hauteur. "Why should I be annoyed?" she said with a smile. "I don't know," he said. "I thought by your manner, your voice—" Claire shook her head. "I think I am rather tired and out of sorts this morning, Mr. Mordaunt," she said. He gathered the papers together instantly. "I will not worry you, then," he said. "To-morrow will do. I am sorry." "Please go on," she said. "I am quite ready. I will sign anything you want." He opened the deeds for her, and as he did so he looked at her with covert keenness. "Shall I make you very angry if I ask you whether anything has happened to annoy you?" he said gravely. Claire raised her eyebrows with faintly indicated surprise. Mr. Mordaunt Sapley had never ventured to use this tone to her before. "Thank you," she said. "You are very kind, but it is nothing that would interest you, nothing in which you could help me." "I could not help you, perhaps," he said in the same low voice, but with a quick gesture. "But it could not fail to interest me. Anything that concerns you must be of the most vital interest to me." Claire looked at him with open surprise this time. "It is nothing to do with the estate," she said. "Do I sign here?" "I see," he said in a low voice. "You regard me as just your servant." Claire raised her head. "I am sorry if I seem abrupt," she said, "but I did not mean to offend you. You really cannot help me." She smiled wearily. "No one can help me." "Are you sure?" he said. "If you would tell me—" He paused and looked down at her, his face paler even than usual, his small eyes fixed on her face. "Miss Sartorius, there is nothing I would not do to help you, no place to which I would not go, no labor too arduous." He paused again and drew a long breath. Claire laid down the pen and gazed up at him with her surprise visible, eloquent, in her whole face. He waited a moment; then, impelled by the thought that he had said too little or too much to stop, he went on. "You look astonished, surprised. How hard is it for a lady in your position to comprehend, that although a man may happen to be your inferior in position, your servant, as you deem him, he has the same capacity for feeling as yourself, that he has a heart in his bosom, which a word of yours can pierce, a look can stab." Claire's face flushed. "I am not aware that I ever consciously wounded your feelings, Mr. Mordaunt," she said. "If I have, please accept my apologies." He moved his hand, his face as flushed as hers. "You do not understand," he said. "The very words you have just spoken prove that you do not." Claire bent her level brows. "What is it I do not understand?" she said, turning the diamond ring on her finger absently. "That I love you," he said. It is not too much to say that for a full moment or two Claire did not grasp the significance of the words. She looked at him as one looks at a person who has addressed one in a foreign and unknown language. Then, as his meaning dawned upon her, the crimson suffused her face again, burned down to her neck and arms, and she rose and moved toward the door. He slipped in front of her quickly and held out his hand, effectually barring her progress. "Wait," he said hoarsely. "I would take it back if I could, but it is too late. I cannot. Wait, and hear me. You cannot refuse me that. Not even your pride will refuse me that." Claire looked at him with steadfast eyes. It flashed through her mind that Mr. Mordaunt Sapley had either been drinking to excess or had gone out of his mind. And yet she had not thought so when Gerald Ware had declared his love. "Let me pass, or say what you have to say quickly, please," she said in a low voice in which outraged pride rang. "Bear with me," he said huskily. "I only ask you to listen. It is true that I love you, Miss Sartorius." Coming after Lord Chester's declaration, the words sounded like an insult, and Claire could not repress a shudder. "Oh, let me pass, please," she breathed. "Not yet. A moment," he said, struggling hard for a calm and self-possession. "I have to speak now. Give me a hearing. Miss Sartorius, I love you. Why should you shrink from me, treat me so contemptuously? It is true I am not your equal in position, but," he moistened his lips, "I am a gentleman. I am—" "I will not hear any more," said Claire. "You must see. Oh, I don't wish to wound you, but, Mr. Mordaunt, let there be no more of this. It is madness. Would it not be better to say no more?" "No," he said, with a kind of dogged sullenness. "If I had spoken to you as I have done 6 months ago, you might have been justified in refusing to hear me, in treating me with scorn. But my position has changed since then. Please hear me," for Claire had made an impatient gesture. "I say things have changed. I have made my way amongst your friends. I have gained a position of which any man ought to be proud." "I am very glad, but—" She spoke almost soothingly, as one would speak to a child or a monomaniac, but he broke in with the same dogged resolution. "It is true that my father is only your agent, but he is a wealthy man. His wealth will come to me. I am ambitious. I have marked out for myself a career, have entered upon it. I feel that I shall rise even above the men in this sleepy world forgotten place. My wife, whoever she may be, will share a name which I intend to make famous." Claire took another step to the door, but he would not make way for her. "I intend to enter the House. I hope to gain a name there. I have the money, the ambition, the energy. I only need you for my wife to crown my efforts, to share the position I will attain. You hear me with silent contempt, but will you stop to compare me with the men you know? I do not speak with vanity. I know that I am far beneath you, but so are they all. Every one. If you will be my wife," he passed his hand over his brow, wet with perspiration, "I will spend my life in giving you a place which shall be as high above your present one as mine is below it." He stopped for lack of breath, and Claire was able to speak. She knew now that he was not intoxicated, but she still deemed him mad with morbid vanity and self-esteem. So she spoke with a careful modulation of her voice, with a suppression of the indignation, and the indescribable loathing, which threatened to master her. "Have you finished?" she said. "Will you let me answer you? You are wrong. I have no contempt for you. No woman is insulted by the offer of an honest man's hand." He winced, and shot a glance at her. "But, Mr. Mordaunt, what you ask I cannot give. I cannot be your wife." "Wait," he broke in, clinching his hands and pressing them closely to his side. "Do not give me your answer now. Don't let it be final. To-morrow—" "If I waited for an eternity of to-morrows, my answer would be the same," said Claire, battling with her pride and indignation. "Please accept it, and allow me to pass." "Why do you hate me?" he said, in a low voice. "I do not," she began, then stopped. Of all things, she desired to avoid an argument with him. "Is it any use our talking any longer?" she said, with a smile that was harder to bear than open scorn. "I think you will see that a gentleman accepts a lady's answer, and accepts it without protest, Mr. Mordaunt." "But I cannot," he said. "I know you refuse me because you still look upon me as a kind of servant. You are wrong. You will lose nothing by marrying me. Times are changing. Such men as I rise." "If you rose to be Prime Minister—" "You would refuse me?" he said, white to the lips. "Yes," she said, in a low voice. "I should refuse an emperor if I did not love him." She paused at the word. It sounded like sacrilege under the circumstances. He bit his lip and stood aside, and Claire was making her escape, when the door was pushed open, and old Sapely entered. He was yellow rather than pale, and his huge lips were working as if with suppressed passion, while his small eyes glowed angrily. "Half a moment," he said, waving a shaky paw. "I've been outside. Don't speak, Morty. Leave it to me now. I've heard every word. Miss Sartorius," he bent his heavy brows upon Claire with a threatening expression, Let me advise you to take that refusal back. Mind, I only advise. Take it back, and promise to be his wife, and I won't say another word."
"Mr. Sapley," said Claire, crimson with anger, "are you both out of your minds?"
The old man showed his teeth. "You'll find we're sane enough," he said with a kind of snarl. "You heard my son's proposal. What is your answer, now that you've got my advice?"
"My answer is no," said Claire.
The old man's face grew red, then faded into its sere yellowness. "You refuse him. You behave as if you were a princess declining a beggar. Do you know that my son will be a rich man, Miss Sartoris?"
Claire was almost incapable of speech by this time. "Mr. Mordaunt's wealth can be of no interest to me, Mr. Sapley," she said. He drew his lips down.
"Because you've so much of your own, eh?" he said. "You think you can afford to treat his proposal with scorn, to laugh at his prospects? You heard what he said. Morty is going to rise. He has got his foot on the ladder. He is a good way up now. I started—" "Father," said Mordaunt hoarsely. "You leave me alone," snarled the old man. "She's got to deal with me now. You think," glaring at Claire, "that you can afford to play the high and haughty, to come the county family upon him because you are Miss Sartoris of Court Regna, and he is only my son, the son of your agent? You make a great mistake, young lady, a very great mistake." "Be silent, father. Let Miss Sartoris pass," said Mordaunt huskily. "She has heard me. I have got my answer." "But she hasn't heard me," said old Sapley grimly, "and her answer will change presently. What fault do you find with my son, with Mordaunt, Miss Sartoris?" Claire asked herself whether she was dreaming. Was this Mr. Sapley, who never approached her without a servile bow and smile? She scarcely recognized him in this grimly stern and covertly threatening old man. Surprise mingled with her indignation and anger. It would be difficult to tell which predominated. "Would it not be better that this discussion should terminate?" she said. "Your son has done me the honor of offering me his hand." For the life of her she could not help the emphasis on the honor. "And I have declined it. Surely the matter may end there. You and I have been very good friends, Mr. Sapley, and I should be sorry if anything were permitted to interrupt the—" "You see," said Mordaunt bitterly, "she treats us as her servants. Say no more, father. We will leave the court." The old man's face grew purple. "Leave the court? Leave the court?" he said thickly. "Who talks of leaving the court? Look here, young lady. Take back what you've said, and all shall go on as smoothly and pleasantly as before." And he twisted his lips into a smile. Claire turned to Mordaunt with a smile. "Surely, Mr. Mordaunt, you do not combine with your father in thus roughly urging your suit." "Never you mind him. Attend to me," said old Sapley, indeed roughly. "You think his money's no account, that all he's offered you doesn't signify. You're buoyed up by your pride, your county pride, and your money." Claire made a gesture almost imperial in its command, but it had no effect. "You listen to me. There's no hurry. You think you're Miss Sartoris of Court Regna, a kind of queen in your way. But you make a great mistake, young lady. You are a pauper." End of chapters 21 and 22.